the Luthra brothers, who are the chairman of the Romeo Lane Birch and several other restaurants, not just the Romeo Lane, but there are several other restaurants that they own, and they have expanded their business to nearly 40 cities across the country. They fled to Thailand. The duo booked their flight tickets to Thailand at the very moment of the emergency services were trying to control the blaze. And the rescue trap patrons that took place on 6th of December. Both these brothers have now been detained, and we are getting you these pictures. We stay on with these visuals. Gaurav Luthra one side and Saurabh Luthra on the other side. Both were absconding after the incident took place, and they have been traced. The notice which was in fact issued by the Interpol. After that, the Goa Police had also urged the MEA for the detention, and the process is moving forward. And early this morning, their passports were also suspended. And soon after that, we are bringing you these updates of their detention and the first pictures of the detention, viewers. These are the updates coming in. The action against the Luthra brothers came after the Interpol issued a blue corner notice against them, following a lookout circular which was issued by the Goa Police. Their passports have also been cancelled after the Goa government made a request in this regard to the MEA. Let me go across to Surali once again. Surali, and this entire process, help our viewers understand how the entire process of detention took place.
Yes, sure. Let me take you through the sequential happenings in this entire case as we have been tracking the story continuously. Initially, the FIR was filed after the incident took place in the name of Luthra brothers, post which a lookout notice was given out because as the Goa police understood that they are no more in the country, they have fled the scene. That's when the lookout notice was given out, and then the Interpol came into the picture.
All right, Swarali, hold on. I will come back to you. Let me go across to Shravan Sen joining us on the phone line. Shravan, we are showing these exclusive first images of the detention of both the brothers. Help us understand the entire sequence of the detention and what lies ahead.
Well, in fact, the latest pictures that we have accessed clearly indicates that the Luthra brothers are in the custody of the Royal Thai Police. In fact, this morning we are being told that NCB Thailand, that is the Interpol wing of Thailand, had received information about the whereabouts of Luthra brothers. That were basically in from like the deportation process is going to begin in a short while from now. As far as Goa Police traveling to Thailand is concerned, that is also being contemplated at this stage. The Central Bureau, there is a possibility that a team from Goa could actually for Ireland, we are waiting for an official confirmation to come in. Comes that only anticipate hearing that is taking place in Rohini Court later today, in which the process of actually decided whether the Luthra brothers get anticipatory bail or not. That family will have waited.
Okay. I think we are having a phone line issue there with Shravan. Shravan, we'll get you back. We'll fix that line and we'll get you back on the broadcast to speak more on this. But viewers, as we continue to stay with these visuals, on the left side of your screens, you see the Gaurav Luthra, and right hand side of the screen, we are showing you this. We are showing you Saurabh Luthra. These pictures are the first images of their detention. And as Shravan was giving us information of the entire detention process that took place, in fact, there's a meeting also taking place, which is all set to begin, as per information that we got from my colleague Swarali, who was reporting from the ground from Goa. There is going to be a high-level meeting in order to discuss the move forward, the process of bringing back the two Luthra brothers who had fled viewers during the moment of crisis, during the moment of emergency. They fled, abandoning those people to die, and even did not take accountability. Instead, they went on to file anticipatory bail application, which was rejected by the court. They're the Delhi-based brothers who steadily carved a name for themselves in India's hospitality sector over the past decade. They first entered the scene with Mama Buoy on Hudson Lane, a casual eatery that quickly became favorite among the students and young professionals, and then further they expanded their business. But on what ground? On what ground? That is also something that is being investigated by the agencies. Investigation of the financial side and of course the lapses which were found out, the lapses because of which the fire tragedy took place. Swarali is still with us. Let me go across to Swarali. Swarali, what is the update coming in as far as the information on the meeting is concerned?
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you, according to the recent information and updates we are getting in from the state of Goa, high-level meeting is expected anytime soon, which will be headed by CM of Goa, including IG, DIG, collector, all the related authorities in this entire case who have been investigating and are behind the major perpetrators of this case. As in, Luthra brothers are now detained and are with the Royal Thai Police. They have been taken out of this spa called Kutha. And on one hand, in this high-level meeting, it is expected that next line of action, the decision for how to bring back Luthra brothers, how to deport them back to India from Thailand, all such major decisions can be taken in this high-level meeting. And they might also be in connection with the central agencies. As we all know, it is about the two nations. They are going to be deported back, and the line of action is now based and depends on the kind of line of action taken by the Goa administration and the central agencies, wherein we all know that Luthra brothers, major perpetrators, alleged perpetrators of this fire incident, had filed for an anticipatory bail in the court of law, which was rejected because the kind of arguments which were put down were lacked rational and were baseless, because it was said by the team that Luthra brothers were not on flee, but they were there for a business trip within few hours of this tragic fire incident, wherein 25 people had lost their lives within few hours. At 5:30 a.m. this incident has happened, post 12 a.m., around 12 a.m. and the tickets are booked within an hour. At 1:17 a.m. Luthra brothers booked their tickets on makemytrip.com and then flee to Phuket. Post that, they demand for an anticipatory bail for 1 month, and they ask administration that all the legal prosecution should take place in the state of Goa. What kind of demands are these, wherein the entire, there is a lack of sensitivity, lack of accountability, lack of credibility. They abandon their own staff. 14 staff members have succumbed to death in this case, who were from Jharkhand, Bihar, Uttarakhand and even Nepal. People come here with the dreams to work and earn, but what they get is they succumb to death. On the other hand, tourists come here to enjoy their days, their vacations, and what they have to do is they have to die in a worst fire accident of Goa. So instead of taking the responsibility, accountability, coming in forward, they fled the scene, post which they put out an Instagram post saying, in this sensitive times, in the serious times, we stand with the families. And then they go on and file for an anticipatory bail, saying that we were on a business trip. So that's the kind of logic and rationale which is missing from the set of arguments done in the front, in the court of law. And now major steps are being taken, major breakthrough we are getting in this entire case. How initially the lookout notice was given out for the Luthra brothers as they were seen missing from India. They fled India, post which Interpol comes into the picture, and a blue corner notice, which means their location was supposed to be traced. Blue corner notice was released, and then NCB Thailand traces Luthra brothers, and Indian authorities are informed, Indian authorities are communicated about their whereabouts, and then Royal Thai Police gets a custody. They're taken out of the spa called Kutha, and then formal communication is being done to central agencies of India. And now in a major high-level meeting, the line of action, the course of action to be taken, the procedure to deport them back is expected, but it is to be seen what decision is taken. All the major updates are awaited in this case, which has become very, very sensitive and has come into the flashlight, even because the kind of sensitivity that has been shown by the alleged major perpetrators, because they were operating with a trade license but no checks and balances in place. May it be the fire NOC, the construction was in the CRZ zone, that is coastal regulation zone, which is not allowed. On the other hand, we all know that there was only one narrow single fire entry and exit. There was only one exit. There was no fire exit. I beg your pardon. And people who went down in the kitchen area, in the bay area to take shelter from the fire, they succumbed to death. This is a very important information in this entire case, that only two people burned to injuries, but 23 people succumbed to death because of the kind of fog that was created from the fire that engulfed the entire construction. So we can imagine the intensity of this incident. We can imagine the tragic incident that killed people in one of the most tragic fire tragedies of Goa. And the current information and updates we are getting in. On one hand, all these arrest-related updates are going on of major perpetrators, Luthra brothers. On other hand, Ajay Gupta is said to be investigated in the state of Goa. He is a third partner of Luthra brothers, and he is brought back from Delhi to Goa. And 36 hours remand is being given by the court. And now Goa Police will investigate, and he might provide major leads because he's a third partner. So there's a possibility he might have the inside, the inputs of the business. How did they get the trade license without fire NOC in place? The construction was in a CRZ zone. So how was it possible for Luthra brothers, their third partner Ajay Gupta, to get all the approvals without the checks and balances, the measures, the norms in place? And he might provide, so more officers could be named in this investigation. They might be higher police officials, there might be government officials who provided approval without the measures being taken. So these investigation might also give major inputs. Now it is to be seen what results comes out from the investigation of Ajay Gupta. On the other hand, how the high-level meeting that is set to happen in the state of Goa, which will be headed by CM, including DIG, IG, collector and all the related authorities, what kind of line of action is decided by them, and will Luthra brothers be deported back to India? How will the procedure take forward? All these updates and information is awaited.
That's right. That's right, Surali. In fact, the entire effort of bringing them back will rely on the formal extradition treaty between India and Thailand, which has been in force since 2015. And as you also mentioned about the third accused, Ajay Gupta, he was also taken into custody. Swarali, what is his particular role along with the links that has come out with the Luthra brothers?
Let me tell you, on one hand, wherein our own reporter had tried to confront him, he had Ajay Gupta, the third partner of Luthra brothers, had to say that he's just a sleeping partner and he doesn't know anything about the Birch nightclub. But the question over here, the allegations that are being raised in this entire question is that if he's the third partner of Luthra brothers, they have properties across 22 states in India, several locations in Goa. How is it possible that he doesn't know? The owner of the business doesn't know how is trade license approved, which was not even renewed. The trade license for Birch nightclub by Romeo Lane in the Arpura village, wherein this tragic incident unfolded, the trade license was not renewed. How did they even get trade license without fire NOC in place, pollution control? How did they get all the permissions, whether it be from town planning, excise, fire NOC, on the other hand, pollution control board? How did they get all the set of licenses, permissions without the measures and checks and balances? If they have several businesses across the states of India, also outside the India, they must be aware about all the legalities, permissions, licenses required for any business to operate. And the business operate by himself, and he says, I am not aware about anything about the Birch nightclub by Romeo Lane, which was situated in the North Goa, and 25 people had to lose their lives. And the kind of reaction we get from alleged perpetrators, the third wheel of Luthra brothers, what they have to say is that he was not aware about anything. So the questions the big questions are lingering, and the further investigation is supposed to get us the answers about which the state of Goa, people of Goa, families of deceased are waiting for justice to happen and take its course.
That's right. That's right, Surali. Thank you for giving us the details on this story. It is an end game for the club owners. The chase has ended after 5 days and they have now been detained, and we are showing you the pictures. Showing you the pictures of Gaurav Luthra and Saurav Luthra, who have been detained by the Thailand Police, the Royal Thai Police, from a resort in Kathu. The Interpol has communicated to the Indian authorities on the next course of action. And with that, viewers, it is time that we shift into a short commercial break. More news and updates will continue on the other side, and we continue to build our focus and question the Luthra brothers and their process coming back to the country. The next course of action to be decided, as the Luthra brothers have now been detained.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
Coming up on the other side, viewers, details of the Luthra brothers' detention and the further course of action to be taking place. More on the other side.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
भाई मेरे बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, प्यार। मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी।
That we have experienced severe operational disruptions for the past few days. Since then, the crisis continued to aggravate, with today, December 5th, being the most severely impacted day, with the number of cancellations well over 1,000, or more than half of our number of daily flights.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
morning, viewers. Thank you for staying with us this Thursday. You're watching Live and Breaking at 11 a.m. with me, Oyana Mitra. Ladies and gentlemen, the Luthra brothers have been detained in Thailand. The process of their deportation now back to India is underway. It's absolutely endgame for the club owners. The club owners, the very owners who fled the country barely hours after a club that they owned erupted in flames, leading to the loss of 25 innocent lives. Lots of exclusive details coming up. That is the big story that we're tracking at this hour for you. But first, let's get you the headlines. Luthra brothers detained in Thailand. Both are in custody of the Royal Thai Police to be deported next. No escape for Luthra brothers now. Process underway to deport them to India and to face trial. Indigo chairman Vikram Singh Mehta issues apology after massive cancellations. Says operations now stable as airline restores full connectivity. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis reacts to Pune land scam case, says the government is not protecting anyone and action will be taken against the guilty.
Very excitingly for me and for the country, we've just launched the Trump Gold Card. It was about 30 minutes from now.
US President Donald Trump launches a $1 million gold card visa scheme amid immigration crackdown. And we start with some breaking news coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Ajay Gupta, who is an associate and a business partner of the Luthra brothers, will be produced in court today at 12 noon, in just a short while from now. The police will take Ajay Gupta from the Anjuna police station to the Mapusa court. The police force will depart from the Anjuna police station in just a short while from now. These are the latest details that we are picking up. This man, ladies and gentlemen, was detained 2 days ago and is said to be a business partner and a close associate of the Luthra brothers, although this man, when he was confronted by Republic TV, went on to say that he has no real connection with the business and he's just a sleeping partner. So, more details that we are picking up at the moment. He is said to be produced in court in just a short while from now as the authorities try to gather more details about his exact role, the kind of role that he played in the management of the Birch nightclub, and how long has he been associated with the Luthra brothers, who are now in custody of the Royal Thai Police. Let's go across to Swarali, my colleague who joins us live from Goa with more details. Swarali, tell us the latest details that you're picking up about the custody of Ajay Gupta, and how far has the police been so far been able to establish a direct link between the Luthras and Ajay Gupta?
Yes, let me tell you, according to the recent information and update we are getting from the Goa Police, is that Ajay Gupta is the third wheel of Luthra brothers, alleged perpetrators of this fire incident in Goa, will be presented in Mapsa court at around 12 p.m. Now, he's the third wheel. When Republic tried to reach out to Ajay Gupta, he had said that he's a sleeping partner and he doesn't have any idea about the incident or the nightclub that is Birch by Romeo Lane. That was the kind of reaction we had caught on camera. But on the other hand, it is very important because if is the owner, is the third partner of Luthra brothers, they have properties and businesses across 22 states of India, 4 countries outside the India, various locations in Goa. And was he not aware about what kind of illegalities were running in their operational Birch by nightclub in Romeo Lane in Arpura village, when hundreds of people used to pour in to visit and enjoy the time in the nightclub? But what they get, the employees, the staff members of Birch by nightclub had to succumb to death, tourists had to succumb to death, and he's saying he was not aware about whatever happened. The trade license was approved without the permissions of excise. The permission was there, but there were no checks and balances measures. Norms were not followed. Fire NOC was not there. Only a single entry and exit was there. People had to succumb to death. It was constructed in a CRZ zone, which means coastal regulation zone, which is not allowed. Now it is very important what comes out from the investigation. The Anjuna police will be investigating Ajay Gupta, the third partner of Luthra brothers, and he might provide major leads in this entire case, the insiders of how were they running business illegally, and even more information can come about other businesses, because they have their businesses and nightclubs or restaurants and bars at multiple locations. Because we have seen on the second location owned by Luthra brothers, Romeo by Lane, and which was demolished. The second location in Goa was demolished by the government of Goa because the land was encroached. 198 square kilometer land was encroached by the entire wooden structure made by wooden planks, which was brought down by the Goa administration. So now it is to be seen what leads do we does this investigation fetch from Ajay Gupta. Were there any other illegal businesses operating, and what exactly went in the Birch by nightclub? Because there were several facts. Initially, show cause notice was given. Demolition orders were given by the Sarpanch of Arpura village, which they had brought a stay by the Directorate of Panchayat, and the allegations were also raised that the Sarpanch could have directly cancelled the trade license, because once made, trade license is not cancelled, it is just renewed. So why was it not cancelled, wherein the lapses were recorded at multiple levels? Why was it not cancelled and only a demolition notice was given, wherein they approached the Directorate of Panchayat and stay was brought because the case was ongoing? There was also an activist who had raised an issue regarding the illegal construction being in the CRZ zone. So lapses and irregularities of norms are observed in several departments at several levels. So it is very important what kind of investigation is done with Ajay Gupta, and what all information is fetched from him with this regards.
Right. Swarali, I want you to stay on with me and give us more details about this man who is now in custody of the police. We know that barely hours after, the fire erupted at the Birch nightclub, the Luthra brothers took off. They fled to Thailand. But what has the police gathered so far about the whereabouts of this man? Was he informed in time, and did he try to sort of evade police questioning initially? Where was he at the time when this, tragedy broke out?
Yes, all the answers of these questions and all the information is awaited right now, as in we are trying constantly to track and get information from Anjuna police, or for that matter Goa police. We are trying to get more information in this case, but indefinitely all these questions must have gone into the investigation to the third partner of Luthra brothers, Ajay Gupta. He must have been questioned about his whereabouts during the incident. Did he try to evade the arrest and investigation?
Swarali, all right, Swarali, I'll just come to you in a short while. I'm sorry to cut you there, but we have former DGP of Jammu and Kashmir, SP Vaid, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Vaid, thank you for connecting with us this morning. Sir, your first take on the Luthra brothers' detention in Thailand.
It's a good step, and with the help of Interpol, Red Corner notice, and now these Luthra brothers have been detained. They will be brought to India with the help of the contact agency, that is CBI, with the Interpol, and then handed over to investigating team. I think a lot of disclosures will come out of them. After all, how did they manage to get all this club without proper approvals, and who were the people who colluded with such a club coming up without safety procedures in place. How did they manage to get NOCs? How was if there is no proper exit and entry for the fire tender, how did this club come up? Who were the local authorities who colluded with such? I think all these aspects need to be looked into in the investigation. And in India, how come all these illegal clubs come up without proper safety procedures? I think roles of the local officers, local authorities must also be looked into, and not that it is now the tragedy has happened and 25 precious lives have been lost. There's a hue and cry in the country. Then we will forget it. I think we must go into all these aspects. Jay.
All right, SP Ved, sir, thank you for joining us and giving us your perspective, sir. Let's go across to Deputy Executive Editor Shravan Sen, who joins us live from the newsroom with more details. Shravan, this is a big breakthrough in the case. What is it that we can expect next in terms of the legal recourse that the authorities are likely to take?
Well, in fact, there isn't any legal recourse that the Luthra brothers have at this point in time, because remember, based on the blue corner notice that was issued by the Interpol, Royal Thai Police has acted on it. What I'm given to understand by way of sources within Goa Police is that this morning, roughly a little after 5 o'clock in the morning, is when the detention has actually taken place. The Royal Thai Police had gone to a resort in Kathu district, is what we are being told, and thereafter the Luthra brothers have been taken for the immigration process. Now, in terms of the deportation likely to take place sometime later today, we are waiting for an official confirmation to come in from the Goa Police as to whether at all they are basically going to send a team from here in Goa to carry out the further, all the process that is basically required to bring him back. The other important detail that is essentially emerging right now is that with the passport cancellation already taking place, their stay in Thailand becomes absolutely illegal. And as far as Royal Thai Police is concerned, they're basically acting on the extradition treaty that both the countries have, which essentially means that Thailand would certainly act on the extradition treaty itself, and more importantly the deportation essentially taking place because there is an FIR that is already registered against Luthra brothers, and that's the reason why you're looking at this sort of an action being taken. Importantly, the other big development likely to take place later today is in the Rohini court, where the anticipatory bail hearing is going to take place. And the contention of the Luthra brothers being that they aren't the real owners of the club, and they fear that if they come back to India, they would be arrested. Now it seems that this entire matter becomes fructuous, given the fact that the deportation process is going to begin sometime later today. In fact, Savio Rodriguez is joining us on this broadcast. Savio, it seems Luthra brothers will be dragged back to India. But is that really enough? Because many believe that along with Luthra brothers, there are others who are equally responsible for the fire that broke out at Birch.
The first step to ensuring justice to the 25 innocent people who were murdered in the fire at Arpora is to bring the Luthra brothers back to India and back to Goa, where the justice and the law will take its course in ensuring that the 25 people get justice. Second is to investigate the inception of the corruption that happened that led to an illegal nightclub being operated in Arpora, which was then the cause and the venue for the death of the 25 innocent people. Therefore, it is incumbent on the Chief Minister of Goa to ensure that right from the foundation of that nightclub, every single one involved in it is brought to book and thrown in jail.
Right. Savvy, I want you to stay on with us. And, you know, of course, while we stay full frame with those pictures that have now come in from Thailand, where the two Luthra brothers have been detained, their passports in the process of being revoked, viewers. Savvy, I do want to understand from you, you know, the ease with which this duo fled the country. And, you know, this has been a Republic campaign where we've been consistently saying that corruption killed 25. What are the checks and balances that you think right now should be in place in the system so that, you know, in situations like this, with the ease with which this duo fled is avoided in the future, and that they have no legal recourse, you know, they have no option in front of them to flee the country and essentially evade the law in circumstances like this?
So we have to look at the foundation and the genesis of which the illegal nightclub first came into being. And the genesis of the problem is right at the village panchayat of Arpora. It is right at the government administration system itself, where excise, police, and various other protocol measures like the fire department failed to do their job as far as the illegal nightclub is concerned. Second, the mere fact that a pyro or an electrical fire was used at the venue, which is a closed venue, with wood used in its interiors, with dry grass used in its interiors, with some bamboos used in its interiors, was allowed to be used. The pyros used in such a location and venue would obviously be flammable. That's not an accident. The Goa government and many people in the machinery have been calling it an accident. It's not an accident. It's a murder. When somebody does something like this, when you willfully derelict your duty, you are culpable of murder rather than an accident. Now, what is required is that the Goa government must ensure that all nightclubs, all restaurants that do not have the required licenses must be shut down. Otherwise, you will have a repeat of where people have lost their lives. 25 innocent people lost their life for no fault of theirs. It was basically the failure of the Goa administration to ensure that these checks and balances were put in place. But now they can at least put them in place so that such a horrific incident is not repeated.
Right. Absolutely, absolutely, Savio. We echo your thoughts over there. In fact, Public TV has been at the forefront of questioning the Goa administration over the lapses that have come to the fore and the sheer mismanagement which has led to the loss of 25 lives. I thank you at this point for joining us, and let's go across to Swarali, who's been tracking this story very, very closely. Swarali, with the deportation process having been initiated for the Luthra brothers, how soon can we expect them to be brought to Goa and made an active part of the investigation?
Yes, that's true. We are tracking all the updates continuously since last 4 to 5 days, and let me tell you, a high-level intensive meeting is expected anytime soon, which will be led by CM of Goa, including IG, DIG, collector, and all the related authorities, and the line of action will be decided, and the expected time of arrival might also be decided in this meeting, as in the several approvals and several set of procedures will be taken into consideration, and then with in connection with the central authorities, central agencies of India, this decision will be taken. How will Luthra brothers, the major perpetrators of this fire incident case, wherein 25 people had to lose their lives, will be brought back to India. The process of deportation is heard to be started, but the other procedures are also in fray. They are required to be done, as in it's a question of two countries. They are said to be, they are supposed to be deported back. And I recall and I recollect, as we have been tracking the story continuously, yesterday CM of Goa, Pramod Sawant, had strongly affirmed that soon Luthra brothers will be behind the bars. And we, as we all know, that they had filed for an anticipatory bail plea for 1 month, which was outrightly denied by which was denied by the court of law, because the kind of rationales and arguments which were made which lacked any kind of logic. So they had asked for an anticipatory bail, and the legal team had said that they were not on a plea, but they were on a business trip. That's the kind of insensibility shown by the team. There is lack of accountability, credibility, wherein 25 people die in a nightclub that is Birch by Romeo Lane, which is owned by you, and the accountability is not taken, credibility is not taken, and they have done all the efforts. Alleged perpetrators have done all the efforts to evade the arrest. They have done all the efforts. First, they flee from India within few hours of incident happening. Within few hours of incident happening, they book their flights within 1 hour. At 1:17 a.m., they get their flight tickets, and at 5:30 a.m., they flee the scene. On the other hand, when the FIR was registered, a lookout notice was sent, and then it came into notice that they have fled India, post which Interpol come into the picture, and blue corner notice is given out. Even after that, to find the whereabouts of the Luthra brothers, even after that, they tried to file an anticipatory bail. They put out their demands to the government authorities, to the government of India, central agencies, saying that we are ready to fly back to India, but we should not be arrested. That was the demand and expectation. That was their expectation, and they wanted to come back to India but avoid their arrest. And they had also asked for they had also demanded that the prosecution, legal prosecution, should take place in the state of Goa. Now, in such a crisis situation wherein 25 people had to lose their lives in a nightclub owned by you, wherein all the checks and measures were missing, fire NOC was not there, there were only one exit. Your people had to succumb to death. It is constructed in CRZ zone, that is Coastal Regulation Zone. You get a trade license without the town planning permission, without the Pollution Control Board permission, as in you have permissions on paper, but measures are not taken. The measures are missing. So, in such a situation, you evade the situation, you flee the situation, you try to duck the course of legal action. People lose their lives, innocent people lose their lives in a country, in a state. From you are running your businesses, you are earning handsome amount of money, because as we all know, Luthra brothers, alleged perpetrators had their businesses, had their constructions across 22 states of India in several locations in Goa. We have also seen that the second location owned by Romeo by Lane by Luthra brothers, which was demolished by the government. We had shown you the visuals live. We are tracking the story continuously, because even there the irregularities were found. And 198 square kilometer of coastal area. It was on a seashore, and it was on the encroached land of government. That also falls under the CRZ zone. So there's a possibility, there's a major possibility that across several locations and properties of Luthra brothers, there are irregularities. The permissions and licenses derived from the various departments.
Swarali, I request you, Swarali, just hold your thoughts there for a moment. I request you to stay on with us. Let me go across to former UP DGP Vikram Singh, who's joining us live this morning on this big developing story. Mr. Singh, thank you for connecting with us, sir. Your first response on this big breakthrough by the agencies in Thailand. It's endgame for the Luthra brothers. They are being dragged back.
Very much. Good morning. This is some consolation to the tragedy that happened. And thanks to the proactive efforts made by Ministry of External Affairs, the close cooperation and coordination between the two countries, that is India and Thailand, and also the proactive efforts made by the Thailand police there, to get both the culprits and apprehend them and share the pictures with you. And you are probably the first channel to show these exclusive pictures to us. Many congratulations. But yes, the real task has begun now, that they will be extradited. And I suppose, and I give to understand, that they should be in India by tonight. Well, the interrogation and the close investigation, the financial trail and other things need to be discussed threadbare. And also they should be subjected to custodial interrogation with Gupta, the two brothers, and then one-to-one interrogation, as also the use of scientific aids like narco analysis and the lie detector test also, because they seem to be very, very slippery customers. And the thorough interrogation by multiple investigators needs to be done so that the entire episode and how they managed to circumvent the entire system in Goa, the NOCs, the approvals, the licenses, and also when there was an order that this should be taken up in December 2024, why was it not implemented till now? These are the loud questions that have to be addressed during the course of investigation. And yes, of course, how did they manage to escape at 1:17 in the morning, immediately after the accident? They should have stayed back. And what were the compulsions? Who facilitated their exit? Why the immigration did not intervene? And how were they allowed to go? When you and I travel abroad, I mean, whatever these are compulsions, but we are detained for about half an hour and thoroughly checked up, although we are all known to the immigration stuff. But yes, and rightfully so, they have no exceptions. But why an exception was made for the Luthra brothers?
Right. All right, Mr. Singh, thank you for joining us and giving us your takes. Of course, there's some questions, critical questions that need to be addressed on the lapses and the mismanagement that have come to the fore. In this case, viewers, Republic TV keeping a very, very close watch on the developments in Thailand as the deportation process for the Luthra brothers begins now. Earlier today, they were detained by the Royal Thai Police. Their passports have already been suspended. The process of revocation of the passports is likely to be initiated by the Ministry of External Affairs very, very soon. They will be brought back to India, tried over here in court. While parallelly, viewers, in just a short while from now, we expect the hearing in the Rohini court, the Luthra brothers' anticipatory bail to resume. Fast-paced developments, viewers. We'll keep a close watch on that for the moment. We move on to a very short break. But on the other side, we stay with the big headline of the hour. Endgame for Luthras. They are to be dragged back.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर मसाला।
A legal journey that is carved through discipline and precision. Former Solicitor General of India, Counsel for Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, former Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha Rao and others. Senior Advocate Ranjit Kumar, insightful, unfiltered, candid. Only on Republic TV this weekend.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता, क्यों नहीं कर सकता, क्यों नहीं कर सकता, मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी।
That we have experienced severe operational disruptions for the past few days. Since then, the crisis continued to aggravate with
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching live and breaking at 11:30 am with me, Tanisha Avasthi. The Luthra brothers have been detained. The brothers who had fled after the tragedy broke out in Goa in a nightclub. The owners of the club have now been arrested. What is the process that will be followed after this? We'll get you that and a lot more on this edition. But first, a quick check of the headlines. First pictures of Luthra brothers detention surfaces. They are now in Royal Thai Police's custody. No escape for Luthra brothers. Process underway to deport them to India to face trial. Indigo chairman Vikram Singh Mehta issues apology after massive cancellation, says operations now stable as airline restores full connectivity. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis reacts to Pune land scam case, says the government is not protecting anyone and action will be taken against the guilty.
Very excitingly for me and for the country, we've just launched the Trump Gold Card. It was about 30 minutes from now.
United States President Donald Trump launches $1 million gold card visa scheme amid the immigration crackdown. Ladies and gentlemen, it was on Sunday when fire broke out in a club in Goa. The club's name was Birch Club. Soon after which is when we learned that the owners of the same club had fled. They had fled to Thailand. And today we have a picture which shows after the 5-day chase of the Goa Police, of the Thai Police and the Interpol, they have now been detained and are now in custody of the Thai Royal Police. They will soon be deported to India. First pictures of the custody that came into our newsrooms is this one. His name is Gaurav Luthra, one of the owners of the Birch nightclub. There are two brothers, Gaurav and Saurav Luthra. To break down this picture for you, Gaurav Luthra and Saurav Luthra are now in custody. Their passports have been seized and handcuffs. They have been handcuffed now and they will be dragged back. The second picture that got into our newsrooms this morning was of Saurav Luthra, again, one of the owner of the Birch nightclub. Again, his passport has now been seized and he has been taken into custody. He has also been handcuffed there. Both the brothers are now in custody of the Thai police. They will soon be deported to India and will have to face the Indian law. The top development there, this, remember, ladies and gentlemen, comes 5 days after the Interpol, after the Goa police were searching for them after they had fled to Phuket. Swarali and my colleague Shambhavi are joining me live. Swarali is from Panaji, who's Swarali reporting from Panji in Goa. Swarali, the big development came today, this morning. How is it that the process was followed? How is it that the Thai police nabbed both of them? And what exactly is the Luthra brothers' current location right now?
Yes, let me tell you and take you through the sequential happening of this entire story we have been tracking continuously. The Luthra brothers fled the scene within few hours of a tragic fire incident happening at 5:30 a.m. to Phuket, and then a FIR was registered in Goa by the Goa police and a lookout notice was sent out. And then it came into the light that Luthra brothers have fled the scene, they have fled the country to Phuket, to Thailand, post to which Interpol comes into the picture, intervenes, and a blue corner notice has been released, which means that the location, the whereabouts will be traced. After that, NCB or Thailand had located and detained Luthra brothers. It was communicated to Indian agencies, central agencies, and now Luthra brothers are in custody of Royal Thai Police. They were taken out of the Kuta spa where they were located. We also know that they had filed for an anticipatory bail plea in the court of law in Delhi, which was outrightly denied. The demand was that anticipatory bail for 1 month should be given, and all the legal course of action should take place in Goa. Why were these baseless demands coming from the alleged perpetrators is unknown. On the other hand, the legal team argumented in the court of law saying that they were not on a flee. They were not on a flee. They were there for a business trip. They're there for work. Within 1 hour of the tragic fire incident wherein 25 people had to lose their lives, at 1:17 a.m. they booked their tickets from makemytrip.com and they leave country within few hours at 5:30 a.m. in an Indigo aircraft to Phuket to Thailand, in Thailand. So, and then their legal team comes to Delhi court and says that they were not on a flee. The kind of insensitivity, lack of accountability, credibility that was shown on their part is clearly visible in this entire story of fire tragedy. A fire tragedy that happened in the state of Goa in Arpora village in the Birch by nightclub Romeo Lane. Also, it was seen that the businesses were being run illegally. There were several lapses at multiple levels. How was the trade license? How was the trade license approved to them? There was no fire NOC. It was in the CRZ zone.
Yes. In fact, it's right then to say that corruption had killed ultimately the lives, had killed 25 people. On that note, I'm also being joined by my colleague Shambhavi, who's reporting from the national capital. Shambhavi, a very important development that's going to happen in Delhi today is at the Rohini court, where the anticipatory bail plea that was supposed to be heard yesterday will now be heard today. Keeping in mind the developments that's taken place today, keeping in mind that they are now in Thai police's custody, what are the arguments that are expected in court today? Will the anticipatory bail be heard, and will the court take strong note of what's happened in Goa?
See, definitely even yesterday when there were hearings going on and several strong arguments were made from the Luthra brothers end, where when you look at the argument, there is complete lack of accountability when they were claiming that they have all the required licenses, that they need to run their club back in Goa, as well as there are other properties, and 2 of them which have been bulldozed already. And one very strong contention that they also raised yesterday, that their properties were demolished without any notice, which is very ironic given that their club lacked the essential NOC, whether it is fire NOC, which costed 25 people, and that is not a small amount, 25 people their life. They are the ones who are raising the point that their properties were demolished without any notice. And what they said is they were seeking anticipatory bail, transit anticipatory bail for 4 weeks, because they said that we want to exercise our legal remedy. We want to go and apply for anticipatory bail back in Goa, because they are saying that if we come back from Thailand, we'll be arrested. So we need anticipatory bail. Also, one very ironic point was raised from their end, which said that they can take us in custody, but in aid of the investigation and not as accused. So they're basically saying that we want to aid in the investigation, we want to help in the investigation, we want to give every assistance which is required by the police or by the authorities to make sure that the 25 families who are affected by this unfortunate accident be helped. But their actions are very counterintuitive, because they were the ones who fled, who absconded from the country just few hours in the early hours of Monday when this incident happened late night on Sunday. So we know that these are the developments which is currently happening. Today, an order is expected to be passed on this transit anticipatory bail application.
In fact, Shambhavi, I request you to stay with me. Swarali is also with us. Both of you, please stay with me, because we're getting in a breaking news that's coming in, where there's big news from the sources which say that the Luthra brothers might be brought back to India, dragged back to India. Just today evening, the Luthra brothers have been detained in Phuket in Thailand. They are currently
in Thai police's custody. And the Interpol may bring back the Luthra brothers to India this evening. That's a big development that's coming in. Now, during the negotiations with the police, we learned that the Luthra brothers had requested additional security. The accused in the case, the ones who have fled, are demanding an additional security from the Thai police. We now learn that the Luthra brothers could likely be brought back to India today, keeping in mind that they have already been arrested by the Thai police. Swarali, my colleague, is still with us. Swarali and Shamavi both continue to stay with us. Swarali, next to you. Since the Luthra brothers have now been detained, they are now in the custody. What is the next legal process that will be followed once they are here back in India? All right, we have lost that line with Swarali, but Shambhavi is still continuing to stay with us. Shambhavi, the same question to you. What is the next legal process that will be followed once both the Luthra brothers are brought back to India?
See, definitely there are two ways which this entire situation could go. If they would be willingly coming back, they'll of course be arrested. If they'll be brought back through extradition, then also they'll be arrested. So their arrest is one thing. If they don't get the anticipatory bail today, now a lot is dependent on today's order from the Rohini court about their fate, about the Luthra brothers' fate. Because if they get anticipatory bail, then of course they can be brought back to this country, and they can help and assist in the investigation in their capacity in every way, shape or form which they are required to. If not, if at all the court rejects their anticipatory bail application, then again they'll be brought back and then they'll be arrested. So their arrest is something which is somewhat pretty sure in this case, and it's also very important because if we look at the club and the lack of important documents, and also there are several theories about corruption happening, of why this was allowed in the first place. So we see that this case could take various turns, but a lot is dependent on today's order on the transit anticipatory bail application. Back to you.
Stay with me. Swarali is also joining us live from Panji in Goa. Swarali, we saw just a few days back a bulldozer action was initiated on Romeo Lane Club that was again owned by the two brothers. And yesterday in the court, their lawyer, the brothers' lawyer, had said that this was a revenge that was initiated by the Goa police on them. What is the kind of revenge that they're talking about when the Luthra brothers are the one who actually fled the country?
It's very questionable that the set of arguments that had been put out by the legal team. Also, let me tell you that if they are saying, if they had said that it was a revenge by Goa government or Goa police, but then the documents, the kind of case that are already going on, the team who bulldozed the entire illegal wooden plank structure, which was extended for 198 square kilometer, had told us that it was already bulldozed in July, but then it was reconstructed. What kind of revenge are they talking about when there are several irregularities, lapses found at various levels? On one hand, in their Birch nightclub by Romeo Lane in the Harpura village, there is no fire NOC. It is constructed in CRZ zone. They have trade license without the checks and balances, measures and norms in place, and 25 people have to lose their lives because of the fire tragedy which happened because of the absence of entry and exit or fire measures, fire security protocols that are supposed to be taken for any nightclub, restaurant or bar. On the other hand, if the government or Goa police is taking action, of course allegedly the action is being taken late after the incident happened, but if the action is taken, how can it be claimed as a revenge? What were the Goa administration or police was supposed to do? Wait for lives to be lost and then take an action, the course of action?
Absolutely, Swarali. Shambhavi is reporting live from outside the Rohini court. Shambhavi, next to you. The hearing will take place today in the Rohini court. What time is it that the court is likely to take up the case of the Luthra brothers?
Basically, the time was set for 12 p.m. today when the parties have been asked to file their replies in this ongoing case. But then again, the respondent side requested for 2 hours extension on the time. So now the fresh time is 2 p.m. today. So 2 p.m. the parties by 2 p.m. the parties are expected to file their replies in the case of anticipatory bail, and then the hearings would continue, and then we can expect an order on the same today.
All right. Shambhavi, also one more question. When the fugitives, when the Luthra brothers, the club owners will be brought back to India, what is the immediate step that the Goa Police here will be taking forward? Will they be first arrested or will they be first brought to the court?
Thailand, they've been detained by the authorities.
And they've been detained by the authorities back there in Thailand. There is a whole process which is involved by CBI, ED, usually. But then in this case, ED will not be involved. The concerned authorities from the MEA will be involved and Goa Police will be involved. So once they'll come back, they'll be arrested and then they'll be brought to the court.
All right, Shambhavi. Swarali is continuing to stay with us. Swarali, when the club owners were arrested this morning, their passport have been seized, they have been handcuffed. What is the process next that you are picking up that will be followed once they're dragged back to India? And do we exactly know the time on when will be brought back to India? Is it going to be today? Is it going to be tomorrow? Or will it take some days for the Thai police to deport them back to India?
We are continuously tracking this story and trying to gather all the information and updates we are getting. But right now, it's not definite that at what time and how many days will they be brought back to India, when will be they brought back to justice, when will be they deported. But the high-level intensive meeting has been planned at the in the state of Goa, which will be led by CM, including DIG, IG, collector and all the other related authorities. And there's a possibility that the kind of line of action to be taken will be decided in this meeting, and the entire procedure, because it's a question of two countries. He has to be deported back from totally another country. They'll be brought back from Thailand. So the entire procedure will be decided in the connection with central agencies, because it's a country. It's a question of two countries, and then once they are back, the kind on line of action will be decided. Will they be arrested and presented in the court of law is the question, but that is the exact kind of action which is demanded by the deceased families, the people who were injured, and the people of Goa as well as India, because 25 innocent lives lost in a tragic fire incident, which is one of the worst fire incidents in the state of Goa because of the lapses, not just by the owners, alleged perpetrators of this case, but also from the various departments who approved various licenses, permissions on paper without any measures actually taken on ground, whether it be it was constructed in the CRZ zone allegedly. On the other hand, fire NOC was not there, fire protocol measures were not taken. So this case is not just a fine example of the alleged perpetrators doing illegal businesses with irregularities, but also it reveals the kind of fisheries in the government system that was also in place because of the permissions they got, because of the trade license that was issued without norms in place. They could run their business illegally in the state of Goa. So it reveals, it exposes fisheries at all level. The alleged perpetrators of this major case, the government officers who approved of this business to run illegally in the state of Goa.
Right, absolutely. Swarali and Shambhavi, both of you requested to stay with me because what we'll do right now is we'll show you the pictures again of the Luthra brothers who were taken into custody. Now, let's put this into sequence. The development came early morning today at somewhere around 8:30 a.m. where we got to know that the Luthra brothers are now in Thai police's custody. This picture then surfaced few minutes later. Gaurav Luthra, one of the owners of the Birch Club, now in Thai police's custody. His passport has now been seized. Meanwhile, what we also saw in the picture is how there was a handcuff on his hand, and this shows how he has been taken into the custody of the Thai police. The deportation process is now underway. Another owner
of the Birch Club. His name is Luthra. He is the brother of Gaurav Luthra. He has also been arrested. Both of them fled the country on the night when the fire broke out in Goa. Again, his passport has now been seized by the Thai police and he is in current custody. Now, the sequence of events, ladies and gentlemen, followed as the fire broke out on Saturday at around 11 p.m. Exactly after that is when at 1:17 a.m. on Sunday night is when the Luthra brothers had booked their tickets for Thailand. They had claimed in the court yesterday via their lawyer that it was for a work trip that they had booked their tickets for. But how is it when the fire broke out at 11, the tickets were booked at 1:17 p.m. Also, what we know is their flight was then, it was an Indigo flight that they had booked, which then flew at around 5 a.m. on the Sunday morning. So nearly 6 to 7 hours after the fire broke out on Saturday, the Luthra brothers had already fled the country, and exactly after that time is when, ladies and gentlemen, a lookout notice was issued against the Luthra brothers, after which few days later a blue corner notice was issued, but by that time the Luthra brothers had already fled the country. So from Saturday to today, which is Thursday, nearly 5 days, they have now been caught. They are now in the custody of the Thai police and the process of deportation will be completed soon. It still remains unclear on when exactly will the Luthra brothers be brought back to India, whether it's going to be today, whether it's going to be tomorrow, or is it going to take few days. On that note, I still have my colleague Shambhavi and Swarali, who are continue to stay with us. Swarali will be back with us in few minutes. Shambhavi is continuing to stay with us. Shambhavi, what are the arguments yesterday? Because today there is an important hearing that's going to be taken place in the Rohini court. Give us a detailed overview of what are the arguments that the lawyers of the Luthra brothers presented in court yesterday. Because quote unquote, the Luthra brothers lawyer claimed this as a witch hunt, said that they were innocent and that they hadn't fled the country, but they had gone outside India for a work trip.
See, there are a couple major arguments which were raised from the Luthra brothers' side. One being that because it was questioned that if they were not guilty and if they wanted to aid in the investigation, if they wanted to help the authorities in the investigation, which they've been claiming for some time now, why did they flee from India? Why did they flee just immediately, just few hours after the incident happened? To which what they have been putting across very strongly that their job involves often traveling to various countries, and this travel which they undertook on 6th of December was a part of their professional engagement, and also looking at the potential sites for their restaurants in Thailand. So this was a very strong point which was raised again and again by the Luthra's legal team, by the Luthra brothers' legal team, that they went there. Of course, they agree that they went there, but they did not flee. They did not abscond. They went there for professional commitment, for professional engagement. So this was one major argument which was raised. Another major argument which was raised was that they were claiming that they have all the required licenses. Like they said that we have a GST, that we have a liquor license in place, we have other certificates and licenses in place. So we are running the place as per the law. We are doing everything which legally we should have done. Now, this entire incident happened because of a third party. So what their story is and what their argument has been till now, and even in the court yesterday, was that there was a third party who was asked to come to the club and perform. They used some objects, or they used certain objects that were inflammable in nature. So that was the reason which started the fire in itself. Although when we actually go to the depth of this unfortunate accident, we know that when the fire actually started, when the fire took place, there were a lot of people on the same floor, but few of them, they tried to escape the fire by going to the basement. Now, in the basement, they died because of suffocation. And why was the suffocation? Because that area was not properly ventilated. There was no proper ventilation in that room. And there was no fire NOC. So we know that there were several loopholes in their argument. Another argument that they made was, please give us 4 weeks of anticipatory bail. We will come back to India and then we will apply for anticipatory bail in Goa's court. Let us exercise our legal remedy. Please let us exercise our legal right. We want to help and aid in the investigation. We want to help the authorities to make sure that all the 25 families are brought to justice. They even released a very templated response just few hours after the accident, saying that we are deeply disturbed by this unfortunate accident, and we will provide every help possible to the families of the 25 teams, because out of those 25 people, 20 of them are the staff of the club itself, 5 were the tourists. So this has been kind of a templated response that we have gotten from them, and even in the court yesterday, these were the kind of arguments that were raised by the legal team, saying that they've been portrayed in the wrong light, they're not the ones who are wrong. And even in the petition, they have said that they run around 27 establishments all across country, and there is operative and there are several operating teams which are employed for each place, who are responsible for each day, every day, day-to-day basis functions and operations. So they do not take care of this, and they're also just license holders. So there's several arguments raised, and such arguments also expected to happen today, and then we'll see in which direction does the court give its order. Back to you.
Right, Shamavi, thank you very much for the detailed overview of what happened in the court yesterday. Today, ladies and gentlemen, 2 big developments that's taken place. Number one is that the Luthra brothers have been taken into custody by the Thailand police. The deportation process has been completed and they will be brought back to India soon. And the next top development is here back in India, where the Rohini court will be hearing arguments for the anticipatory bail plea that the Luthra brothers had filed. All eyes are now on whether the court will be giving any relief, or will the Luthra brothers face the law. Top development coming in, broken first here on Republic from the pictures to what will be underway in the court today, what kind of arguments that will be presented, and we are non-stop live and breaking on that top story, because remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is not about any other club catching fire. It is about how corruption had killed 25 people in Goa. Those 25 people who had gone out to party, they never know that this corruption could take their lives. All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to now slip into a short break. But don't go anywhere, because after the break, it's a Republic Super Exclusive where we will be reporting live from the Immigration Center in Phuket, the only Indian channel to trace the Luthra brothers right to Thailand.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी।
that we have experienced.
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
राजा आरती और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया सफेद चने या काले चने
सब कुछ मजेदार बने
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा प्यार चाहिए दे दो क्यों नहीं कर सकता क्यों नहीं कर सकता क्यों नहीं कर सकता मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी
that we have experienced severe operational disruptions for the past few days. Since then, the crisis continued to aggravate, with today, December 5th, being the
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Endgame for the club owners. Birch brothers have been detained in Phuket, Thailand. Detained, they will be brought back to India anytime in the next 24 to 48 hours. Their bail pleas in the court. The Luthra brothers, owners of the Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub, bail petition verdict likely today. Indigo board breaks silence, says there is no question of trying to pressurize regulators through cancellations. Devendra Fadnavis issues statement on Pawar land scam, says government and police is not shielding anyone. Ladies and gentlemen, these two brothers, the Birch brothers, the owners of the Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub, where 25 citizens lost their lives in Arpura, Goa on Saturday late night, have been detained. They escaped India, they went to Phuket, they've now been detained, and we're getting in the first pictures of the Luthra duo, the Luthra brothers, taken to the Phuket Immigration Center. The first videos as Republic goes live from the Phuket Immigration Center. We have a cruise there, and the first video is coming of the building where they are being held. Exclusive pictures. Let's put out an exclusive watermark on it, please. Phuket Immigration Center, where they are being held right now. They were taken from the hotel in Phuket and taken to this immigration center where they are being held as of this minute. And from here, they will be most likely dragged back to the national capital. We have still pictures and the videos. So let's put the still pictures and the videos of, that's the immigration center where they are being held. A detention center. This is the immigration detention center where they are being held and will now be dragged back. They were at a resort. This is the immigration detention center, and they were taken here, and from here they will now be dragged back to India. This evening, they are likely to be brought back. First up to Delhi. I'm staying on these pictures. We have 3 still pictures. Let me tell you, there are 3 still pictures that we have. 3 sets of pictures of them being detained in a resort this morning. A video of the immigration center and the detention center still picture. We have the 3 pictures, exclusive details of their journey back to India after trying to escape hours after the fire broke out. Saturday late night, a little after 11 p.m., the fire broke out at the Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub in Goa, Arpora, Goa. 2 hours 17 minutes later, at 1:17 a.m., they booked a ticket to Phuket. Exactly 2 hours after the fire, they knew they were going to get into trouble. They knew people had died, and they immediately fled India. At 1:17 a.m. on Sunday, wee hours of the morning, they booked a ticket, took the first flight out of India to Phuket. And I'm staying with those pictures. These are exclusive videos. I'll stay with the pictures and go across to Shravan, who's joining us. Shravan is live. Shravan, I'm staying with these pictures. They are taken to the detention center. How is the journey back going to happen? Will they be brought to Delhi first? Who gets their custody?
Well, in fact, Goa Police would be getting the custody of Luthra brothers. They happen to be the lead agency as far as this case goes. As we speak, in fact, Niranjan, there is a meeting that is going on at the Chief Minister's office where I'm being told that the DGP of Goa along with the investigating officer are all present. What we do not have clarity right now is to whether at all Goa Police would be immediately leaving for Thailand to complete the entire process. But as far as options available, in fact, there is a possibility that the Thai Royal Police could actually deport them without having an Indian team with the Luthra brothers. That's certainly a possibility given the fact that it has happened in the past. So that possibility can certainly be explored if at all India essentially wants that to happen, which would essentially mean that by the end of the day or perhaps sometime early tomorrow, we're expecting Luthra brothers to be brought back to Delhi. Once they are brought here to the national capital, a transit remand will be sought by the Goa Police, and thereafter they would be taken to Goa, because in all likelihood, given the fact that they have been named in the FIR that has been registered by the Goa Police, and more importantly from the investigation that has been carried out, it is very clear, Niranjan, that both of them wanted to flee from India. In fact, after the fire broke out, which was roughly a little after 11 o'clock on Saturday night, is what we are being told that around 1:17 in the morning through MMT, the tickets were essentially bought by the Luthra brothers, which is a clear indication that once the fire broke out, the information that was received by them from the manager of Birch from Goa, a decision was essentially taken by the Luthra brothers to immediately leave the country. 1:17 is when the flights were essentially booked, and thereafter the 5:30 direct flight to Phuket was taken by the Luthra brothers. Importantly here, this is not the first time that they have been to Thailand or in Phuket. In fact, over the last 1 year itself, they have made multiple trips to Phuket, indicating that they certainly have a base in Phuket, hoping that they would have been able to stay back there till the time a decision would have been taken as far as the anticipatory bail goes. But it seems that one quick action that was actually taken by the authorities was having the blue corner notice to be issued. Typically, it takes about 5 to 6 days for the authorities to issue the blue corner notice, because it goes through a certain process. And by way of the blue corner notice, Niranjan, it is incumbent on the country that they need to locate the fugitive and immediately inform the country that from the country of origin. And that's exactly what has happened in this particular case. The NCB in Thailand, which is the agency which handles Interpol in Thailand, had informed India earlier today that the Luthra brothers have already been detained, and in fact, more details emerging that Luthra brothers were staying in a resort when the Royal Thai Police landed at the doorstep and taking both of them to the immigration center from where Republic is live right now. In fact, we do have a confirmation that Luthra brothers have been taken to the immigration center. We are waiting for some more details to emerge as to when exactly would the deportation process essentially begin. Could that happen a little later, perhaps by the end of the day, or latest by tomorrow?
Shravan, I'm staying with the pictures. There are 3 pictures that we have. In fact, the defining images today in the story of the Luthra brothers who fled India. They just escaped from India hours after the fire. And we have the full timeline. 11 p.m. fire breaks out. 1:17 p.m. they escape. They book the tickets. Look for the first flight out. Exactly 4 hours later, they're on a 5:25 a.m. flight. We have the timeline as well, the graphic of the timeline. And we can show you that. Let's put an exclusive watermark, please. All of these are exclusive videos with Republic TV because we are live outside. Exclusive videos, please. We are outside the immigration center. This is the detention unit at the immigration center where they are being held. And Republic is getting you the first pictures. In fact, this morning when they were detained, we brought you the pictures first of Saurabh, Gaurav, Luthra, both at the detention center. I'll take one more question with Shravan and free him. Shravan, any idea of the timeline? Now, what's the procedure? Now, will the Goa Police be traveling? Will the Delhi Police be traveling? Any details of how this return is going to happen?
Well, that call is now being taken as we speak because the Goa Chief Minister has called for a meeting with the DGP. A decision would be taken whether at all it would be Goa Police travelling to Phuket and getting him back from there, or perhaps there is also another possibility available before the authorities here, that simply asking the Royal Thai Police to send an escort along with the Luthra brothers, and they basically being brought back to Delhi. In all likelihood, it would be Delhi because the transit remand would be sought from here and thereafter being taken to Goa. But the investigation would largely be done by the Goa Police, given the fact that the FIR was registered by them.
Okay. Shravan, thank you for that. Shravan, thank you for that. I have the timeline, and then we also have the victim, by the way, the victim who just spoke to Republic TV, and we'll play out, and there was a full detailed version of her yesterday when she spoke, the sole survivor. We'll play that out. It also came on News Agency ANI a few minutes back. But this is how we exposed their lie, how they planned their escape. 11 p.m. the fire breakout happened. Fire broke out at 11 p.m. And 1:17 a.m. they booked their ticket to Phuket. Exactly 2 hours and roughly 2 hours and 15 minutes after that, the tickets were booked on Make My Trip MMT. That was a platform that they used. And 5:25 a.m. they fled Delhi. The flight took off from Delhi to Phuket at 5:25. So within 4 hours, they dashed to the airport, managed to get that ticket, entered the airport, and just took off for Phuket. And their free run has now ended. In court, they claimed they were on work. They went to Phuket on work. They lied. The timeline shows they lied about going to Phuket on work. Let's go back to the pictures, ladies and gentlemen. We have the 3 pictures of how we've tracked them, and in all likelihood, they will be dragged back in the next few hours. Swarali is live with me. Swarali, I'm staying with the pictures. What is the Goa government doing? Will they be sending a team? You are there. We'd like to hear from you.
Yes, that's true. There's a possibility that a team of Goa Police might be sent to Phuket in Thailand for the further deportation process. Now, a high-level intensive meeting is supposed to be organized in the state of Goa, which will be led by CM. It will be attended by DIG, IG, Collector, and all the other related authorities for this entire case of fire incident, which killed 25 innocent people. Now it is supposed to be seen what the next line of action is taken, because in this meeting, high-level intensive meeting, next line of action can be decided because it's a process. There are several procedures and all the norms had to be followed. It's a question of deportation. A person has to be deported from other country back to India. So in consultation with the central agencies or Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, in the consultation with all the departments respectively, will a decision be taken that how will this process of deportation be taken forward. Right now, the Luthra brothers are in custody of Royal Thai Police. We all know that they have been taken out of the spa called Kutha. On one hand, wherein we know the entire sequence of happening in this entire story, as we have been tracking it since last 4 to 5 days, because initially they fled from India immediately. Within few hours of this tragic incident unfolding, 25 people have to lose their lives. At 1:17, within 1 hour of this tragic incident, they had booked their tickets to Phuket through MakeMyTrip.com. And they took an Indigo aircraft to Thailand. Post that, an FIR was registered. After the entire rescue operation was done, fire department was there, rescue operation was done, the police came to the spot. FIR was registered in the name of Luthra brothers, post which a lookout notice was sent out because they were found missing After that, it came into the light. It was known that they have fled India. They have dodged the entire course of legal action and they are out of the country. Post which Interpol comes into the picture and a blue corner notice was sent out to know about their whereabouts and the current location of Luthra brothers. Post which NCB Thailand had traced these Luthra brothers in the Phuket, Thailand. There's also an angle of investigation that they would have flew to Dubai as they have their home, the businesses in Dubai. As you all know that Republic did try to reach out to the residents of Luthra brothers in Delhi, but no one was supposed to be traced except their pet. On the other hand, NCB Thailand traced their location, post which it was informed to the government authorities back in India. It was communicated back to the central agencies and now they are in custody of Thai Royal Police. They have been taken out of the spa called Kuta, and there is a possibility that they'll be brought back, they'll be deported back to India soon. Now it is indefinite within how many hours will they be brought back or how many days will it take to bring them back, because there's an entire procedure to be followed. But there is a possibility that a group of Goa Police personnel will be sent to Phuket in Thailand to take forward this entire line of action, and it is very important to know what information will come out from the high-level intensive meeting that will be conducted in the state of Goa, which will be led by CM. We are continuously tracking major updates and information we are gathering from the ground, and we are going to keep you updated and posted. Back to you.
Okay. So as we stay with Swarali, who's in Goa, ladies and gentlemen, this is a picture of them and how they were detained. They were tracked down to Phuket. Of course, we broke the story on Monday that they had fled to Phuket hours after the fire, when the focus was on the owners and how they had a free run. We told you they took a 5:25 a.m. flight on Sunday, fled to Phuket. On Monday, the story was broken that they had flown to Phuket. And on all of Tuesday and Wednesday, Indian agencies trying to contact Interpol, the Thailand police, and ensure that somehow these two brothers are detained. And this is Saurabh Luthra along with Gaurav Luthra, who was this morning detained by the Thai police, and a copy of their passport being paraded in the resort where they were detained this morning. Stopped at the resort, tracked down, detained by the police and taken to the detention center these are the first pictures that came in. And by the way, they've been handcuffed and are in custody as of this minute. So we will also play out the versions of those families that lost their lives. There was one lady who lost her husband, her two sisters to this tragedy. The lone survivor spoke about how they were forced to hide in a basement and they couldn't even get out because they broke the rules. They ensured that by paying kickbacks, bribes, corruption, keeping people happy in the system, their club was running for several years. But that free run ended. They're now being dragged back. And these are pictures coming in. I want to go back to the visuals and also get some more details on the story right now. Let's go back to Swarali. Swarali, we are hearing that the Goa government is in a huddle, right? Even the Goa government has to answer. Let's go back to those pictures. And what is the latest? What is the latest? What about the officers? They haven't arrested any officers. They've only suspended a couple of them.
Yes, that's true. We have been continuously tracking the story, and only the suspension of 3 officers have taken place. Let me tell you the names and the designations. Shamila Montero, who was then Director of Pollution Control Board. On the other hand, Raghubir Bakar, who was then Secretary of Panchayat, and Harlankar. There was a lady called Harlankar who was then Director of Panchayat. These are the only officers who have been suspended in this entire case. Goa government, Goa administration and police have been saying that there might be more suspension as the investigation goes further. But right now, in past day, there is no further information about the suspension of other government officers. Now, why is this important, the suspension or any kind of action on the government officers? Because in first place, a trade license was approved. A trade license was given to Romeo by Lane Birch Nightclub, to the owners of Luthra brothers, who are alleged perpetrators of this entire tragic fire incident. The trade license was given without all the checks, norms, balances in place, made with the fire exit or entry. There was only one fire exit or entry, a narrow gate for hundreds of people to come out. There were several people. The number is not definite, but it is very definite. We have talked to locals, people over there, that several people used to pour in to the nightclub to enjoy their vacation in Goa. But what has turned out to be a very tragic incident. 14 staff members lost their lives, 4 Delhi from tourists. There are other people, total 25 people have lost their lives. Only one fire exit. And to recall and recollect the entire exact happening of the incident, there was a fire. The fire engulfed the entire construction. Before that, people went down in the bay in the kitchen area, wherein there was no window, no ventilation, no exit. It was totally closed kitchen area wherein people had succumbed. This is a very stark information that only 2 people have burned to death, but 23 have succumbed to death. We were there at Goa Medical College wherein the postmortems were conducted and deceased family members, relatives were present. We had tried talking to them when they were trying to recognize the bodies, and they have told us, it's on camera, that there are no burn injuries, but there was a bloodlines coming through their nose, their ears, which means their veins are bursted. We can imagine the kind of intensity of this fire incident, in which people were killed, that succumbed to death to the kind of fog which was created by the fire that engulfed the entire illegal construction, which allegedly was in a CRZ zone, which means coastal regulation zone.
Okay, I'm getting in some more pictures right now. Ladies and gentlemen, one step closer. We're getting in more pictures of the detention center in Phuket. I'm going to play those pictures. First up right now, we have the first pictures of the detention center. We brought you those pictures. We have a video as well of where the Luthra brothers are being held. We'll go across full frame. Yes, let's go full frame, please. Let's go full frame. Inside pictures of the Phuket detention center. This is where the Luthra brothers are being held. So Republic TV keeping you ahead. Exclusive images, please. Exclusive images on Republic TV of the Phuket Immigration Detention Center. Let's mention that Immigration Detention Center where they are being held. Phuket Immigration Detention Center where the Luthra brothers have been taken to, and they are being held there, and they will be brought to India from here. From here they go straight to the airport, or perhaps this is connected to the airport, and then they will be brought back, dragged back to India from here. In all probability will be taken to Delhi, and via Delhi, from Delhi, taken to Goa. But these are the first videos that we have of where the Luthra brothers are being held, and this is where they are being kept at the detention center. And anytime now, we are going to get you the first pictures of the Luthra brothers inside the detention center. In fact, the blue door leads to the high security detention room where the Luthra brothers are currently being held inside the immigration center. And we are going to get you some more details on this, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to get you more details because anytime now we should be able to get the first pictures of the Luthra brothers in the immigration center. They thought they could flee India and go to Phuket, and perhaps from there, perhaps their plan was to go to Dubai, where they also owned a home. Where you see this particular part of the detention center. There is a blue room that you just saw there, and behind that blue room is where they are being kept. It's a high security zone inside the Phuket Immigration Center where they are being held, and they should be brought here, or rather have already been kept inside, we are told. So we should be able to get you the first images of the Luthra brothers from inside this detention center anytime now. So I'm staying with these pictures right on top of the story of the brothers, the Birch brothers, who ran many hotels, by the way, ran over 30 hotels, over 42 shell companies, many directors, many partners. Some of the partners have been arrested, many more partners under the scanner, many of them in Delhi NCR, and the focus will be on them and whether they too will be next held to account on how they got away with illegalities. And in a few minutes from now, Republic will get you the first pictures of them inside the detention center. We already have the still images. We should be able to get you the videos as well of them inside the detention center. Okay, meanwhile, here is, while I stay with the pictures on the right of the screen, let's listen to the sole survivor on the left of the screen. On the left of the screen, we'll play what the sole survivor in the tragedy said. The sole survivor who lost a husband and 2 sisters. We'll hear her version and then...
मेरा नाम भावना जोशी है, मैं विनोद जी की वाइफ हूँ और मेरी जो 3 बहनें हैं जो वहाँ पे जिनकी डेड बॉडीज़ मिली है। मेरी फैमिली के जो 4 लोग वहाँ पर ऑन द स्पॉट उनकी डेथ हो गई, सिर्फ एक उनकी छोटी सी लापरवाही की वजह से, जो उन्होंने अंदर अपने बार के अंदर जो प्रिकॉशंस नहीं लिए थे सेफ्टी पर्पज़ के लिए। ना तो उनका कोई एमरजेंसी एग्ज़िट डोर था, ना ही वहाँ पे कोई फायर अलार्म था और ना ही वहाँ पे फायर कंट्रोल करने के लिए कोई भी अदर प्रिकॉशंस थे। इनफैक्ट वहाँ के जो स्टाफ है उन्होंने भी कोई हेल्प नहीं करी, वो पहले अपनी जान बचा रहे हैं। जो वहाँ पे लोग फंसे हैं उनकी जान नहीं बचा रही, जो स्टाफ अंदर फंसा है पहले डांसर्स को, म्यूजिशियंस को, उनको बचाया जा रहा है। बाकी लोग जो खुद से निकले अपनी जान बचा करके वही सेफ़ हुए हैं सर, जो फंस गए वो अंदर ही रह गए। सर बिल्कुल बहुत कड़ी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए उनके ऊपर, क्योंकि वो ऐसे लोग हैं, ऐसे इंसान हैं जो इतनी लोगों की हत्याएं करके इतनी इजीली देश छोड़ के चले गए। आप ये देखिए कि आम इंसान को टिकट नहीं मिल रही है, इतनी महंगी टिकट मिल रही है और वो इतनी इजीली वो देश छोड़ के बाहर चले गए हैं। तो मैं चाहती हूँ उनको सख्त से सख्त उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई बैठे, उनको सख्त से सख्त सज़ा मिले, ताकि आगे जो आज मेरी फैमिली के साथ और कुछ और फैमिलियों के साथ ये हादसा हुआ है वो आगे किसी को फेस ना करना पड़े। और मैं बाकी लोगों से भी ये कहना चाहूँगी कि जो लोग रेस्टोरेंट में या कहीं भी जाते हैं, प्लीज़ आप...
Alright, so Republic is live from Phuket outside the immigration center where the Luthra brothers have been detained. They fled India. They thought they would get away, but they could not. Within 72 hours, they are being dragged back. The process has begun. They've been handcuffed, taken to the detention center, and perhaps in the next 24 hours will be brought back to India. Taking a short break, ladies and gentlemen, our coverage continues here on Republic TV as we get you every breaking update.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH
and gentlemen, you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 12:30 p.m. this afternoon. Our top story continues to remain. The Luthra brothers have been finally detained in Phuket. They have been brought to the immigration center. We'll bring you exclusive visuals from where they are being detained and the further proceedings on how soon they might be repatriated back to India. All those updates coming up in this Live and Breaking bulletin. But as always, let's start with the headlines. It's the end game for the Luthra brothers. They have now been detained by the authorities in Thailand. Passport suspended, duo detained Luthra brothers deportation process initiated from Thailand. Delhi court to resume hearing Luthra's anticipatory bail plea this afternoon. Indigo chairman Bikram Singh Mehta issues apology after massive cancellations, says operations now stable as airline restores full connectivity. Maharashtra's Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis issues statement on Pawarland scam, says government and police are not shielding anyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been following this big update on the Luthra brothers being now detained in Phuket, and Republic has brought you the first visuals of that detention. But in the interim, a lot more is also going on in the national capital of Delhi, where in the parliament, there has now become a big of a battleground over e-cigarettes. Former union minister and now member of parliament, Anurag Singh Thakur has levelled a sensational allegation against TMC MPs, saying that e-cigarettes are being used and that MPs are smoking cigarettes on the parliament campus. Let's listen into that bite coming in of Anurag Thakur.
सर, देश भर में ई सिगरेट बैन हो चुकी है, क्या सदन में आपने अलाउ कर दी है?
नहीं, कोई माननीय सदस्य को कोई भी
सर, टीएमसी के सांसद पी रहे हैं सर टीएमसी के सांसद सर कई दिनों से लगातार बैठ के पी रहे हैं सर।
कोई भी माननीय
टीएमसी के सांसद पी रहे हैं सर चेक कर नहीं सर, आप चेक करवाइए सर।
एक मिनट व्यवस्था
सर, सदन में अगर सिगरेट पीना अलाउ कर दिया है,
एक मिनट प्लीज, मैं सभी।
In the interim, ladies and gentlemen, Arunachal Pradesh police have nabbed 2 men from Jammu and Kashmir for an alleged espionage and links with Pakistan. That's the latest update coming in. They are now being arrested for links with Pakistan-based handlers. The first accused, Nazir Ahmed Malik from Kupwara, was detained in Chimpu after intelligence inputs flagged his suspicious movement, following which they were allegedly transmitting sensitive information on deployment of the army movement and of the troop movements and installations, etc., through encrypted telegram channels, including one named Al-Aqsa, beg your pardon. That's the latest coming in. My colleague Anirudh is joining us on the phone line with more details on the story. Anirudh, the Arunachal Pradesh police has now detained 2 individuals with links to Pakistan-based handlers, passing on sensitive military intelligence and information about army installations and forward deployments. Do tell us what's the latest update on the story, Anirudh.
Yes, these 2 individuals have been arrested from Arunachal Pradesh. They were residing in Arunachal Pradesh for quite some time, and the first arrest was made from Simpu area in the outskirts of Itanagar. He has been identified as Nazir Ahmed Malik, a resident of Kupwara, and intelligence inputs had flagged his suspicious movement in and around the capital region of Itanagar, and he was picked up. It has been learned that they were allegedly transmitting sensitive information on deployment of army movement of troops and also installation of the security forces through various means, including an encrypted telegram channel, the name of which has been known as Al-Aqsa. And based on the interrogation of Nazir Ahmed Malik. The second individual was also picked up, and he has been identified as Sabir Ahmed Mir, who was residing in Abotani colony in Itanagar itself, and Mir is alleged to be coordinating with the same handler, and he was also involved in facilitating illegal crossings of Pakistani national, as well as acting as an arms courier. Both of them have been taken into custody by the Itanagar police, and they are now being interrogated in the Itanagar itself. Meanwhile, also lookout has been increased in Itanagar and other parts of Arunachal Pradesh to find out if they have been in contact with anyone else. This is a major development that has been coming up from Arunachal Pradesh, and given the fact that there has been several key installations of the army along the border, and particularly in the forward area.
All right, Anirudh, thank you very much for tracking those developments. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 people now detained in Arunachal Pradesh in connection to Pakistan-based handlers providing intelligence inputs through Telegram channels. But our focus continues to remain on the main focus story today. That is that the Luthra brothers have now been finally detained in Phuket, and we here on Republic have been tracking those exclusive developments, bringing you first and exclusive visuals. We'll bring you the visuals of that exclusive zone of the Immigration Detention Center where both of them at present are being held. These are the sequence of events and the visuals as we see since morning. They were detained earlier by the authorities, the Thai Royal Police there, and further they were sent to that immigration center that you see on the screen, and behind that blue door, ladies and gentlemen, that is where they are being held at the moment as further proceedings are awaited. At the same time, in the Delhi court today, the anticipatory bail hearing of the Luthra brothers will continue for a second straight day. Yesterday we heard the lawyers of Luthras going into the court and saying that they have fear of life and liberty. And in the interim, let me also take you through a brief timeline of events on how they have culminated over the last 24 to 48 hours and since they fled. First, at 11 p.m. in the evening, the fire breaks out. It was at around 11:45. That is when the alarms bell started ringing. At 11:17 a.m., less than 2 hours after that, the Luthra brothers have allegedly booked their tickets to Phuket, following which the next sequence of events is that at around 5:20 a.m. in an Indigo flight to Phuket, they fled Delhi. And that is how they escaped within 5.5 hours, ladies and gentlemen, of that fire. Joining me live on the broadcast is also senior journalist Savio Rodriguez, who's bringing us more details. Mr. Savio, now that they have been detained in Thailand, it seems that the authorities are sweeping in. At the same time, there is an anticipatory bail hearing going on. They are saying that the Goa police has been vindictive and that there is threat to life and liberty. If they are granted anticipatory bail, they were willing to travel last night. That is what their lawyers said in court. What do you think now is going to happen now that they have been detained? And what is the further kind of proceedings that we can expect in Goa?
I believe their detention and their subsequent extradition to India would be very, very necessary for justice for the 25 innocent people who have been murdered. And I continue to say it's a murder because that's exactly what has happened. So the Luthra brothers are answerable to the law. The Luthra brothers are answerable to the families of the people who have died, innocent people who have died, and the Luthra brothers are answerable to the people of Goa. What happened in the Birch nightclub is a rude awakening to the people of Goa and the people of India, where complete dereliction of duty has led to the death of 25 innocent people, dereliction of duty, corruption, the Luthra brothers, stronghold as far as their bureaucratic and political connections are concerned, enough to bend the administration in Goa to overlook the illegalities that were there in the nightclub. I think the Luthra brothers is only one piece of the entire, systemic corruption that exists in Goa, and therefore it is important to bring them back so that we get to the bottom of where this corruption-led tragedy, leads to. Because the Luthras were the ones with the money, they were the ones with the bureaucratic and political connections. But within the system in Goa also, there were people that were corrupt. In fact, we put out a story earlier in the morning, which actually is the foundation of the illegality of the Birch nightclub, which was the village panchayat itself giving away NOCs without even understanding the nature of the project. And, you know, interestingly, in one of the documents, it was the NOC is given for a repair of a house. That was not a house. It eventually became a nightclub. You know, so there are so many questions that are left unanswered. There is a question where the Panchayat...
All right, Mr.
actually,
Rodriguez, I'm so sorry to cut you short right at the moment, but we have a breaking news update coming in, Mr. Rodriguez, and you'll be also intrigued. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the fresh visuals coming in of the Luthra brothers being detained earlier this morning by the Thai police there. These are visuals from their hotel room. There you can see the brothers there in custody of the Thai police as they also document the sequence of events of the arrest according to the procedure established in Thailand. This is the latest visual that Republic has exclusively accessed of that hotel in which, in Phuket, where the Luthra brothers were hiding. This is the place where they went to. They have said in court that they were there at this hotel in Phuket for various official work purposes, and the manner in which the tickets were booked in the middle of the night, as we saw in the sequence of events, at around 1:17 a.m., following which a 5:20 a.m. Early morning flight to Phuket for quote-unquote urgent work. Subsequently, now after 2 days of goose chase, they have been arrested and detained, I beg your pardon, by the Thai authorities there. Just a few moments ago, we also saw the images of the detention center of the immigration services in Thailand where they have been kept. But these are the fresh visuals of the moment of detention, where you can see the Thai authorities there detaining them, following their legal process and documenting them through cameras and pictures so as to establish a proper chain of custody in this entire sequence of events after the blue corner notice was issued by the CBI following a nod from the Goa Police. This is the latest visual, ladies and gentlemen. Let's also once again take a look at the latest timeline of events that led up to this very moment, ladies and gentlemen, that is on your screen. At around 11:39 p.m. on Saturday night, last Saturday, the Goa Fire Services were informed about a fire at the Birch by Romeo Lane Club, following which at 12 a.m. the fire brigade and the police arrived at the scene. At 1:17 a.m., that is almost a little over 2 hours from the moment of fire, or little under that in fact, the Luthra brothers booked a flight to Phuket through Make My Trip platform, following which at 5:25 a.m. the Luthra brothers boarded the Indigo flight 6E1073 from Delhi at Indira Gandhi International Airport's Terminal 3. At 11:10 a.m. the Indigo flight landed in Phuket Airport in Thailand. The Luthra brothers booked a room at the Indigo Hotel located on Patong Beach in Phuket, following which the two brothers stayed in room number 345 at the Indigo Hotel. We suspect that the images that you see on the screen are from this same hotel room, subject to verification, following which the Goa Police issued a lookout circular and an arrest warrant against the Luthra brothers. The Goa Police reached to Delhi on 7th, that is on Sunday, a day after the fire, but the Luthra brothers were not found at their home because they had already left the country at 5 a.m. that morning. The Goa Police served a notice to the Luthra brothers' mother and sister. The Goa Police checked the immigration and found that Luthra brothers had left for Phuket earlier that morning at around 5 a.m. Following which, on 9th, the Goa Police contacted Interpol to issue a blue corner notice, which provides and empowers all global police agencies to collaborate together and provide information about any fugitives to the jurisdiction in which the case has been registered. In our case, it was India. On 10th, the Luthra brothers' passports were suspended. That was yesterday. And also on the 10th, the Luthra brothers filed an anticipatory bail application for 4 weeks in the Delhi Rohini court, following which we brought you the updates yesterday in the afternoon. And as it stands today, the hearing continues now. And on 11th, the Royal Thai Police arrived at the Indigo Hotel. These are visuals from earlier today, that is today. And in search of the Luthra brothers, they took them into custody. The Royal Thai Police has taken the Luthra brothers now to an immigration detention center. And the visual on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, is the most latest visual of the Luthra brothers being detained by the Thai police from that Indigo Hotel, where they were suspected to be hosted and staying in room number 345. That's the moment of detention. You can see the Thai police officials there making note, also photographing the event to establish the chain of custody of the two detainees. And now they have been taken to an immigration detention center, following which the further proceedings will take place to repatriate them and extradite them back to the country. That's the latest visual coming in, ladies and gentlemen, of the Luthra brothers. Swift action taking place. On Saturday night, the fire took place. On Sunday morning, in the wee hours, they fled the country, and by Thursday morning, they were detained in Thailand. That's the latest coming in on this story, ladies and gentlemen. As we speak, on the other side, once they have been tracked in Phuket, the other side in Delhi, a hearing is ongoing for an anticipatory bail. The Luthra brothers, being represented by senior advocate Siddharth Luthra, are now arguing in the Delhi court for an anticipatory bail for 4 weeks so that they can come back to Goa and file the requisite documents and whatever is the legal procedure that demands them. They can complete those proceedings. However, before that anticipatory bail could be granted, now they have been detained by the authorities there in Thailand, and the further procedure of their repatriation back to the country, their extradition back to India, is now subject to the legal standards established. We'll be closely tracking all these developments, ladies and gentlemen, but here only on Republic, we are bringing you the fastest visuals and exclusive visuals. Those are moments from earlier today with the passport evidence as well. The Thai police clicking a picture and notifying that they have indeed detained Gaurav Luthra and Saurabh Luthra, the Luthra brothers who were the owners and promoters of the Birch by Romeo Lane club that caught fire on Saturday night following pyrotechnics and firework hazard. There was only one entry and exit, ladies and gentlemen. More than 200 people crammed into a tiny nightclub. 25 people died, most of them their employees. And in the wee hours of that night, only a couple of hours after that incident took place, it is suspected that they were tipped off and they decided to take off from the country. I have my colleague Shambhavi joining us live on the broadcast with more details on the story. Shambhavi, do tell us about the legal condition as well. At one hand, you have the Delhi court, which is now hearing an anticipatory bail plea filed by the Luthra brothers. On the other, they have been detained in Thailand. The legal turmoil for the Luthra brothers continues. Shambhavi.
As we can see that there has been significant development in just a matter of few days, because for our viewers, just so that they have a clear idea of how the things unfolded, there was a fire in the club the late hours on Saturday. The fire services immediately within a few minutes responded, but they were facing issue to actually reach the club, because to understand the locality of it, the lanes leading to it, they were very narrow, so the fire truck was not able to reach exactly close to the club. That caused a little delay in putting off the fire and costed more people their lives than it could have been in other way. Then the brothers, they booked a flight at around 1:17 a.m. Now, just a few hours, not more than a couple of hours, they booked a flight and they absconded from the country to Thailand. Then when the next day the Goa Police came to Delhi, they were here at both the brothers' residences, but again both the brothers were missing, and the notice was handed to the mother and sister of the same. Then they went on to check the immigration order, immigration records, in which they realized that the brothers have absconded, to which they issued a blue collar notice, and now we know that the brothers are detained by the Thailand police. While on the other hand, they have filed an anticipatory bail application, a transit anticipatory bail application, the hearing of which was yesterday as well, and today the parties are expected to file their replies on the same by 2 p.m. and then we can expect an order from the court either in favor of the brothers or rejecting their anticipatory bail application. Kritat.
Shambhavi, stay with us because the developments are now taking place very quickly. On one hand, you have the day 2 of hearings of the anticipatory bail ongoing. On the other, ladies and gentlemen, this is the sequence of events that has transpired since morning. First, they were tracked in Phuket. Now they have been brought at the immigration center where they have been detained by the Thai police, and the further proceedings will take place in accordance. But at the moment, Shambhavi, the Rohini court also hearing an anticipatory bail plea. Yesterday in the court, they said that they were willing to come back on the same night, that is yesterday night, if an anticipatory bail was granted. Now that option is completely out because they are not now in any way responsible for traveling back directly because of the additional complication that they have been detained by the Thai authorities following the Interpol's notice. So how does this now further complicate the case for the Luthra brothers in the Delhi Rohini court, and how is this going to have an impact on the proceedings and the argumentation today? If you can bring that for us into perspective.
Kritarth, they were running this risk of being detained by the police the moment they absconded and they left India. Because if at all they would have granted the anticipatory bail a little hour or a couple of hours here and there as well, they would have been detained by the police. So they were running that risk since the moment they left India. And now that they are detained by the Thailand police, even if they get anticipatory bail from here, they will be brought back to the country because their custody is needed to aid in the investigation, because even yesterday, if we remember, the arguments were made in the way that the Luthra brothers' legal team was claiming that you definitely take us in the custody, but in aid of the investigation. Their point was that don't take us as accused. You are arresting us, and they're saying that if we come back to India, we'll be arrested. So whenever they were making that argument, this was a risk that they were running. So they have just further complicated this entire process by absconding, by fleeing, and then making an argument in the court that we have not absconded. We have indeed left country because we had some professional engagement in Thailand, and we were looking at prospective restaurant sites. If we look at the timing of it, it is a little too convenient for us to believe their argument, because just a couple of minutes, a couple of hours after the fire actually happened, at 12 a.m. when the fire truck responded to it, 1:17 a.m. they've booked a flight. That is a very small amount of time for suddenly a professional engagement to have emerged in that story. So this entire route, this entire scenario has become a little too complicated, and a lot is dependent on the fact that in which direction does the court go today. Will they get the anticipatory bail they have asked for 4 weeks, or of whatever period the court seems important, or that will be rejected? Back to you.
Ini Shambhavi, let me also once again, viewers, let me bring you through the sequence of events that has taken place. This was earlier this morning. This is at Indigo Hotel that is located in the Patong Beach area of Phuket, where the two brothers were staying in room number 345 at the Indigo Hotel, where they were initially detained by the Thai police. There you can see them making note of the evidence and clicking pictures and ensuring that the entire chain of custody has been established. You can also see one of the Luthra brothers there with his hands being cuffed using zip ties or some form of restraining mechanism, and following which they were later on brought to the Immigration Detention Center. That's the latest visual on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. That is coming in of the Luthra brothers, the latest visual from the moment of the arrest. The second portion is from there on they were brought to this place, that is the Phuket Immigration Detention Center, where they were brought after, because of the fact that there was a detention, Interpol notice, a blue corner notice established for them. This is the place where they were brought. These are exclusive visuals only with Republic. That's the Phuket Immigration Detention Center, and following which the Luthra brothers were brought in. This is the moment of their detention that was confirmed by the Thai immigration police there. You can see Saurav Luthra on your screen with his passport in his hand, with a picture clicked by the police to prove that this is the same person that they were supposed to arrest. There's another image as well of Gaurav Luthra, his brother, who was also detained, and a similar picture was clicked with him as well. This shows that the Thai police has got the right person, and this also testifies the fact that they have both the people in their detention custody. Following which they were brought to the immigration center, where you will see a detention hold area behind a blue door. And that is where, as far as we know, the two brothers are being detained. Those are the exclusive visuals that Republic has accessed for you from Phuket in Thailand, where the Thai immigration authorities have acted in accordance to the law after the Interpol notice was issued against the Luthra brothers a couple of days ago. They fled the country on Sunday morning, ladies and gentlemen, in the wee hours at about 5:25 a.m. in an Indigo flight to Phuket. And here now on Thursday, within 4 days, they have been detained by the Thai authorities following swift action of the police and authorities there after the Interpol was not notified, and now they have been detained in custody. On one hand, you have a Delhi court hearing ongoing where they are demanding an anticipatory bail for their return to the country. On the other hand, now they have been detained by the Thai authorities, who are awaiting further instructions and who are also waiting to follow the later established procedure of law so as to repatriate the two brothers back to the country in accordance to the extradition law. That's the latest update coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, Thailand and India do have an extradition treaty in place. So repatriation of the Luthra brothers, Shambhavi, will not be much of an issue. But if you can also throw some light on us on what information are we getting in vis-a-vis the legal challenges as well, and the updates that we have tracked. What is the information that you are tracking, Shambhavi?
Kritarth, when we actually come to the point where how will they be brought back and the details of it, it is still, that still needs to be discussed, because once they are detained, this is for sure that they are being brought back. I'm sure a team from India will be deployed to take custody of the Luthra brothers from Thailand, and then they'll be brought back. And if at all they don't get the anticipatory bail, they'll be arrested, and then they'll be brought to court. This is the likely sequence how how things would happen if some other arrangements are not made. And when we come to the legal recourse, as we've been reiterating and we've been reporting from ground zero itself, constantly showing our viewers and telling our viewers what has happened yesterday in the hearing and what is expected today in the hearing. So a lot is dependent on the anticipatory bail order that the Rohini court is likely to release today, and we are yet to see what does both the party file in their replies in the court today, because the court yesterday asked both the parties to file a reply by 12 p.m. but was asked by the respondent team. There was some extension asked by the respondents, to which the time from 12 p.m. was extended to 2 p.m. And now the new time, 2 p.m., we'll see what are the replies filed, what are the contentions made in that, are there new arguments made, or it's just the same argument that Luthra's team was making yesterday about them not being accountable, about them just being license holders, so these are the new details that we'll keep reporting viewers for.
All right, thank you very much, Shambhavi, for tracking those details. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the latest coming in on the Luthra brothers who have now been detained in Phuket. When we come back after a very short break, we'll bring you more exclusive visuals from that immigration center in Phuket, visuals that no other network has. As Republic continues to track this national interest story where citizens have been wronged. Within 4 days, the Luthra brothers have been detained and now they are likely to be brought to the country. We'll bring you more details, ladies and gentlemen, as the end game begins for the Luthra brothers, the club owners of Birch by Romeo Lane in Goa that went up in smokes on Saturday evening. Do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Republic is live and breaking.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता, क्यों नहीं कर सकता, क्यों नहीं कर सकता, मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी।
That we have experienced severe operational disruptions for the past few days. Since then, the crisis continued to aggravate, with today, December 5th, being the most severely impacted day, with the number of cancellations well over 10.
Coming up next on Live and Breaking, the Luthra brothers have been detained in Phuket and Republic brings you exclusive visuals from ground zero that no other network has. Stay tuned.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Soon enough, we ended up trying out creating a 4-rotor flying aircraft, what we popularly call quad rotors today. And we thought we had invented something new that no one has ever done before.
But was it done before?
Yes. A few companies in the US.
Which year would that be?
2003, 2004 is when we were doing it.
You didn't know of the ones that were done in America, don't tell. No. Really?
Yes.
So you were like doing it with the spirit of invention?
Yes.
This is a pure Three Idiots story going on here, by the way. Huh? You see the parallels?
Yes, yes.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, प्यार। मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
It's 1 p.m. and you're watching live and breaking with me, Shavin Sen. On the run, Luthra brothers have finally been detained in Phuket. Over the next couple of minutes, we're going to take you through every details of the investigation that has been carried out and never seen before pictures of Luthra brothers. All this and much more. But first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this time. Luthra brothers, owners of Goa Nightclub, detained in Thailand 5 days after fire broke out in their club. Luthra brothers caught in Thailand, seen in photos with hands tied. Sources say they will be brought back to India soon.
ऐसे लोग हैं, ऐसे इंसान हैं जो इतनी लोगों की हत्याएं करके इतनी इजीली देश छोड़ के चले गए। आप ये देखिए कि आम इंसान को टिकट नहीं मिल रही है, इतनी महंगी टिकट मिल रही है और वो इतनी इजीली वो देश छोड़ के बाहर चले गए हैं।
Lone survivor of Goa fire tragedy exposes Luthra's questions the authorities on how did the club owners escape.
देश भर में ई सिगरेट बैन हो चुकी है, क्या सदन में आपने अलाउ कर दी है?
नहीं, कोई माननीय सदस्य को कोई भी
सर टीएमसी के सांसद पी रहे हैं सर टीएमसी के सांसद सर कई दिनों से लगातार बैठ के पी रहे हैं सर।
BJP accuses Trinamool Congress parliamentarian of smoking e-cigarettes in Lok Sabha. Speaker takes note. No bail for Rahul Ishwar even on the 12th day. Court adjourns the hearing for Monday. On the run for 5 days, owners of Birch Club in Goa, the Luthra brothers who escaped immediately after the fire broke out in the club, have finally been detained by the Royal Thai Police earlier today. Republic TV, the only news network to have got the first pictures of Luthra brothers in custody of Royal Thai Police on your screens right now. This is the latest image that we have got where you can see Luthra brothers in handcuffs. In fact, they have now been taken into custody. Details emerging from the investigation carried out so far. Luthra brothers escaped on Saturday at 5:30 in the morning. The tickets were booked around 1:17 in the morning, and thereafter, after landing in Phuket, is when they put out a post on Instagram by claiming that they were shocked at what really happened at their own club. In fact, in the court where they've applied for anticipatory bail, they say that they are not the real owners of the club to begin with. And more importantly, that they are in Thailand for some work. They fear that if they come back to India, they will be arrested and not given a fair trial. Now, that's the argument that has been made in the court. The matter comes up for hearing later today. Around 2 o'clock is when the Rohini court will be hearing the matter. On your screens right now, these are the latest images. Republic TV has accessed the video of Gaurav as well as Luthra in custody of Royal Thai Police. This was immediately after they were traced to a hotel in a resort, rather, in Katho district in Phuket. And thereafter, they were taken to the immigration center. In fact, Republic TV is the only network to be reporting from outside the immigration center in Phuket, where they have now been kept over the last few hours. We have now accessed the first video of the detention. We'll go full frame with the visuals now coming in from Phuket, where our reporters have now got full details of what's expected over the next couple of hours. As we speak, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant has now called for a meeting with Goa DGP Alok Kumar, following which a decision would be taken whether at all Goa Police would be heading towards Phuket and getting them back. There is also some reports now coming in, possibility of the Luthra brothers being brought to Bangkok and thereafter being brought to Delhi, following which a transit remand would be taken by Goa Police and thereafter the investigation would begin. This comes after the blue corner notice was issued by Interpol on the request made by Goa Police through the Central Bureau of Investigation. Acting on that Interpol notice is the Thai police on your screens right now. Immediately after taking into custody, the Luthra brothers are now kept at the immigration center. We'll go across to Swarali, who's going to join us from Panjim in Goa, getting us the latest details. Swarali, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Swarali,
So that's true, right
are you
now,
picking up any details as to whether at all Goa Police would be headed to Thailand?
There's a possibility that a team of Goa Police might head to Phuket in Thailand, but the line of action, the kind of course of legality to be taken is yet to be decided. It is expected that a high-level intensive meeting will be conducted, which will be headed by CM Pramod Sawant, CM of Goa. On the other hand, DGP, DIG, IG will be involved in this meeting, and all the other related authorities, collector will also be involved in this high-level intensive meeting, which is supposed to happen in the state of Goa, which is expected, and that might, in that meeting, a line of action might be decided as in how the further process of deportation is supposed to be conducted, because it's a question of two countries. Two Luthra brothers were the major perpetrators in the fire incident that took lives of 25 people. They are supposed to be deported back to India. Currently, what information we are gathering in is that they are in the custody of Thai Royal Police, and they have taken out of the spa called Kutha. And right now at the immigration center, we all know that before some time the MEA had revoked their passports, and now this is a major breakthrough update that we are getting in, and now it is to be seen what major action, line of action is decided by the Goa administration in consultation with the central agencies in the way to lead the entire deportation process. Back to you.
My colleague Swarali getting us the latest details from Goa Police headquarters, where the meeting is now underway. In a short while from now, expected confirmation to come in. It is at the Patong hideout where Luthra brothers were traced to. They were staying in a resort. This was after they landed on Saturday morning in Phuket, a direct flight that was taken from Delhi to Phuket. We're going to put out the timeline in a short while from now just to help you understand how it appears that they had all plans to escape from India. In fact, the argument that was made by Luthra brothers through their counsel in the court was that they were planning to go to Thailand for work. It turns out from the investigation that has been carried out that around 1:17, that is just 2 hours after the fire broke out, is when they decided to book the tickets. And in fact, this ticket was booked from MMT and a flight was taken around 5:30 in the morning. So this entire argument that they had some pre-planned work in Thailand seems to have now fallen flat. Remains to be seen how exactly would the Luthra brothers really defend this in the court. Let me go across to my colleague Shambhavi, who's joining us from outside Rohini Court. Shambhavi, what more details are you picking up in terms of the hearing that is likely to take place at Rohini Court in a short while from now?
Well, we know that yesterday the hearing, there was a hearing in Rohini Court itself regarding the transit anticipatory bail which was filed on behalf of both the Luthra brothers, and they claimed in the hearing that they know that if they come back to India, they'll be arrested. So they were asking for 4 weeks of anticipatory bail. And then they're saying that they will file an anticipatory bail in a court in Goa itself. Now today, both the parties were asked by the court to file a reply by 12 p.m. initially, but then the respondent asked for an extension in the time. So now at 2 p.m. we'll know that what are those replies, what is the content of those replies, are there any new arguments or contentions or points made, or are the same, or they are the same as yesterday. And then the court is also likely to give an order either in the favor of the Luthra brothers or would even reject the anticipatory bail. Back to you.
In fact, I'm just going to take our viewers through the details of the anticipatory bail plea that has been filed, and I'll go back to Shambhavi in a short while from now just to put across the details of what is it that they are arguing in the court. As per the plea that has been filed by the Luthra brothers, first big point that they make is that they are not the real owners of the club. The second point that they make is that this wasn't a pre-planned trip. In fact, they had some work and that is why they decided to leave, and it wasn't a response to the fire that broke out in their club. The third aspect is that they fear that if they return to India, that they would be arrested and a fair trial would not be given to them, rather calling it a media witch hunt that is essentially taking place. The fourth point that emerges from the plea that has been filed is that they're saying that since they are not the real owners, they are not the only person responsible for what really happened in the club. From the documents that we have been able to peruse through, it seems that the parent company of Luthras do have other directors. In fact, the other directors have also are likely to be called in for questioning by the Goa Police, but it seems that right now the focus of the entire probe is on whether at all Luthra brothers are in the custody of the Goa Police. Let me go back to my colleague Swarali, who's joining us on this broadcast. Swarali, is there any details you're picking up whether at all the other directors in the company would be called in for questioning by the Goa Police?
Yes, let me give you more details about this case. Right now, total 6 arrests have been made by Goa Police, and Ajay Gupta is supposed to be questioned and all these questions must have been in the fray that was he not involved in this case, did he not have any more inputs, insiders about how this illegal construction was operating in the state of Goa without proper checks and balances and measures in place. Also, there was only one fire, single narrow fire exit and entry, wherein 23 people had to succumb down to death and 2 had burned down to death. What about that? Allegedly it was in a CRZ, that is Coastal Regulation Zone. So Ajay Gupta was the third partner of Luthra brothers, must have been questioned about, and he's now presented in the MAPSA court, because some time back we were tracking that he had left from the Anjuna police station. The police escort team had taken him to the MAPSA court, which becomes very important. What kind of leads do we receive and find from the investigation of Ajay Gupta? Now, as we all know, that Luthra brothers are right now in the custody of Thai Royal Police, and the official communication has been done with the central authorities and agencies of India. Now, it is very important what kind of line of action is decided by the Goa administration, including CM, DGP, IG. It is expected that soon a high-level intensive meeting might be organized, and the line of action, the kind of action to be decided, what next in this case. Currently, they are in the custody of Thai Royal Police in consultation with the central agencies of India, because it's the question of deportation. They are supposed to be deported from Thailand to India. There was also a treaty between Thailand and India previously, so the process might be smooth, but there are several procedures and norms to be followed. Hence, we might get update anytime soon, but the communication, the line of action, the decision-making process is going on, and it is to be seen how is this process taken forward. Back to you.
I request you to stay on with us. I'm just going to now put across some details of the entire timeline as to when the fire broke out and what really happened thereafter. This becomes crucial because in all likelihood, this will become the fulcrum of the entire argument that would be made in the court. The fire breaks out a little after 11 o'clock on Saturday night. This is at the Birch Nightclub, which is run by the two brothers that you see on your screens. 1:17 in the morning is when the tickets are booked for Saurabh and Gaurav Luthra. This is through MMT when the flight is booked. 5:25 is when both of them decide to leave from Delhi. In fact, police basically suspects the reason why Thailand was the chosen destination for two reasons. One, a direct flight, which would essentially mean that in a short span of time, roughly less than 4 hours, they would be in Thailand itself. The second aspect that the Goa Police is basically looking at is the very fact that they have been to Thailand in the past and there are business interests of the Luthras there. And there could be some local help that could be provided to the Luthra brothers because their associates are also present in Thailand. That is the second suspicion that the police has at this stage. The third important aspect is that from Thailand itself, it would have been far easier for them to monitor this entire case, so much so that the moment they landed in Phuket is when they put out a message through a social media platform, basically saying that they are shattered because of what really happened in their nightclub. Now, the argument that has been made in the plea that has been filed by the Luthra brothers is based on the following, that this was already decided that they would be going to Thailand because they already had some work. No clarity as to what is the nature of work that they had in Thailand. No details have been provided by the legal counsels of Luthra brothers in the court. Most likely, this is an issue that is going to be raised in the court today when the hearing begins roughly in an hour from now. It's in the Rohini court when the matter is going to be heard. Now, if at all the anticipatory bail is granted, remember the Goa Police would thereafter take a call that whether at all they are going to send a team or perhaps request Thailand's Royal Thai Police to escort the brothers and bring them back to India and hand them over to Goa Police. The transit remand is likely to be taken from the national capital itself, and thereafter they would be taken to Goa for further investigation. Some documents that have also been accessed by Republic TV clearly goes on to indicate that there have been massive violations on the very plot that the club had come up. It is a violation of the CRZ rules, and secondly, there have been notices that have been issued to the brothers. It seems that there has been some sort of pressure that was put on the local authorities to not take any action against the Luthra brothers and the club, despite various violations that have been spotted. Let me also bring in my colleague Swarali, who's joining us on this broadcast. Swarali, with respect to the investigation that has been carried out so far, some details emerging that there have been blatant violations that have taken place while the construction of the club. The Chief Minister is indicating that a full-fledged investigation would be carried out. Anything so far?
Yes, that is true. A magisterial probe has been ordered since the day one. A strict action, an audit of nightclubs, restaurants and bars across the Goa is also ordered on the other hand. But if we talk about the magisterial probe, CM has said twice that the results will be out in 7 to 8 days and all the angles will be examined and investigated thoroughly. There are allegations that there was only one narrow exit and entry gate for the entire Birch by nightclub Romeo Lane's building, wherein we have seen the visuals how the fire engulfs entire construction, and people who went to the kitchen area towards the bay area, which was entirely closed. It was a closed structure for the kitchen area, and as we all know that only 2 people, the CM himself have said that 2 people have burned to death, but 23 have succumbed to death because the kind of smog and smoke that was created from the fire that engulfed the entire building, that led to people, 23 people rather, succumb to death. Now it is very important that what comes out in the magisterial probe, because all these angles will be explored, as in the trade license was not renewed. Why was it so? There's a demolition notice let out by the Sarpanch of Arpora village, but there was a stay ordered by the Directorate of Panchayat because a case was going on. It was an ongoing case, and next hearing was supposed to be conducted on 17th December, and definitely there's a blame game, as we have tried to talk with the Sarpanch of Arpora, Roshan Redkar, and he said that I'm not sure why was I summoned, why was I questioned, because I was the one who initiated the action, but the stay order was being put by the authorities. That's what he claimed. On the other hand, we tried to talk with the BJP MLA Michael Lobo, who said that Roshan Redkar, the Sarpanch of Arpora village, had an authority to cancel this trade license. Instead of doing this, just demolition notice was put out. Allegedly, he said that was it a chance for Luthra brothers, alleged perpetrators of this fire incident, to go approach Directorate of Panchayat and bring the stay orders. Was it just a try to do that, an effort to do that? Why was the trade license not cancelled if there were several lapses? And in the demolition order, there is a mention of illegal business being operated. On the other hand, it is allegedly constructed in the CRZ zone, that is Coastal Regulations Zone. So all these angles and all these details will be investigated in this magisterial probe, and the result is expected in 7 to 8 days. That's what the authorities are claiming over here in Goa. So it becomes very important what comes out in this magisterial inquiry. This is the line of action on one hand. On other hand, all the nightclubs, bars and restaurants have been given standard operating norms. SOP is being generated, and those who will not fulfill all these norms mentioned in the SOP, all these nightclubs, restaurants or bars will be shut down. That's the kind of strong affirmation given by Goa CM. On the other hand, police is also on fray. They are on their toes and investigation is going on. We also know that 3 government officers are suspended till now. Shamila Montero is the former director of Pollution Control Board. On other hand, Raghubir Bakar was former secretary, and Siddhi Harlankar, who was former director of Panchayat. All the 3 officers are suspended. They were also investigated. It is also important what comes out in the investigation. According to the local media, Siddhi Harlankar had given them a statement saying that I don't know why was I summoned, because I tried to take action but was oppressed by senior officials. That what she has said, she has alleged to the local media. But it becomes very important what next action is being taken. Now this high-level intensive meeting which is supposed to happen, it is expected to happen. Their major breakthrough decisions might be taken. That what
there are two sets of breaking news now coming in, Swarali, right now. We're going to show the blue corner notice that was issued against Gaurav as well as Siddharth Luthra in a short while from now. But before that, another breaking news now coming in. Partner of the Luthras, Ajay Gupta, has been taken into custody and he's been brought to the MAPS court today. He is the co-owner and accused number 3, Ajay Gupta, that has been brought to MAPS court. On your screens right now, the blue corner notice that was issued against Gaurav as well as Saurabh Luthra. In fact, details that we have on your screens right now of the Luthras, born in the year 1985, 10th September, information that has been provided, injury causing death, manslaughter and murder charges. These are the charges that have been leveled against Saurabh Luthra as per the blue corner notice. Gaurav Luthra's blue corner notice also indicates that information that has been related to the criminal investigation basically indicates that injury causing death, manslaughter or murder. The passport number has also now come in with regards to Gaurav Luthra. This passport has already been cancelled is what we are being told, and because of which I think so, first of all, the action has been taken following the request that went in from the Ministry of External Affairs, which indicated that the passport no longer stands valid, and the decision was thereafter taken by the Royal Thai Police to take them into custody. In fact, we have now got details of the hotel where they were staying, and from the place that they were taken into custody by the Royal Thai Police indicates that they have been staying in that very location from the time they landed in Phuket. That's the latest now we are picking up on your screens right now, the exclusive coming in of the Interpol's blue corner notice against Saurav and Gaurav Luthra. On your screens right now, both the details coming in of the criminal investigation that is being carried out, and as per the blue corner notice, they have been charged for manslaughter is what we are being told. Now, if you look at the blue corner notice, clearly indicates the charges that have been leveled against Gaurav and Saurabh Luthra. In fact, we've also got details of the very place that they have been kept right now. They are at the immigration center at Phuket, where the process is already underway. The deportation process will also take place following the meeting that is taking place at the Goa Chief Minister's office. And a communication is expected to come in after the meeting, following which there is a possibility that Goa Police could head to Thailand and to bring back the Luthra brothers. Let me also bring in Swarali right now, who's joining us on this broadcast. Swarali, any more details are you picking up as to by when are we to expect the Goa Police to take a final call?
Right, exactly. We are waiting for the same set of information that when will be this decision taken in regards to the deportation of Luthra brothers who are right now in the custody of Royal Thai Police at the immigration center in Phuket in Thailand. As we all know that they have fled the scene immediately within few hours of the tragic incident unfolding, wherein 25 people had to lose their lives, and within 1 hour of this tragic incident at 1:17 a.m. they had booked their tickets with MakeMyTrip.com and taken an Indigo flight to Phuket. After that, they had filed for an anticipatory bail plea in the court of law, which was outrightly rejected by the Delhi court yesterday. They had asked for 1 month of anticipatory bail, and their demand was they were trying to communicate with the administration, saying that we are ready to fly back to India, but we should not be arrested, and all the legalities that should be processed in the state of Goa. That was the kind of demand made by Luthra brothers. But on the other hand, as in the decision to be taken right now by the authorities, Goa administration or the central agencies related to the deportation of the alleged perpetrators, Luthra brothers, it is said to be taken anytime soon. A high-level intensive meeting is expected to be held, which will be led by CM, including DIG, IG, collector and all the other related authorities, and CM might interact and do a formal communication about the line of action taken by the Goa administration in consultation with the central agencies. But we are still waiting for any information we are waiting for any information from the Goa administration to come out anytime soon regarding the process and entire procedure to be done for the deportation of alleged perpetrators, Luthra brothers. Back to you.
Well, in fact, Swarali, I'm just picking up more details from sources within the Goa Police. Now, important to point out, since we are already putting out the Interpol notice on Saurav as well as Gaurav Luthra, since it is a blue corner notice, as per the provisions of the blue corner notice, they can only be located. An arrest cannot take place, is what we are being told. Once located, the process that is followed is that either an extradition request is sent or a provisional arrest request can be sent on the same very day. Since the extradition request takes time, so an provisional arrest request can go on the same very day through Interpol. Red corner notice certainly is not compulsory for extradition or provisional arrest. In fact, we are also picking up more details. A provisional arrest request is going to be sent to Thailand. This is after Thailand has acted on the request that has gone in from Interpol of locating Saurav and Gaurav Luthra based on the blue corner notice that has been issued against both the brothers. Can we just go back to the Interpol notice, because that's the breaking news now coming in, picking up more details with regards to how they are essentially acting on the provisional arrest that has been made, the detention request that has come in. India is going to make the provisional arrest request based on which the process is taken forward. In fact, this request can be made within a day's time is what we were told, which in all likelihood would be done today. Detention is after the passport was already cancelled, is the other details that we are picking up. So these are fast-paced developments that are taking place following this morning's detention that has taken place. Provisional arrest request has been made to Thailand. These are the details we are picking up of non-stop breakings now coming in on this entire matter. Birch brothers, who were basically free on the run for the last 5 days, have finally been located in Thailand, and Royal Thai Police has acted upon the blue corner notice that has been issued against the Luthra brothers. We'll show the blue corner notice that has been issued against the Luthra brothers, if we can put that on air right now, which clearly goes on to indicate that both the brothers faces charges of manslaughter, murder. That's the latest now coming in of the requests that have been made by the NCB here in India. Let me also bring in my colleague Swarali, who is joining us on this broadcast. Swarali, what more details are you picking up? Because it seems that a provisional arrest request has gone from India to Thailand. They are essentially avoiding the extradition request because the extradition request would take much more time. So the other option available before them is to make the provisional arrest
Yes, that's true. We are getting major breakthrough updates in this entire case, and constantly we are trying and tracking the story since last 4 to 5 days. Now it becomes very important what kind of communication goes from the side of in Government of India and Ministry of External Affairs and the Goa administration, the line of action to be taken. We are yet waiting for information and confirmation regarding how are they communicating with the Thailand authorities, in a sense that right now they are in the custody of Thai Royal Police at the immigration center in Thailand. So to be very specific, in Phuket. And now the procedure, the norms to be followed for deportation have already started. They have kicked in. But how are they going to go forward regarding the extradition or provisional arrest? We are yet waiting for the confirmation from the Goa Police itself. And it has become very sensitive case at this point of time, as in the alleged perpetrators, Luthra brothers, were the owners of Goa Nightclub, wherein 25 people had to lose their lives in this major fire accident. This is one of the highly tragic fire incidents of Goa in the history of Goa. So all eyes are on what line of action is being taken right now by the Goa Police. According to the speculations, the team from Goa Police or Delhi Police might also fly to Phuket, but the confirmation information. On this information, we are yet waiting for all the updates, and as soon as we track and get any such information, we'll keep you posted and updated. Back to you.
Right, Swarali also talked to us about when we say the provisional arrest that India has now formally requested the Thai authorities for a provisional arrest. What actually do we mean?
Yes, the kind of communication and line of action that is being taken, we are constantly tracking it, and it is said that provisional arrest is being requested by the authorities from Indian side, and there's a constant line of communication that is taking place right now. It's a very developing story. We are getting constant information and updates. It is to be seen that what kind of communication is done from the side of Thailand, and what next steps and measures are taken to deport, to extradite back the alleged perpetrators, Luthra brothers. What kind of action is taken to deport them back to India, that is to be seen.
Right, Swarali, stay with me, because on our screens right now we are currently showing the Interpol notice that was issued to both the Luthra brothers, Saurabh Luthra and Gaurav Luthra. In my hand right now I have the Interpol notice on Saurabh Luthra. It mentions the purpose of the notice, and the obtained information column says that it is to be treated as a request to provide information on a person of interest in a criminal investigation, and in particular on his or her previous criminal records and ongoing criminal activities. Now, under the locate column they have written, it is to be treated as a request to trace and locate a person of interest in a criminal investigation, and if there are any information that is required, it is to be sent to the NCB New Delhi and the ICPO Interpol General Secretariat. Now, these are the two Interpol notices that have been issued, each to both the Luthra brothers, Saurabh Luthra and Gaurav Luthra. The notices that have been issued are on your screens right now. It clearly states that it is a criminal investigation that has been initiated against the Luthra brothers, because what we're talking about here is how the Luthra brothers had fled the country on the night when the fire broke out in Goa. They were the club owners, and they had to be taken responsible and accountable into what happened in their club. But soon after which is when they fled the country. 11 p.m. is when the fire broke out on a Sunday, and at 5 a.m. is when the flight of Indigo flight to Phuket was booked. They had gone to Phuket in just 5 to 6 hours after that. On your screen now, viewers, are the visuals, are the pictures of the detention. The first picture is from the room in Phuket to where the Luthra brothers were tracked by the Thai police, and the second picture is when they were detained. Their passports have been seized, they have been handcuffed, and the detention process now is completed, and they will be brought back to India soon. In fact, we have one more set of breaking news that's coming in. Indian embassy officials have now reached the immigration center in Phuket. We have got visuals from the immigration center as well, where both the Luthra brothers have been kept in Phuket in Thailand. We now learn that the Indian embassy officials have reached the immigration center. So very fast-paced developments that are coming in here, Swarali, where just this morning when the custody of the Luthra brothers were taken up by the Thai police, now we learn that the Indian embassy officials have already reached the immigration center. What is the process that will be carried out by India next?
Yes, that's true. Indian officers are there at in Phuket in the immigration center to process the further norms and regulations to be followed for the deportation of alleged perpetrators.
All right, yes.
Who are right now in the custody
of... Yes, Swarali, like I was saying it to our viewers, Swarali, just hold on for a minute, because we have one more set of breaking news that's coming in. Indian embassy officials have now reached the immigration center in Thailand, and they will be getting in touch with the Thai police, who have already taken the Luthra brothers into their custody this morning. These are the visuals of the immigration center, ladies and gentlemen, exclusively only to Republic, where the Luthra brothers have been kept. They have been kept in detention. They were tracked earlier this morning. 5 days chase has finally ended, and it is at the Phuket immigration center where both the Luthra brothers have been kept. The deportation process has been completed, and in just a few hours or days from today is when the Luthra brothers will be dragged back and brought back to India. This is the exclusive picture, the visual of the immigration center, exactly at the same place where the Luthra brothers are kept. The Indian embassy officials have already reached there. Fast-paced developments coming in. To put it into sequence, it was on Saturday at 11 p.m. when the fire broke out. 1:17 a.m. on Sunday is when the Luthra brothers had booked their flight. 5 a.m. on a Sunday morning is when they had fled the country, soon after which a lookout circular was issued. But by that time, the Luthra brothers were already in Phuket in Thailand, and after which, then after 1 or 2 days when the fire broke out, Interpol notice was issued, Interpol was roped in, and a blue corner notice was issued against the Luthra brothers. Now, after Saturday and Sunday, now we see that the Indian embassy have already reached the immigration center. Today is when the Luthra brothers were taken into custody by the Thailand police. They have been tracked, they have been traced, and the Indian embassy have already reached the immigration center. In just some moments from now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be getting in more details on when exactly will they be deported back to India. Indian embassy officials have already reached. They are in contact with the Thai police to initiate the deportation process, and on the exact date of when the Luthra brothers will be brought back to India. Fast-paced developments now taking place. The detention was done after the passports of both the Luthra brothers was cancelled. Minute-by-minute details from Phuket is only on Republic. A provisional arrest request has also been made by India after we got in touch with the Thai police. India has made a provisional arrest, and Shravan is joining me live from the studio on that note. Shravan, Indian embassy officials have already reached the immigration center, and a provisional arrest request was already made.
Well, in fact, more details we are picking up, Tanisha, right now from our sources. Republic TV is the only news network to be reporting from outside the immigration center. In fact, I've just spoken to a source of mine in Goa. They are now saying that the process is already underway, the process of the deportation. In fact, Indian embassy officials are there at the immigration center. This is the immigration center where the Luthra brothers have been kept. Goa Chief Minister has already given the orders to Goa DGP to expedite this entire process. There is a possibility that they would be first taken to Mumbai, and the transit could actually take place from Mumbai itself. So that's the other possibility that they're exploring right now, given the fact that that would basically reduce the time and they would be able to take them into custody faster than being brought to New Delhi. That's the other details we are picking up, Tanisha. Just a quick recap of what we know so far. In fact, first with regards to the images that have come in, it seems that they were in a resort in Phuket. This was the place that they had headed towards immediately after landing in Phuket. Around roughly a little after 5 o'clock this morning, Bangkok time, is when they had essentially sent the team to nab both the brothers. It was quite unexpected for the brothers, given the fact that their matter was coming up for hearing around 2 o'clock this afternoon is what we are being told, because they were hoping that the further process could actually take place after the hearing takes place. In fact, they also had a plan to reach out to the police following the hearing that would have taken place today. But the police once again maintaining here that they had all plans to leave the country. The investigation that was carried out clearly indicates, Tanisha, that around 1:17, that is 2 hours after the fire broke out, is when they decided to leave for Thailand. The reason why Thailand was decided was because A, the visa is easier, it's an e-visa. Secondly, they suspect that local help would have actually been provided to the Luthra brothers. That is the other reason why Thailand was essentially chosen by them, Tanisha.
Well, absolutely, Shravan. Having said that, now since the Indian embassy is already reached, the officials are there at the immigration center in Phuket. When is it? When are we expecting the process to be completed? By what time? And when, if you can let us know about when will we see the Luthra brothers being brought back to India?
Well, I'm trying to get more details on that, Tanisha. I'm just going to perhaps get on a call and just get more details with regards to when are we to expect them to be brought back to India. But in all likelihood, once the Indian embassy officials complete the process, is when they are going to take it is when they're going to decide when to bring them back. There is also one option that they are basically exploring is of asking the Thailand police to send them with the help of an escort, because a provisional arrest request has already gone to them, following which that they would take the step of arresting him and sending him back to India. And if at all it happens, there is a possibility of them being sent to Mumbai, and after that they would be taken to Goa.
All right, Shravan is continuing to stay with us in the studio. Meanwhile, we also have Swarali, who's joining live from the DGP office in Goa. Swarali, what is the update from the DGP office in Goa? We learned that the Indian embassy officials have already reached there. What actions is the Goa police taking further?
Yes, that's true. Indian embassy officials are already present in the immigration office of Phuket in Thailand. As we all know that Luthra brothers, alleged perpetrators of the fire incident that has taken place, and 25 people had to lose their lives, had fled the scene immediately within a few hours of the tragic incident unfolding. Brutal tragic incident that killed 25 people around 1:17 a.m. In the midnight. The flight tickets were booked and they had fled the scene. We also know about the kind of anticipatory bail plea that they had made for the 1 month, and they wanted the entire process, legal process, to take place in the state of Goa. The anticipatory bail was outrightly denied by the court, and today we can gather in the more information from today's hearing as well. On the other hand, the kind of action that is being taken place in the state of Goa by the Goa Police or the Goa administration. 3 officers were suspended previously in this case. And if we talk about the deportation process of Luthra brothers, a high-level intensive meeting is expected anytime soon, which will be led by CM, including DGP, IG, and all the related authorities will be included. And the line of action, the process, it will be decided how are Luthra brothers supposed to be deported back, because it's a very important process. There are certain norms and procedures to be followed. So will it take a few hours or will it take few days is the question of the line of decision or action that is being taken by the Goa administration, police and the government.
Swarali, now what's the next process that will be followed since the immigration officials are there in Phuket? Indian embassy officials also there. Now India has been in continuous touch with the Thai police, who had taken the Luthra brothers into custody earlier this morning. What is the next course of action that will be initiated against the Luthra brothers once they're here back in India?
Right. Before answering this question, a quick recap of the sequence of the incident. The Luthra brothers fled from the scene around 5:30 a.m. and after entire thing came into the light, FIR was registered in the name of alleged perpetrators, Luthra brothers, and then a lookout notice was sent, and this was way quick. Usually a lookout notice takes some time to be released, but in this case Goa Police had taken quick steps and measures to send out a lookout notice, after which that it came into light that they had taken a flight to Phuket and they had fled the country, and that's when the Interpol was approached. It came into the picture, and a blue corner notice was also released. The document Republic TV has accessed right away, the blue corner notice, to check the whereabouts about the Luthra brothers, and then NCB Thailand had traced Luthra brothers, and now they are with the Royal Thai Police right now at the immigration center, wherein the Indian embassy officials have also reached, and a formal line of communication will be resumed, and it will be checked. The multiple ways will be explored to bring back Luthra brothers to India.
Right, Swarali, I request you to stay with me, because we're getting in fresh visuals of another accused in the case. His name is Ajay Gupta. He was the co-owner of the Birch Club, who has now been brought to the court in Goa. When Republic confronted him yesterday, he had to say that he was a sleeping partner and that he had no role to play as far as the tragedy in Goa is concerned, as far as the killing of the 25 people is concerned. Clearly, ladies and gentlemen, this was not just a mere accident, or it was not a mere fire accident that had happened, but it was murder by negligence that had taken place in Goa. I believe we are getting in some ambience audio of what's happening, what Ajay Gupta is speaking to the reporters. We can have that up right now. All right, so these are the visuals of the co-owner Ajay Gupta, who's been brought to the court in Goa. Anjana Court is now going to hear his petitions and the case that he is involved in. He was the co-owner. He had not escaped, and that is how the Goa Police had nabbed him, had apprehended him. The co-owner is now at the court. Swarali continues to stay with me on the broadcast. Swarali, explain to us about the role of this man, Ajay Gupta, who's also said to be the co-owner of the Birch Club. What role did he play? Because his arrest is imminent, and that had also led to the tracing of the Luthra brothers.
Yes, let me tell you, Ajay Gupta was a third partner of alleged perpetrators. Luthra brothers is now in the custody of Goa Police. He was presented in the court, Mapsa court to be very specific, in Goa, and 7 days remand has been given to the Goa Police. The team of lawyer of Ajay Gupta had said that on the medical grounds, on the medical condition, he is not keeping up with the health, and so he should be given the leeway, but that was not the case. Court rejected that, and 7 days remand for further investigation was given to Goa Police. Now it is very important. It is very important to see what investigation reveals, because he's a third partner in the kind of illegal construction businesses that were being operated under the Luthra brothers. The Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub, wherein the fire incident unfolded, was owned by Luthra brothers and the third partner Ajay Gupta. So major leads could come across in the investigation of Ajay Gupta during these 7 days, and it is to be seen what all insiders inputs he gives in more to solve this case, wherein 25 people had to lose their lives because of the absence of fire regulatory norms. And it becomes very important in this times, because as Indian government, Goa administration is trying constantly, pursuing constantly all the international agencies to bring back, to deport Luthra brothers, alleged perpetrators, back to India. What all information is gathered from Ajay Gupta, who is the third wheel? When reporters try to talk to Ajay Gupta, he has said that he's sad, he's a sleeping partner, but he's not aware about any details of this incident or the irregularities in the Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub. But we have seen the kind of action taken, strict action taken by Goa administration. The second property owned by Romeo Lane by Luthra brothers in the Vagator area, it was brought down, it was bulldozed by the Goa administration, because even there irregularities were found, and 198 square kilometer land of seashore was encroached, entire wooden structure. We had shown the visuals live. We have been tracking this story continuously since last 4 or 5 days. So there is a huge possibility that irregularities may be about the fire norms, the encroachment, the construction in the CRZ zone, that is coastal regulation zone. The more inputs might be fed from the investigation with Ajay Gupta, who is the third wheel. But in court it was said that the team of lawyers had said that he is not keeping up with the health, and it should be taken care of.
Right. Absolutely. So, Rali, stay with me, because we've gotten details on what did this co-owner Ajay Gupta actually speak to the media after he was taken out of the court. Remember, he's already been sent to 7 days of police custody. Now, Ajay Gupta's lawyer cited that it was because of his ill health in court, and stating that he was not feeling well, and therefore he should be granted relief. However, the judge had rejected his argument, saying that the police would take care of Ajay Gupta's health, and that Anjana police have been instructed to ensure that all his medicines are provided and that health is monitored properly. Now, when questioned by Republic, Ajay Gupta said that I'm sad about whatever happened, I did not do it, and that I'm just a sleeping partner. So Swarali, he's just going on and repeating the same old narrative that he peddled, but the fact remains the same, that he was the co-owner, he was in touch with the Birch brothers, he did know about the whereabouts of the Birch brothers, and that about his plan that the Birch brothers, the Luthra brothers, are going to flee the country soon after the fire had broken out. Keeping in mind that the co-owner has now been arrested, Swarali, what is the line of questioning that this co-owner Ajay Gupta will now be questioned on by the Goa Police?
Yes, that's true. He's repeating the same old narrative that he has been given out to reporters. Even in Delhi, Republic TV's reporters had tried and approached Ajay Gupta, wherein he had said he's a sleeping partner and he have no idea about any such details of the Birch nightclub, the irregularities those were found. On the other hand, even in Goa, when he was presented in the Mapsa court, he had tried to tell the reporters on the similar lines that was a sleeping partner and does not have more inputs about the incident that unfolded, tragic fire incident that unfolded in Goa. But similarly, this will be the exact line of question during the investigation, that if it's the third partner of Luthra brothers or the major perpetrators in the fire incident that took place that killed 25 people, he was a partner. So what more insiders did he have? Did he know about the irregularities and the way the norms and measures were not considered? They were not in place, and that's why this incident took place in first place. So all these questions will be asked, and police will go tough on Ajay Gupta to fetch out more and more details to resolve this case, because CM of Goa, on the other hand, the police administration in the Goa has also affirmed very strict action. All the perpetrators regarding this case will be brought down to justice, and strict action will be taken.
Yes, Sorali, thank you very much for getting us those details. Quickly recapping all that has happened today. The major news being that the Luthra brothers are now in custody of the Thai police. The sequence of events are as follows, ladies and gentlemen. Today, earlier this morning at around 8:30 a.m. is when the first pictures came in of the detention of the Luthra brothers, Saurav Luthra and Gaurav Luthra, the owners of the Birch Club. The same club that had caught fire on Saturday have now been detained. This came after the detention, came after 5 days after they had already flown out of the country. They had escaped to Phuket. It was their hideout in Phuket, after which Interpol got in touch with the Thai police. And today is when Gaurav and Saurav Luthra were detained. Now a fresh development that's taken place. We learned that there are Indian embassy officials that have already reached the immigration center in Thailand. They are now carrying out the process, after which it will be decided, the date and time will be decided when the Luthra brothers will be dragged back to India. Remember, they are also labelled as fugitive because they had fled the country at a time when the investigation was still underway in the nightclub fire tragedy that had claimed the life of 25 people. And it was not just an accident that had taken place in Goa in that nightclub. It was clearly murder by negligence. There were security lapses, there were safety lapses that were there inside the court, tracking that story very closely. And after the break, we'll get to the more details on the detention of the Luthra brothers, reporting live from the immigration center in Phuket, coming up right after a short break.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर मसाला।
Is it true, Rahul, that your concept drone was the one that featured in Three Idiots?
That was very, very long back. That was one of the early prototypes that we were playing around with.
Yes. But did it make you a celebrity? Are you in the film, by the way?
For small snippets, yes, in the background.
You are?
But interesting aspects of Three Idiots that subsequently people will tell us that, oh, you've started a drone company, you must have copied the idea from Three Idiots movie.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट!
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. It's 2 p.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Antara Gupta. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the end game for the Luthra brothers. 72 hours and the free run ends. We have been tracking the story very, very closely and we'll be getting you this and a lot more. But first, as always, a quick check of the headlines. It's end game for Luthra brothers. Duo detained in Thailand by Royal Thai Police. First pictures on Republic. Passport suspended, duo detained. Luthra brothers' deportation process initiated from Thailand. Delhi court to resume hearing Luthra's anticipatory bail plea this afternoon.
देश भर में ई सिगरेट बैन हो चुकी है, क्या सदन में आपने अलाउ कर दी है?
नहीं, कोई माननीय सदस्य को कोई भी
सर टीएमसी के सांसद पी रहे हैं सर टीएमसी के सांसद सर कई दिनों से लगातार बैठ के पी रहे हैं सर।
Amid winter session, e-cigarette scandal breaks out inside the parliament. BJP MP Anurag Thakur accuses TMC MP of smoking e-cigarettes in Lok Sabha. Devendra Fadnavis issues statement on Pawar land scam, says government and police not shielding anyone. All right, ladies Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting this edition with a breaking news that is coming in. This is in connection with the Tiruparan Kundam Deepam Rao. Madras High Court is getting threats from Pakistan. Justice Swaminathan gave order to light the lamp on the hilltop, ladies and gentlemen. Judge Swaminathan is now getting threats from Pakistan-based account. He was first targeted by DMK. He's now getting threats from these Pakistani-based accounts. 107 opposition MPs also wanted the Madras High Court judge to be impeached. This is the breaking news that we are getting in, ladies and gentlemen. The Madras High Court judge is now receiving threats from Pakistan. He has received a threat from a Pakistan-based account following his order to light a lamp at the Subramanya Swami temple in Tamil Nadu. Now, this comes after 107 opposition MPs led by the DMK moved an impeachment motion against Justice Swaminathan, alleging that his conduct was detrimental to judicial impartiality. In fact, there are some key developments that are also coming onto the fore. The motion, which was signed by 107 MPs, accused Justice Swaminathan of showing undue favour to certain advocates and having a political ideology that contravenes secular principles. Joining me live is my colleague Sharda. Sharda, the Madras High Court is now getting threats from Pakistani-based accounts, and this is after 107 opposition MPs moved an impeachment order against him. What are the other recent updates that you're picking up on your end, Sharda?
Well, now after the judge J.R. Swaminathan had passed an order, the Madurai District Collectorate and also the Police Commissioner of the city to meet the judge tomorrow, as the case is adjourned tomorrow on the contempt of court. And though the section 144 has been removed from the state for the Tiruparan Kundam hill visit, however, the police are not letting the people to climb on the hill. But multiple devotees today came to the temple who wanted to climb up the hill, but turned around and went because the police said that they could only visit the temple that is on the bottom of the hill and can't go to the Shiva temple, the Kasi Vishwanath temple, which is on the top, which led to a lot of people becoming very sad as they travel very long for this. And also the recent development that we are tracking in this case is that multiple people have come forward to asking for a silent protest to be held for the Tiruparan Kundam hill to light the lamp on the top of the hill on the Deepatun, which is the pillar that is at the top of the hill. This protest is set to happen day after tomorrow. While the judge has given permission for the protest to happen, there's also rules that she said is that not more than 50 people should come together at once near the Tiruparan Kundam hill to protest, and also added that no political party should be targeted, not a single party should be targeted for this particular issue, is what the judge today told just few minutes back.
Right, Sharda. Sharda, if you can hear me, if you could also give us, for the viewers who are just tuning in, if you could also tell our viewers what the controversy is all about. In fact, what we are also coming to know as per the reports that are coming in, 107 opposition MPs also moved an impeachment motion against the Madras High Court, and now he's receiving these threats from Pakistani-based accounts. Have the authorities zeroed down on where these threats were coming from? Apart from the fact that, of course, it was from Pakistan, have they zeroed down on who is behind the threat?
Well, Judge J.R. Swaminathan gave the order on December 1 to light the lamp on December 3. While it was failed by the state government to implement it, the temple authorities were asked to light the lamp on December 4, following which there was a contempt of court in 2 cases. And later on, the DMK said that they'll be moving to the Supreme Court for the same case for a hearing, because back in 2014, this case was heard by the Supreme Court with 2-judge bench when the rule came out at that point of time, telling that a single bench judge cannot overturn what the 2-judge bench has already said, and added that Judge J.R. Swaminathan's order cannot be taken into place. But now the Supreme Court is also likely to say that the Madras High Court order stands still. And now these threats coming to the judge with the Facebook post, especially from a person living in Pakistan, the forward bloc has come to the SP office in Madurai to file a petition and complain against and asking security and safety for the judge to be given, with multiple case hearings coming with the adjournment tomorrow and December 17 with the ADGP and the Chief Secretary of Tamil Nadu to attend the video conference to make sure that this case is heard. This comes at that point of time.
Right, Sharda, do stay with us. I'll keep coming back to you for more updates on this. Let me quickly first play the bite of Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Amit Shah has in fact accused the opposition parties of appeasement politics and has criticized their move to impeach Justice J.R. Swaminathan of the Madras High Court Madurai bench. Listen to what Shah had to say.
कोई जज आजादी के इतने साल में नहीं हुआ है मान्यवर कि कोई जज एक जजमेंट दे तो जज के खिलाफ इंपीचमेंट लेकर आते हैं। अपनी वोट बैंक को एड्रेस करने के लिए इंपीचमेंट लेकर आते हैं मान्यवर। और ये सारे ने तो साइन कर दिया, साथ ही साथ उद्धव जी ने भी साइन कर दिया। उद्धव जी, जजमेंट क्या है? एक पहाड़ी पर मान्यता है कि हाँ सबसे ऊपर दिया जलाया जाए। मान्यवर, एक वोट बैंक को संभालने के लिए एक हाईकोर्ट के जज के सामने इंपीचमेंट लेकर आए हैं। देश की जनता उनको मदद नहीं करे।
Well, Sharda, we just heard what the Union Home Minister had to say. Amit Shah has in fact, mincing no words, he has stated that not in the history of independent India has it ever happened that a judge has passed an order and that an impeachment motion has been moved against him. If you could tell our viewers very quickly, if you could tell our viewers who are just tuning into the bulletin, what exactly is this whole lamplighting controversy about?
Well, the DMK and the other India alliances signed 109, literally MPs signed the impeachment against Judge G.R. Swaminathan, stating that this order did not ally with what the Supreme Court had said in 2014 and that the state would follow what the 2014 order copy had said. And after Judge G.R. Swaminathan's order, the DMK, the HRNC department under MK Stalin and also the temple administration added that they cannot light the lamp on the pillar that's on the top of the hill. And now the Archaeological Survey of India has had come yesterday to make sure that what the pillar is all about, because there are claims from certain departments saying that that pillar was erected only when a land survey was done and it was only to mark the boundary of the hill and it was not Deepatun, which is the pillar that is used to light the lamp. But however, the Hindu front has a different story for it, saying that before 80 years that it was the same pillar that was used to light the lamp, following which now there's multiple claims that Judge G.R. Swaminathan is siding towards the Hindus and has a religion bias towards and says that he follows the RSS ideology and has been showing favoritism towards certain case is what the impeachment motion is all about. And it was started by the VCK leader Thirumavalavan, who took it to the DMK and in forward went to the India Alliance, and now almost 107 members of the MP has signed it and are planning to move it in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha very soon.
Well, absolutely, Sharda. Also, another question before I let you go. Are there any concerns about a potential impact on the communal harmony in the region, especially now given the fact that the HC judge is now getting threats from Pakistan, and this was just after the opposition wanted him impeached?
Well, there's not a certain answer for this, because this case is still in the court. While there are two contempts of case, the case is adjourned tomorrow and for the 17th, where the district chief secretary and the ADGP of the state is answerable, because the judge in his statement just day before yesterday added that the district officials did not have the right to go over the judge's order, especially the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court order would be heard if the district collector had listened to the Madras High Court of the Madurai bench. But it comes from a superior authority saying that the order should not be followed, which is exactly the HRNC department under Minister Shekhar Babu, and seems like that is what the Madurai bench of Madras High Court is pointing out, telling that the DMK is involving into judiciary and that they cannot allow this.
Well, absolutely, Sharda. Thank you for getting us these updates. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting another breaking news that is coming in. Republic has accessed the first pictures of the hotel where Luthra brothers were arrested. We'll be putting out those pictures for you in just a short moment from now. In fact, Republic is tracking down the hotel where the Birch brothers were hiding. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the fire broke out in the Birch Club, and the next thing that we know was the Luthra brothers fled to Phuket, and now we have tracked down the hotel where these Birch brothers were hiding. In fact, first videos of the hotel where Luthras were detained this morning, the pictures of which are on your screen. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the Luthra brothers Gaurav and Saurabh Luthra were detained at the Hotel Indigo in Patong Beach, Phuket, Thailand. They had checked into room 345 under the guise of a business trip, but they were actually fleeing India after the deadly nightclub fire at the Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub in Goa that claimed 25 lives.
This was murder by negligence, ladies and gentlemen, and these are the first pictures of the hotel where the Luthra duo stayed. Republic is tracking down these minute-by-minute updates. These are very, very fast-paced updates that are coming. We've been tracking the story from the ground, getting you the pulse of the story. In fact, the Royal Thai Police have also tracked the brothers to the hotel and they have taken them into custody. It's the end game for Saurav and Gaurav Luthra, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, the Indian embassy officials are now presently coordinating with the Thai authorities to initiate the deportation process. There has also been a passport suspension, viewers. The Indian government has suspended the Luthra brothers' passport, making their stay in Thailand illegal. In fact, a blue corner notice has also been issued. The Interpol issued a blue corner notice against the brothers, facilitating their detention. To quickly recap the timeline of the events here, viewers. Remember, the fire broke out in the Birch nightclub, and there was also a lookout notice, the lookout circular, which was issued against the brothers. But before that was done, the Luthra brothers fled to Phuket. They fled under the guise of work, but they were actually fleeing because they were scared, because they were afraid of getting arrested after the deadly fire that broke out in the Birch Club that claimed 25 lives. The Luthra brothers were detained at a resort in Phuket and they are currently being held at an immigration center. The deportation process has also begun. Indian embassy officials have reached the immigration center to initiate this deportation process. And right now we are getting you the visuals where the Luthra brothers hid after fleeing India and reaching Phuket. In fact, the passports of the Luthra brothers have also been suspended. The Indian government has suspended the passports, making their stay in Thailand illegal. There is also an extradition treaty that is in place. India and Thailand have an extradition treaty which has allowed for the deportation of individuals wanted for serious offences. The Luthra brothers, ladies and gentlemen, had fled India just hours after the nightclub fire, booking tickets to Thailand at 1:17 a.m. on December 7th. They are now facing charges of culpable homicide, not amounting to murder by negligence. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the first pictures that we are getting in. It is an endgame for the Luthra brothers. Both Saurav and Gaurav Luthra have been detained by the Royal Thai Police personnel, and Republic has been getting you this ground coverage. The pictures on your screen, the live pictures, the live visuals that we are getting you on your screen is the hotel where the Luthras hid after arriving to Phuket. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, if I could quickly recap what has happened, the timeline of the evasion, the Luthra brothers, Gaurav and Saurav Luthra, are now at the center of this massive controversy surrounding the deadly fire at the Goa Nightclub. It was Saturday night, 11:39 p.m. when the Goa Fire Service received a distress call. All right, let me quickly cut across to Deputy Executive Editor Shavan Sen, who's joining me live from the newsroom. Shavan, we are getting in these live images, the hotel where Luthras hid. In fact, we have been getting these minute-by-minute updates, really fast-paced developments that are coming in. And these are the live visuals that are coming in where Gaurav and Saurav Luthra stayed, where they hid after they landed in Phuket. Get us more details, Shavan.
Well, in fact, this hotel happens to be just 15 minutes away from the immigration center, from the place that they have now been taken to. This morning, roughly after 5 o'clock, is when Royal Thai Police had landed at the doorsteps of the hotel, following which both have been taken into custody. In fact, if you see the pictures that we had accessed a short while back, where you can see them in a handcuff. Now, that was the first picture that was taken by the Royal Thai Police immediately after putting them under detention. As of now, what we can confirm is that they have been kept at the immigration center, where the Indian embassy officials have actually reached. A provisional arrest request has already been made by India, because as per the rules, the protocols of the blue card notice, what essentially happens is that either the country that has made the request can move for an extradition request or a provisional arrest request. The extradition request perhaps is going to take much longer. That is the reason why India is essentially opting for a provisional arrest request, which has already been sent to Royal Thai Police, following which the process of deportation is also going to begin. Right. What we do not know at this point in time is whether at all Goa Police would be going to Thailand, or perhaps request the Thai authorities to send the Luthra brothers to Mumbai first, and then following a transit remand to Goa. Now, that's the latest we are picking up. In fact, when the Luthra brothers had left from New Delhi, this was around 1:17 in the morning when they had booked the tickets, and 5:30 is the flight that they had taken from New Delhi, a direct flight flight to Phuket. And what we can confirm right now is that Goa Police, in the investigation that they have carried out, they say that this was planned immediately after the fire actually broke out. Now, they have in custody Ajay Gupta, I beg your pardon, Ajay Gupta, who happens to be accused number 3 in this case, and they are essentially going to focus on whether at all Ajay Gupta was aware that following the fire that broke out, that they had decided to leave the country and the intention was to escape from India. Something that has been contested by the Luthra brothers in the court. In the anticipatory bail plea, they say that they had gone for a business trip. In fact, what we are also picking up is that once they had checked into the hotel, they had also given the reason as a business trip. This was a business trip that they had taken up. In fact, the cover essentially being that they have partners, business partners in Thailand, and given the fact that they have received local help in the past, that is one of the reasons why they had chosen Thailand as a destination to be there. And it was far easier to travel to Thailand because of the e-visa that is basically given to Indians, an visa which is on arrival. So that makes it much more simpler for the Luthra brothers to be there.
Absolutely, Shravan. In fact, another update that we are picking up right now is that anticipatory bail hearing of the Luthras is currently underway. In fact, the Goa government has said this in court, that Luthras cannot claim that they did not run the club. Also joining me live is my colleague Shambhavi. Shambhavi, what we are coming to know as of now is that the anticipatory bail of the Luthra brothers is currently underway. The Goa government has made it very, very clear that the Luthras cannot claim that they did not run the club, and that they have also shown documents to prove ownership of the Luthras. What are the other updates that you're picking up on your end, Shambhavi?
So basically now what is happening, just to let our viewers know, there were 3-4 major points which were made from the Luthra brothers' end yesterday when there were arguments going on. The first argument which was made was that they went to Thailand for business purpose, for business engagement, and for looking at prospective restaurant sites. Now that is being countered by the Goa's council, the state of Goa's council, where they're saying that this was not some business engagement, because when you look at the timing of the ticket booking, this incident happened somewhat around 11:15, 11:30, and they woke up in the middle of the night at 11:15, booked a ticket at 1:15, booked a ticket at 1:17 a.m. and then left. So now, one by one, the council for the state of Goa is countering the arguments which were made by the Luthra brothers' council. Another argument which was made by the Goa's council was that when the Goa police reached the Luthra brothers' resident at Delhi, they met their mother and his wife, and the mother and the sister, and both of them, they said that they have zero idea where the brothers are. So this does not seem to be like a prior business engagement. This is the latest update which is coming in. The hearing is going on in the court right now, and the council for the state of Goa is currently arguing the matter. Back to you.
Well, absolutely, Shambhavi. In fact, the hearing has now begun on the anticipatory plea of the Luthra brothers. In fact, we were just showing our viewers the pictures, the first visuals that were coming in of the hotel where the Luthra brothers fled to, the hotel where they stayed after they landed in Phuket. And now it is safe to say that the end game is very, very near. 72 hours and the free run ends for Luthra brothers here, Shambhavi.
Right, and they're also making argument. As you can see, we are constantly getting update about the argument that the Council for State of Goa is making. They've made another very strong argument, because stating that both these brothers, they wanted to evade arrest. They wanted to evade the non-bailable warrant which was issued against them, and that was the reason. They were fearing arrest, and that was the reason why they fled. Because yesterday, several times, very strong argument was raised by the Luthra brothers' end, saying that they did not evade arrest. Their intention was not to flee from the country. Their intention was not to abscond. They just went there on prior business engagement. This was their strongest argument, one of the most major arguments. And they even said that They want to assist in the investigation. The Luthra brothers, if at all they get the anticipatory bail, they would have come yesterday night itself, and they want to be an assistance in the entire investigation, and they can be taken in custody, but in aid of the investigation and not as accused in the case, because they are not to be blamed. Now, another very important argument which is being made right now by the Council for Goa, State of Goa, is that there were some arguments made regarding the licensee of the club. They were said that we were just the license holders, we do not manage the operations of the club, so we are not to be blamed in this entire matter. Now the Council for State of Goa is breaking the argument one by one. They have showed each and every license. Now when we can show our viewers that they are showing the license agreement on which the name of Saurabh Luthra is present. Then there is another license, FSSAI license, in which the name of Saurabh Luthra is present. There is another Pollution Control Board license in which the name of Saurabh Luthra is present. So several crucial licenses which a club or a hotel is required for a club to run legally. The licenses are under the name of Saurabh Luthra. So another argument is being countered by the respondents currently. Right. Back to you.
Right. In fact, you very correctly pointed out how the Goa government is saying that the pollution board license was applied by Saurabh Luthra. In fact, they've also said, the Goa government has also said that even GST license under Saurabh, Gaurav and Ajay Gupta was also applied. So these are some of these arguments that are being made by the Goa government here, Shambhavi.
Right, and again, another very important thing has been said. They say that people are dying, property is burning, and you flee the country. That is what is being said in the argument right now, that people, 25 people, now just to let our viewers know, 25 people have lost their lives. 20 were the staff of the club itself, and 5 were the tourists who were present in the building. Several important license or NOC which was required by a club, the club did not have. The club did not have a fire NOC. Several people who tried to escape from the fire from the floor reached the basement but died by suffocation because there was no proper ventilation in the basement as well as in the first floor. So this issue that you are now denying to take accountability, you're denying to take any kind of responsibility of this matter, and now you flee. So people dying, your property is burning, you do not care about everything. Just a couple of hours later, you book a flight for Thailand at 1:17 a.m. and then you flee from the country.
Well, absolutely, Shambhavi, absolutely. And just like we were just telling our viewers, the end game is very, very near for the Luthra brothers. They fled India. They fled, they were afraid of being arrested. They fled to Phuket. And now, in fact, we just showed our viewers the hotel where the Luthras were hiding. Now, the Royal Thai Police has tracked down the brothers to the hotel and they have taken them into custody. So it's safe to say here, viewers, that law is catching up to them, and the law is catching up to them fast. In fact, the deportation process is also in the fray. The Indian embassy officials are coordinating with the Thai authorities to initiate the deportation process. The Indian government has, in fact, suspended the Luthra brothers' passport, making their stay in Thailand illegal. In fact, Interpol has also issued a blue corner notice against the brothers, facilitating their detention. Ladies and gentlemen, remember the Luthra brothers had booked their flight to Phuket after the deadly fire that broke out, and it claimed the lives of 25 people in the Birch Club. The law is now catching up to them, and we'll be tracking the story very, very closely. For now, viewers, these are the latest updates that are coming in. The anticipatory bail hearing is also underway. And meanwhile, the Indian embassy officials are very, very closely coordinating with the Thai authorities to initiate the deportation process. All right, in fact, let me also quickly put out some other details that are coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, the brothers, the Luthra brothers, have been detained from the hotel room, the pictures of which are on your screens. In fact, the Luthra brothers, Gaurav and Saurabh's identity has also been verified. The Luthra brothers, they have been detained in Phuket, Thailand by the Royal Thai Police, and the Royal Thai Police is in fact acting on the blue corner notice that was issued by the Interpol. Now, this notice was prompted by the Indian law enforcement request. The brothers are accused of involvement in a deadly nightclub fire in Goa that killed 25 people. In fact, there are some key developments that are also coming in. The Luthra brothers were detained at a resort in Phuket, and they are currently being held at the immigration center. All right, on the other side, we continue to get you these minute-by-minute updates. The deportation process has, in fact, is set to begin. The Indian embassy officials have reached the immigration center. We'll be tracking this and a lot more. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? मेरे को प्यार चाहिए।
Soon enough, we ended up trying out creating a 4-rotor flying aircraft, what we popularly call quadrotors today. And we thought we had invented something new that no one has ever done before.
But was it done before?
Yes. A few companies in the US.
Which year would that be?
2003, 2004 is when we were doing it.
You didn't know of the ones that were done in America, don't tell me. No. Really?
Yes.
So you were like doing it with the spirit of invention.
Yes.
This is a pure 3 Idiots story going on here, by the way. Huh? You see the parallels?
Yes, yes.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
It's endgame for Luthra brothers duo detained by in Thailand by Royal Thai Police. First pictures on Republic. Passport suspended, duo detained. Luthra brothers deportation process initiated from Thailand. Delhi court to resume hearing Luthra's anticipatory bail this afternoon. Amid winter session, e-cigarette scandal breaks out inside Parliament. BJP MP Anurag Thakur accuses TMC MP of smoking e-cigarette in Lok Sabha. Devendra Fadnavis issues statement on Pawar land scam, says government and police not shielding anyone. Ladies and gentlemen, the anticipatory bail plea of the Luthra brothers has begun. The end game is very, very near, ladies and gentlemen. 72 hours and the free run ends for the Luthra brothers who flee to Phuket. In fact, just a short while ago, we played the visuals, the first visuals coming on Republic TV. We played the visuals where they were hiding in Phuket, the hotel where they were hiding. And right now, what we are coming to know is that the hearing has begun on the anticipatory plea of Luthra brothers. The Luthra brothers in court, they travelled to Phuket on work is what they are claiming. Goa government in court is also saying that the Luthras can't claim they did not run the club. The Goa government has in fact shown the documents to prove the ownership of Luthras. Goa government has also stated that FSSAI license was applied by Saurabh Luthra. These are some of the details that we are picking up, ladies and gentlemen. On your screens are the first visuals coming in. Republic is playing these exclusive visuals. This is the hotel where the Luthras hid after they landed in Phuket, after they fled India. And this was right after the deadly fire that broke out in the Birch nightclub that unfortunately claimed the lives of 25 people. All right, these are some of the details that we are picking up. Those are the first visuals of the Luthra brothers being detained from the hotel room, the same hotel room, the visuals of which we just played. In fact, Gaurav and Saurabh, the two Luthra brothers, their identity has also been verified. These are some of the details that we are picking up, ladies and gentlemen. They were detained at Hotel Indigo in Patong Beach, Phuket, Thailand. They had, in fact, checked into room 345. These are some of these details that we are picking up. They claimed that it was a business trip, but in reality, they were actually fleeing India after the deadly nightclub fire at the Birch Club in Romeo Lane nightclub in Goa that killed 25 people. And right now, the recent most update is that the Royal Thai Police have detained them at the hotel. In fact, the Indian embassy officials are very, very closely working with the Thai authorities to send them back to India. So deportation is on the cards, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, India has, what we are also coming to know is that India has suspended their passports, making their Thailand stay illegal. Ladies and gentlemen, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, the hearing has begun on the anticipatory bail plea of the Luthra brothers. And in 72 hours, their free run ends. In fact, we have been tracking the story very, very closely. We played the first visuals of the hotel where they were staying. They fled to Phuket after fleeing India, after the deadly nightclub fire claimed 25 lives. They've fled to that hotel, and from the updates that we are getting in, from the reports that we are getting in, the Royal Thai Police has detained the Luthra brothers, Gaurav and Saurabh Luthra. They have been detained at the hotel where they were fleeing to. All right, joining me live is my colleague Shambhavi. Shambhavi, we were just speaking on this very issue. The hearing has begun on the anticipatory bail plea of the Luthra brothers, and it is safe to say that the free run is going to end in the next 72 hours. What can we expect from here on? Shambhavi.
Definitely, Antara, because as the hearing continues and very strong points being made from the Council of State of Goa's end, because one by one, every argument that was being made yesterday on Luthra brothers' behalf is being broken here. They are debunking every claim that they've made, be it because yesterday we'll make it easy for our viewers to understand one strong claim that was being made yesterday by the Luthra brothers' end was that they did not flee the country. They went there for some business engagement and they went there to look at prospective hotel sites, to which now the council for the state of Goa has argued that this incident happened somewhat close to 11:30 p.m. at Saturday night, and they wake up at 1:15 a.m. just a couple of hours after that incident, and they book a flight, and then within a few hours they take that flight and they abscond to Thailand. So the timing of this entire so-called business engagement seems to be a little too convenient, and they flee because they fled.
Yes.
Because
all right, Shambhavi, I'll have to interrupt you there. We have a big breaking news that is coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Indigo CEO has arrived at the DGC office. This is the big breaking that we are getting in, ladies and gentlemen. Remember the civil aviation meltdown, the story that we have been tracking very, very closely. And right now, this is the breaking news that we are getting in on your screens. Indigo CEO has arrived at the DGCA office in New Delhi. Indigo CEO Peter Elbers has arrived at the Directorate General of Civil Aviation office in New Delhi to discuss the recent operational disruptions and the flight cancellations, the massive civil aviation meltdown, the nationwide civil aviation meltdown that we have been tracking very, very closely. The DGCA has in fact summoned Elbers to submit a comprehensive report on the disruptions, including data on flight restoration, crew deployment and passenger compensation. The DGCA has also deployed an 8-member oversight team at Indigo's headquarters. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we had broken this story yesterday. They have, in fact, deployed this 8-member oversight team at Indigo's headquarters to monitor the airline operations, including fleet management, pilot roster and crew utilization. This move comes after Indigo cancelled over 5,000 flights, affecting millions of passengers. This was the huge civil aviation meltdown that we have been tracking. And right now, these are the first pictures, the first visuals coming on your screen. Indigo CEO Peter Elbers has been summoned to the DGCA office in Delhi. All right, joining me live is my colleague Chandrakala. Chandrakala, this is the fresh update that we are getting in. The Indigo CEO has been summoned to the DGCA office in Delhi. He has been summoned. He has been asked to submit a comprehensive report. What are the other updates on the cards? Chandrakala.
Yes, what we are learning is that the Indigo CEO, Peter Elbers, has just arrived at the DGCA. He has been asked to appear before the DGCA today to present comprehensive data on the recent widespread flight disruptions and the measures put in place to mitigate the crisis. Now, we know that the DGCA has also set up an oversight team to monitor the carriers network and crew operations. Well, now Indigo CEO will be presenting a comprehensive data on the recent widespread flight disruptions and the measures being taken to mitigate this crisis. What we're also learning is that, yesterday, of course, on Wednesday, the DGCA has ordered an immediate on-site inspection inspection at 11 airports across the country after widespread passenger inconvenience caused by large-scale disruptions in Indigo's operations. The fact that, the flights continue to be disrupted, even though the chief executive officer of the airlines, Peter Elbers, claiming on Tuesday that its operations were back on track. And we have seen that earlier the Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu held a detailed meeting with Indigo's top management to review the stabilization measures. Now it remains to be seen what could be the outcome of this very meeting, which is still underway. Of course, it's underway right at the DGCA, where the Indigo CEO has been summoned. Of course, we know that earlier he was also present during the review meeting with the Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu, where a detailed review meeting has taken place. And now, of course, the DGCA has once again, summoned the Indigo CEO as the crisis still continues to, of course, now the fact that the situation is stabilizing, but the fact that more and more flights still remain cancelled on Thursday morning, including Bangalore Airport, for that matter, Ahmedabad Airport. In fact, yesterday, more than 200 flights were cancelled, including major airport, including Bangalore and Delhi, witnessing the largest cancellations. So yes, it remains to be seen what could be the outcome after the Indigo CEO being summoned by DGCA today. Over to
Absolutely, Chandrakala. Do stay with us. We'll be tracking the story very, very closely. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting another breaking news that is coming in. A US delegation has arrived at the Ministry of Commerce and Industry at the Vanija Bhavan in New Delhi. Deputy US Ambassador for Trade, Rick Switzer, is on a 2-day visit to India to engage in high-level discussions with the Indian officials. This is the fresh breaking news that we are getting in, ladies and gentlemen. The India-US trade talks is back on the cards. The US delegation has arrived at the Vanija Bhavan. Deputy US Ambassador for Trade Rick Switzer is on a 2-day visit to India to engage in high-level discussions with the Indian officials. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the trade war, the India-US trade war is back in the picture, and the US delegation has now arrived in New Delhi in Vanija Bhavan. In fact, the delegation is being led by Deputy US Ambassador for Trade Rick Switzer, who is on a 2-day visit. Chandrakala, who continues to join me live. Chandrakala, the India-US trade talks is currently underway. We are getting in these visuals where the US delegation has now arrived at the Vanija Bhavan. What can we expect of this meeting? Chandrakala.
Well, in fact, the India-US trade talks is back on track, and now the fact that the US team is visiting New Delhi this week for another round of discussions for the, on the bilateral trade agreement. As we've seen that earlier, the Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal has given out a detail, has shared an important update on the ongoing India-US trade deal talks, which is progressing well right at this moment. Well, this visit being led by the US Deputy Trade Representative Rick Switzer holds very significance, as both countries are now working to conclude the initial phase of the bilateral trade agreement, which has been the very focus. We have seen. This marks the U.S. delegate's second such visit following Donald Trump's, 25%, 50% tariff on Indian products. Entering U.S. markets, which, stemming from India's Russian oil purchases. So, yes, earlier, of course, you have seen that U.S. delegation visited India on September. Of course, the Commerce Minister has also visited Washington. So, yes, a very, very crucial talks is again back on track as far as India-US trade deal is concerned, and now the US delegation is visiting New Delhi. This is the second such visit by the US delegation, and much more are expected from these talks as both the countries are now progressing well, is moving forward towards a bilateral trade agreement. Over to you.
Absolutely, Chandrakala. The US delegation has arrived at the Vanija Bhavan. We are, of course, tracking the story very, very closely. Thank you for getting us those details, Chandrakala. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to shift our focus to another story that we are tracking. Now, security forces in Jammu and Kashmir have intensified operations along the international border in Samba and surrounding sectors amid dropping temperatures and heightened concerns of the cross-border infiltration. Now, as joint teams of the Jammu and Kashmir Police's Special Operations Group, the Army and the Border Security Force conduct combing drives through the forest areas, riverine belts and the streams, long known as infiltration routes. Now, the idea is preempting any threat before it actually materializes. In fact, Gursimran, my colleague, has brought us this report. Take a look.
Security forces have launched one of its mega operations as part of its winter strategy, and right now we are reporting from the woods of the Samba, where massive search operation is presently underway. As you see, the troops of the Special Operations Group of the Samba, they are carrying out this intensified searches in the deserts and the upper areas that has some riverine structures as well, and this is very close to the Indo-Pakistan international border where these intensified searches are taking place. What they are doing, they are carrying out the searches to ensure that the security forces, they are able to scan everything, because this entire area, the 360-degree view that you see, that this is a dense forest that is in the Samba district, and here it becomes really a major challenge for the security forces, that how they will storm through these forests so that it cannot be used by the adversary, it cannot be used by the enemies of the country, because this area has been a traditional route of infiltration. And now as we speak, you will see how they are carrying out the intensified operations, that they are looking into every nook and the corner, and once they reach some point, then they are ensuring that every threat from across the border is foiled. I'll request Ashu to tag along so that we can show you that how in these of the dense areas the security forces are carrying out these operations. Now that they have seen some movement, they have completely come to a standstill. Only when they see that this movement, this threat is neutralized or the threat is ruled out, only then they will move out. So tactically in the woods of the Samba, the special operation group is moving. They are moving so that they can rule out the threat of the drone dropping, because see, these are the dense areas, and in these dense areas what the terrorists do, that they locate some coordinates and then they drop the consignment into the Indian territory. But now what is happening, that here the intensified operations are underway.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, tracking another breaking news that is coming in. This one from Jammu and Kashmir. Anantnag Police has launched a verification drive in Pahalgam after the arrest of a Chinese tourist in Srinagar. In fact, all hotels and lodging facilities have been directed to follow strict documentation protocols. Proper verification of both foreign and domestic tourists is now mandatory at the check-in itself. Police have in fact stressed the need for complete and accurate records to meet security and regulatory requirements. That is the breaking news that we are tracking, ladies and gentlemen. The Anantnag Police has now launched a verification drive in Pahalgam, Jammu and Kashmir. This was after the arrest of a Chinese tourist, Hu Kongtai, in Srinagar for violating visa norms. The police are in fact now directing all hotels and the lodging facilities to follow strict documentation protocols, and they are making proper verification of foreign and domestic tourists mandatory at the check-in itself. These are some of the key developments that we are tracking. Also joining me live is my colleague Zeenat. Zeenat, the J&K cops have now launched a verification drive, and this was after the arrest of the Chinese tourist Hu Kongtai in Srinagar. Tell us more about this particular verification drive. Zeenat.
These kinds of raids or the verification being done by the Jammu and Kashmir police as far as the hoteliers, homestay owners are concerned, because Chinese tourist Hong Tai, who is somewhere around 29-year-old, a Boston student, was found violating the visa-related norms. In fact, the Form C has been violated by this Chinese traveler. Now he has been taken into the custody by the Humhama police post, and a multiple agency probe is going on, because there was a military flag that was related to this Chinese traveler. When his mobile phone was found, it was a chatter, internet chatter, but the chatter that was found was something unusual, where he was searching the material related to Article 370 abrogation, the deployment of CRPF and other agencies, and the political reactions of that time. This was an unusual chatter that was flagged by the military unit, and also he had visited the South Kashmir, where you have the headquarters of the Victor Force. He has visited Hazrat Bal Shrine, Harvan Buddhist monastery. These are very sensitive locations where his presence was found, and now his phone has also been taken for the forensic analysis, for which now the protocols are being found. Although he claims that he is a enthusiast traveler and he didn't know the visa norm, but since he has been a student of Boston, an educated one, and the foreign nationals definitely have to follow the protocols as far as the visa-related things are concerned. He went to Ladakh, which was not there in the itinerary. From there, he went to Zanskar. His presence was found there for 3 days, and then he was asked by the Ladakh police to vacate immediately. And today itself in Badgam, one of the homestays where he was living for some time. Now that has also, the police has booked the entire hotel management for violating the norms as far as the accommodation being given to the foreign nationals are concerned. The same kind of raids were also found in Anantnag, uses the Pahalgam, because Pahalgam has been in news since April this year because of the barbaric attack that was carried by the Lashkar-e-Toiba, where the tourists were killed, and now another drive is being conducted by the Anantnag police, as you see in the visuals, that where the hoteliers, the homestay owners are being told that follow the guidelines, the protocols, and all those who are still unregistered, register with the tourism department.
Well, absolutely, Zeenat. In fact, getting you another development in this very story, ladies and gentlemen, the Budgam police have in fact booked the management of the Hamhama homestay for housing a Chinese national without completing the required reporting formalities. In fact, an FIR has also been registered under the Section 8 and 23 subsection B of the Immigration Foreigners Act 2025, which was registered at the police station in Budgam, and investigations have also been initiated. Now, Hu Kongtai, the Chinese national, was taken into custody at the Hamhama police post in Budgam of Central Kashmir. He is now currently being questioned by multiple agencies over alleged violations of visa conditions and visits to sensitive key locations in the valley. Ladies and gentlemen, this is another update that we are tracking. Zeenat, in fact, you were just telling us about this particular update itself. In fact, the Chinese national has now been arrested, and he was arrested over violations of visa conditions, and he also reportedly visited sensitive locations in the valley. Tell us more.
He has visited the sensitive locations, although these are the restricted locations, the restricted zones where his presence was felt. And also, as I said, the military unit has already flagged the illegal and something unusual internet chatter because of which he has been detained at the Hamhama police post by the Jammu and Kashmir police. He was asked what was he doing in such location. He said that he is an enthusiastic traveler, and that is what got him to these places. But see, his presence has been found in Avantipora Victor Force location, which is the army headquarters that takes care of the entire operation in South Kashmir. He has taken the photographs. He has also, as far as online history goes, he has been surfing as far as the deployment of CRPF during the abrogation of Article 370 is concerned. He has been reading the material and also has been taking the reading the political reactions of that time. What made the traveler to go through the pages of 2019? That is under the investigation. The team has already taken his phone for the forensic analysis, and then because his visa will expire on 30th of December. That means this month, the current month, but he will be deported only once the legal formalities are completed. And this time the situation does not allow the security forces, the joint forces, to take any loophole in any kind of case. And that is why we see an action in Budgam where this homestay this entire management has been booked by the Budgam police for violating the norms as far as the Chinese nationals are concerned. And this is an illegal homestay that has been asked to register with the concerned department.
Absolutely, Zina. Thank you for getting us these details. We'll be tracking this story very, very closely. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to slip our focus into some other stories that are making headlines from across the country in Bharat in 2 minutes. A massive fire broke out at the irrigation factory in Jalgaon's MITC area. Officials confirmed the blaze, which spread rapidly due to plastic materials, has now been brought under control with no casualties reported. 3 people dead, 13 injured in the collision between a car and a tractor near Ayodhya. 4 injured patients admitted in the hospital are said to be in a stable condition. The victims belong to Madhya Pradesh's Rewa district. Two cops were suspended for alleged negligence in the investigation into last year's Porsche car crash that have been dismissed from the service now. A Porsche car allegedly driven by a 17-year-old boy in an inebriated condition had fatally run over 2 techies on a motorcycle in Pune last year. A major fire broke out at a 6-story commercial building and the offices of SBI. After continuous efforts of nearly 24 hours, the firefighters, NDRF, SDRF teams, assisted by teams from Guwahati refinery, doused the flames and brought the situation under control. Fortunately, no casualties have been reported so far. Another fire erupted at a multi-story building in Sadar Bazaar, prompting response from Delhi Fire Services, the blaze swept through storage units for polythene and plastic bottles. Firefighters dispatched multiple water tenders, eventually controlling the flames. Authorities have confirmed that no casualties or injuries have been reported, and the cause of the fire is currently under investigation. All right, time to slip into a very, very short break. On the other side, Delhi court to resume hearing Luthra's anticipatory bail plea this afternoon.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए। मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी।
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, time for us to slip into another short break, getting you the details of the plea, the anticipatory bail plea that has been filed by the Luthra brothers in the Rohini court.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा राजा और मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking at 3 p.m. I am Tanisha Avasti, and the top story that we're tracking on this edition of Live and Breaking is, of course, about the Luthra brothers. The brothers who had fled after their negligence had killed 25 people. They have now been nabbed, have been apprehended. They are currently in Thai police's custody. And how is India initiating the process with the Thailand authorities to get them back to India? We're going to tell you all that and much more. But first, a quick check of the headlines. It's end game for the Luthra brothers. The duo has been detained in Thailand by the Royal Thai Police. First pictures on Republic. Passports suspended, duo detained. Luthra brothers' deportation process has now been initiated from Thailand. Delhi court has resumed the hearing. The bail plea of the Luthra's anticipatory bail application this afternoon. All eyes are on the order.
देश भर में ई सिगरेट बैन हो चुकी है। क्या सदन में आपने अलाउ कर दी है?
नहीं, कोई माननीय सदस्य को कोई भी
सर टीएमसी के सांसद पी रहे हैं सर टीएमसी के सांसद सर कई दिनों से लगातार बैठ के पी रहे हैं सर।
Amid the winter session, e-cigarette scandal breaks out inside the parliament. BJP MP Anurag Thakur accuses the TMC MP of smoking an e-cigarette in Lok Sabha. United States delegation arrives at the Ministry of Commerce and Industry in the national capital for trade talks. Ladies and gentlemen, we start this edition with some big breaking news that's coming in, and this is not very good news for India, where we learned that the Indian rupee has now hit a record low. The central bank is likely to intervene to limit the losses. The Indian rupee has slipped to a record low on Thursday, that is today, deepening its slide past the 90 per dollar mark as the absence of a trade deal with the United States continued to weigh and cooperate dollar outflows added to the pressure. The rupee weakened to 90.4675 against the United States dollar, eclipsing its previous all-time low of 90.42 hit on December 4th. All right, on that note, I'm joined by Pranav from the digital newsroom. Pranav, what could be the possible reasons with rupee hitting another record low? It had first hit a low on December 4th and now another big development today on December 11th.
Well, Tanisha, this is just a continuation of the depreciation of rupee. If you see, in fact, the rupee had slipped below the 90 rupees per dollar mark just about a few days ago, and now we are seeing a fresh new 90.4675. If you just go to see, it's about a 5% decrease in just 2025, and it's in fact one of the third worst performing currencies among the top 7 currencies in the world in terms of dollar swap. So yes, there has been a depreciation, and the factors primarily are the uncertainty over the US-India trade deal, the Federal Open Market Committee decision yesterday wherein there was a rate cut announced, so which in turn in a longer sense also increases the demand for dollar, and that impacts the demand for rupee and in turn depreciates the rupee. And of course the third most important thing is the ongoing uncertainty over the Russia-Ukraine talks, as well as the India-US trade deal. Primarily the India-US trade deal are some of the reasons behind the depreciation of the rupee.
All right, Pranav, thank you very much for getting us those details. Quickly moving across to more breaking news that's coming in the edition of this Live and Breaking, and this is from Pakistan. Now, the Pakistan general, the field general who had initiated the Taliban takeover, has now been court-martialed. That's the latest breaking news that we are getting in from Pakistan. We learned that it was on August 12, 2024. Now, we learned that the process of field general court-martial was initiated against Mr. Faiz Hamid. He was the formerly Lieutenant General under provisions of Pakistan Army Act spreading over 15 months. Now, the accused in the case, this time it is Mr. Faiz Hamid, the formerly Lieutenant General, was tried on 4 charges related to engaging in political activities, violation of Official Secret Act detrimental to safety and interests of the state, misuse of authority and government resources and causing wrongful loss to the person. Gursimran, my colleague, is joining us live for more details on the story. Yes, Gursimran, take us through what it actually means for Pakistan.
Say it is clearly means that the Pakistan Army's political vendetta against PTI and its loyalists is continuing, and this is now General Faiz Hamid, who was considered as one of the loyalists of Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf and one of those who was instrumental in fall of Kabul to Taliban. We have seen that in the past also that the process of it was in 2024 only when the General Field Court-Martial proceedings were initiated against Faiz Hamid because he was considered as one of those close to Imran Khan. And now after all these 15 months there was a trial that was going on, and now a 14-year-long rigorous punishment by the military court that is controlled by none other than the Pakistani Army and its Field Marshal Asim Munir has sentenced him to 14 years of the rigorous punishment that will take place. This has been announced today itself by the Pakistani military court, which means that now, like Imran Khan, Faiz Hamid has also to be behind the bars, and it is very clear that the allegations that have been made, it was clear that he was involved in the political activities and the intentions of maligning the image of Pakistan and being a threat to the sovereignty of Pakistan. So all the allegations that in the last week press conference DGISPR has made on PTI, similar are the allegations on the Faiz Hamid as well, the former Lieutenant General and the Chief of the ISI, similar allegations, and he has been sentenced for the 14-year punishment, which means that political vendetta against PTI and its loyalists, it is going to continue in days to come as Pakistan Army has taken a full charge of going to go full against the PTI and its loyalists in Pakistan.
Right, Gusarman, thank you very much for getting us those details. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, India's humanitarian mission in Sri Lanka after Cyclone Lutra has now entered a decisive phase. Now, the Indian Army's medical team operating under Operation Sagar Bandhu has treated more than 5,000 patients in just first 48 hours. Lieutenant Colonel Jagneet Gill, contingent of the commander of the Indian Army team deployed in Sri Lanka, underscores the collaborative nature of the mission and the shared commitment of both the nations. Take a look at this detailed report.
The first 48 hours after Cyclone Lutra caused destruction in Sri Lanka, Indian Army treated more than 5,000 patients. India's relief effort in Sri Lanka following Cyclone Lutra has moved into a critical stage now. Under Operation Sagar Bandhu, the Indian Army's medical contingent has already provided care to multiple people who were left injured. The Indian Army contingent, led by Lieutenant Colonel Jagneet Gill, set up a fully equipped mobile hospital in the flood-ravaged district of Trincomalee.
Well, the key facilities that were established by this hospital really depended on the fact that what were the facilities that were already available in this hospital. So the other hospital which has been non-functional, we were basically looking at facilities like the operation theatre, the dental section, the X-ray and the lab facilities. So we have been able to create these facilities. Other than that, we have also been able to create OPDs, which was the hour of the need. So we have been able to create the surgical OPD, the ortho OPD, the dental OPD, as well as family OPD. So we've been able to provide assistance to almost around 5,000, more than 5,000 patients.
The team's priority was to bring immediate, life-saving care to those cut off by the floods, as per Lieutenant Colonel Gill.
Well, the new age technology that we had employed this time was that we had surveillance drones which were very, very important to find the layout of the hospital and really helped us to establish it much faster. The other was the HVAC tents which were deployed to create OT in a minimum time. And also, since the layout of the hospital required us that the labs and the facilities for blood collection were far apart, so we could actually use the logistic drones to carry out lab samples and blood samples to the labs, and we could actually enhance our speed and we could get results much faster.
Within 24 hours, the team upgraded a previously non-functional healthcare center. The Indian Army installed an operational theatre, digital X-ray and a fully stocked laboratory in the health center. In addition, they opened OPDs for surgery, dentistry and family health, ensuring a comprehensive package of care. This came as major boost and upgrade to the existing medical infrastructure in Sri Lanka. Cyclone Dithwa made landfall on the eastern coast on 28 November, dumping more than 500 mm of rain in 48 hours. The resulting floods submerged 1.1 million hectares, which is roughly 20% of the island's landmass. 2.3 million people were directly exposed to waterborne hazards. The destruction was immense. $720,000 buildings were inundated, including 243 health facilities and hundreds of schools. In addition to the medical push, India dispatched 4 more naval vessels to deliver essential relief supplies. Food, water, medicines, and shelter kits were provided. The vessels have also provided logistical support for the evacuation of vulnerable civilians.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the past few weeks, Indigo had been undergoing through a very, very rough patch. In fact, one of the worst aviation crises that India had seen. Now, today, we learned that the Indigo CEO, after issuing back-to-back apologies and statements, has now been summoned at the DGCA office in the national capital. Latest visuals also coming in there from Delhi, where the Indigo CEO, Peter Elbus, has been summoned. He is currently at the DGCA office in the national capital. Those are the visuals, exclusive visuals of the DGCA CEO being summoned. He has now reached the Indigo CEO, I beg your pardon, being summoned and reaching the DGCA office. He will be holding a meeting with the DGCA officials. Ladies and gentlemen, DGCA has always been off the fact that they have relaxed FDTL rules for Indigo, because it was one of the drawbacks and one of the reasoning that Indigo had given, because of which the crisis had happened. Chandrakala is joining us live on the broadcast. Chandrakala, what is expected to come out of the meeting? The Indigo CEO, Peter Elbus, is already there at the DGCA. What kind of negotiations or what kind of talks are going to take place there today?
The fact is that, after a very crucial review meeting that took place 2 days back, wherein, of course, the Civil Aviation Minister held a crucial meeting with the Indigo top management, wherein the Indigo CEO was also present. And today, once again, of course, the Indigo CEO, Peter Elbus, has been summoned by the...
Cutting across to some breaking news that's coming in. The BJP spokesperson is holding a press conference. Let's cut across to what he's speaking on.
जो जब संसद में रहते हैं, आमूमन नहीं रहते, आमूमन कहीं और चले जाते हैं, उनका मन नहीं लगता, वंदे मातरम की डिबेट हो या शुभांशु शुक्ला जी की डिबेट हो, पर जब रहते हैं तब ये इकलौते ऐसे नेता प्रतिपक्ष रहे जिन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री के वक्तव्य के बीच सांसदों को इशारा करके वेल में घुसकर वहां पर डिस्टर्ब करने के लिए उत्साहित किया, प्रोत्साहित किया। तो आज सवाल यह बनता है कि क्या इतना सेंस ऑफ एंटाइटलमेंट है इन पार्टीज का कि वो लोकतंत्र के सबसे पवित्र भवन, सबसे पवित्र मंदिर को बार बार उसकी मर्यादा को, उसकी डिग्निटी को तार तार करने के लिए ड्रामा का इस्तेमाल करते हुए पार्लियामेंट में इस प्रकार के कृत्य करते हैं। और आज इस पर टीएमसी को साफ साफ जवाब देना चाहिए। मैं दूसरे मुद्दे पर बढ़ना चाहता हूं, वो भी पार्लियामेंट से ही जुड़ी हुई है। मित्रों, महात्मा गांधी के 3 बंदर थे, बुरा मत देखो, बुरा मत बोलो और बुरा मत सुनो। देखा होगा, चित्रण है महात्मा गांधी के 3 बंदर। आधुनिक काल में परम आदरणीय नेता प्रतिपक्ष राहुल गांधी जी के भी 3 राजनीतिक सांकेतिक बंदर है। इन द मॉडर्न टाइम्स, राहुल गांधी, who has nothing in common with Mahatma Gandhi, including the surname, it is a stolen surname. He has 3 political symbolic monkeys. और ये 3 बंदर क्या दर्शाते हैं? वो राहुल जी की उस प्रवृत्ति को दर्शाते हैं, इसको कोई अन्यथा ना ले, कि सच मत बोलो, सच मत सुनो और सच मत देखो। और कल पार्लियामेंट में जो चुनाव सुधार को लेकर विस्तृत चर्चा हुई, उसमें राहुल गांधी ने इन्हीं 3 बंदरों का एक उदाहरण पेश करते हुए, मैं उनको नहीं तुलना कर रहा हूं, मेरी बातों को कट करके, क्लिप कट करके, ये उनकी आदत है, उनकी सुप्रिया श्रीनेत वगैरह की, मैं कह रहा हूं कि उन्हीं की तरह अनुकरण करते हुए राहुल गांधी ना सच सुनने को तैयार थे, राहुल गांधी ना सच देखने को तैयार थे, राहुल गांधी ना सच बोलने को तैयार थे। और इसीलिए राहुल गांधी जी ने कल एलओपी का एक नया मतलब गढ़ लिया। एक तो एलओपी का मतलब लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन नहीं है उनके लिए, लीडर ऑफ प्रोपेगेंडा है। प्रोपेगेंडा तो भरपूर फैलाना संवैधानिक संस्थाओं पर, रफाल पर, सेना पर, एचएएल पर, एलआईसी पर, एसबीआई पर, सब पर। पर कल उन्होंने जो प्रोपेगेंडा फैलाया इलेक्शन कमीशन को लेकर, तो लीडर ऑफ प्रोपेगेंडा तो है ही, पर दूसरा एलओपी का मतलब उनके लिए बन चुका है लीडर ऑफ पलायन। मतलब कि चर्चा की मांग आप करो पार्लियामेंट में, चर्चा के लिए चुनौती दो आप, और जब चर्चा में जवाब मिले आपको, बिंदुवार तरीके से आपके जो झूठ के बम है वो डिफ्यूज हो जाए और आपके एक के बाद एक झूठ के ऊपर से पर्दाफाश होता जाए, तो आप एलओपी लीडर ऑफ पलायन बन के भाग जाओ पार्लियामेंट से। उन्होंने कहा था डरो मत, हम तो कहते हैं राहुल जी भागो मत। अब तो भाग गए, पार्लियामेंट छोड़ के ही भाग गए। तो सच नहीं देखना है, सच नहीं बोलना है, सच नहीं सुनना है। आपको पता है कि मैं थोड़ी बहुत शायरी कविता भी कर लेता हूं, तो मैंने भी राहुल जी की जो स्थिति है, राहुल जी की बहुत कठिन स्थिति है। ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस और नार्सिसिज्म के बीच में जो फाइन लाइन है, अति कॉन्फिडेंस और आत्ममुग्धता, इसके बीच में जो फाइन रेखा है, उस पर राहुल गांधी खड़े हैं। उसको बोलते हैं पॉइंट ऑफ डिल्यूजन। तो राहुल गांधी जी के लिए मैंने कुछ लाइंस में लिखकर लाया हूं। ता उम्र राहुल गांधी रिमेन्स इन डेलुलू। डेलुलू आजकल ये शब्द चलता है, जेनजी का शब्द है, डिल्यूजन में जिसको होता है वो, उनको बोलते हैं डेलुलू। इनका कोई नहीं बचा है सोलुलू। सोलुलू मतलब सोल्यूशन। ता उम्र रहते हैं इन डेलुलू, कोई नहीं बचा इनका सोलुलू। चुनाव के समय जाएंगे कोलंबिया से लेकर होनोलुलू, और चुनाव हारने पर बोलेंगे इलेक्शन कमीशन व्हाट डिड यू डू। जेनजी की भाषा में लिखा है, पुरानी शायरी नहीं है, नहीं जेनजी वाली शायरी है। राहुल गांधी जी, आपका ये जो 4D फॉर्मूला है ना, पहले डी से इलेक्शन में डिफीट होता है। अब जब डी से डिफीट होता है तो डी से वो डाइवर्ट करते हैं, भाई मेरे ऊपर ना आए, कोई मुझसे सवाल ना पूछे कि 95 टाइम्स मैं क्यों इलेक्शन हारा। तो डी से डाइवर्ट करना है, अटेंशन, अकाउंटेबिलिटी। तो डी से डिसइंफॉर्मेशन फैलाना है, डी से डिस्टोर्ट करना है, डी से डेफिसिट ऑफ ट्रस्ट पैदा करना है किसी भी संवैधानिक संस्था में, कि भाई मैं नहीं हारा, इन्होंने मुझे हरा दिया। कोई बच्चा फेल हो जाता है पेपर में तो बोलता है कि भाई पेपर टीचर ही गलत था, सिलेबस के बाहर से सवाल आए, एग्जामिनर करेक्ट नहीं था, जो बहानेबाजी होती है। और लास्ट डी जिस पर राहुल गांधी आ चुके हैं वो है डी से धमकी देना। वो भी हमने देखा कि पार्लियामेंट में खड़े होकर राहुल गांधी अब 4th डी पर पहुंच चुके हैं, डी से धमकी देना। जो उनकी दादी मां ने तो इमरजेंसी लगा दी थी संवैधानिक संस्थाओं पर। संवैधानिक संस्थाओं को कुचलने का लंबा इतिहास है इनके परिवार का, तो ये कोई नई बात नहीं है। पर उसी इमरजेंसी मानसिकता को दिखाते हुए राहुल गांधी जी अब डी से धमकी देने लगे संवैधानिक संस्थाओं को। कहते हैं आकर देख लेंगे, रेट्रोस्पेक्टिवली आपके ऊपर कार्रवाई करेंगे। तो राहुल जी की जो समस्या है वो ईसीआई नहीं है, ईसीआई तो बहाना है। राहुल जी की समस्या ईएमआई है। आप बोलोगे ईएमआई क्या? ईएमआई मतलब इमरजेंसी मानसिकता ऑफ इंदिरा। आज भी उससे बाहर नहीं निकले। तब इंदिरा इज इंडिया था, आज परिवार तंत्र है जवाब संविधान तंत्र। मेरा परिवार चुनाव हारे तो संविधान तंत्र गलत, इलेक्शन कमीशन गलत, जुडिशरी गलत, और दूसरा है एंटाइटल्ड मानसिकता ऑफ इंदिराज ग्रैंडसन। अपने आप को ही पार्लियामेंट के ऊपर समझना, अपने आप को ही देश के ऊपर समझना, अपने आप को हर संवैधानिक संस्थाओं के ऊपर समझना। तो ये ईसीआई का विषय नहीं है राहुल गांधी का। राहुल गांधी का असली विषय तो ईएमआई का है, इमरजेंसी मानसिकता से ग्रसित और एंटाइटल मानसिकता में फंसे हुए। अब राहुल गांधी जी ने मुख्यतः से अपने थ्रेड्स बांधने की कोशिश की उन्होंने स्पीच में। आपने देखा, हालांकि वो थ्रेड कहां से कहां जुड़ रहा था वो तो हम सब ने देखा, ना इधर का थ्रेड वहां जुड़ रहा था, ना उधर का थ्रेड इधर जुड़ रहा था। पर उनके जो थ्रेड्स में से निकला वो 4 बिंदु थे। इलेक्शन कमिश्नर की नियुक्ति पर, सीसीटीवी पर, इम्यूनिटी पर, और राहुल गांधी ने जो इलेक्शन कमीशन को रेट्रोस्पेक्टिवली एक्शन करने की बातें की। और हर एक बिंदु पर कल गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी ने बिंदुवार तरीके से पूरे कानून को और संविधान को समझाते हुए पॉइंट बाय पॉइंट रिबटल किया। राहुल गांधी जी कहते हैं कि आज की तारीख में नियुक्ति निष्पक्षता से नहीं होती। हालांकि आज नियुक्ति इलेक्शन कमिश्नर की कोई मोदी जी डायरेक्टली नहीं करते, पैनल करता है, कानून के तहत बना हुआ पैनल करता है। अब राहुल जी, मेरा आपसे सवाल है, आपकी तो सरकारें बहुत साल तक रही, 1950 से लेकर 2014 तक। आप मुझे बता दीजिए कि कौन सा ऐसा इलेक्शन कमिश्नर या कमिश्नर्स है जिसकी नियुक्ति आपने पैनल के माध्यम से करवाई हो, जिसमें नेता प्रतिपक्ष की कोई योगदान या रोल रहा हो। आज तो है, आज जो इलेक्शन कमिश्नर अपॉइंट होता है वो एक पैनल के तहत होता है। आपके समय पर तो डायरेक्टली अपॉइंट होता था, पहले तो मल्टी मेंबर भी नहीं था, एक ही इलेक्शन कमिश्नर। तो वहां पर वो प्रोपेगेंडा झूठ साबित हुआ उनका। दूसरा, उन्होंने सीसीटीवी पर सवाल उठाया कि 45 दिन के बाद सीसीटीवी क्यों नहीं रखा जाता। उस पर भी जवाब आया कि भाई 1950 से कानून बना है कि 45 दिन के बाद तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट भी किसी इलेक्शन पिटीशन का संज्ञान नहीं ले सकता। मतलब आपको जो पिटीशन दायर करनी है, अगर आपको लगता है आपकी चुनाव में कोई गलती हुई है, तो वो 45 दिन की अवधि रिप्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ पीपल्स एक्ट 1950-51 में तय किया गया था, इनकी सरकारों ने तय किया। अब सीसीटीवी 45 दिन से आगे रखने का तो कोई औचित्य नहीं बचता, तो उसको अलाइन किया गया। पर मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं राहुल जी, चलिए छोड़ दीजिए कानून की बातें, कहां आप समझेंगे। बिहार में तो आप कह रहे हैं ना, बड़े स्केल पर धांधली हुई, और बिहार के चुनाव 14 नवंबर को हुए, रिजल्ट्स आए, और आज आप देख लीजिए कितने दिन हो चुके हैं। तो कितनी आपने पिटीशंस फाइल की और सीसीटीवी को आपने स्टोर करवा दिया, उसका जवाब ही दे दीजिए। मतलब कि 35 से 40 दिन की अवधि निकल चुकी है बिहार चुनाव से, पर एक याचिका कांग्रेस ने ऑफिशियली फाइल नहीं की है, पर हल्ला मचाना है, हल्ला काटना है। तीसरी बात उन्होंने कही कि इलेक्शन कमिश्नर को इम्यूनिटी क्यों मिलती है। राहुल जी देखिए, इतना एम्बैरेस मत कीजिए अपने आप को भी और हमें भी। आप नेता प्रतिपक्ष हैं, वेदर वी लाइक इट और यू डोंट लाइक इट, आप हैं। आप एक संवैधानिक पद से, संवैधानिक दृष्टि से महत्वपूर्ण पद पर है। चाहे आपको संविधान का ज्ञान हो ना हो, आपको कम से कम यह इमेज तो रखनी चाहिए कि आप संविधान जानते हैं भारत का। आर्टिकल 324 बड़े क्लियरली इस पावर को देता है, और जो भी संवैधानिक पद पर अपनी ड्यूटी को डिस्चार्ज करता है उसको इम्यूनिटी मिलती ही है अपने कार्यों के लिए। ये संविधान सभा और संविधान के फाउंडर्स ने तय किया था, ये कोई हमने थोड़ी तय किया है। और रिप्रेजेंटेशन पीपल्स एक्ट 1950-51 में सेक्शन 146 में बाकायदा वही लाइन है, मैं पढ़कर थोड़ी सुना भी देता हूं। नो सूट और प्रोसिक्यूशन विल लाई अगेंस्ट कमीशन और एनी अदर पर्सन, जो भी वो कार्य करते उसके दृष्टिकोण से। तो क्या राहुल गांधी जी कहना चाहते हैं कि नेहरू जी ने गलत तरीके से, संविधान सभा ने गलत तरीके से ये इम्यूनिटी दी है? तो बता दे और आकर ओपनली नेहरू जी को डिसरिगार्ड करे, ये चोरी छिपे ना करे, ओपनली आकर करें। और जिन लोगों के परिवार का इतिहास यह रहा है कि इमरजेंसी के पीक पर मिनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन लागू करके 42nd अमेंडमेंट लाकर अपने आप को, मतलब प्रधानमंत्री को इम्यूनिटी दे देना, वो भी रेट्रोस्पेक्टिवली, वो लोग बात कर रहे हैं इम्यूनिटी की। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री तो वो है जो अब वो कानून बन रहा है जिसमें कि अगर आप जेल में रहेंगे तो आपको पद छोड़ना पड़ेगा। हमारे वाले तो वो है जो कहते हैं प्रधानमंत्री को पहले डालो उसमें। आपके वाले तो वो थे जो कहते थे कि प्रधानमंत्री पर जुडिशरी भी सवाल नहीं उठा सकती कन्विक्ट होने के बाद। मैं कंफ्यूज हूं कल की राहुल गांधी की जो थ्रेड वाली बातें हैं। हालांकि उसके धागे तो अमित शाह जी ने खोल दिए, पर वो धागे कहां जा रहे हैं मुझे समझ में नहीं आता। कांग्रेस का अब तक डिबेट्स में और बाकी जगह पर यह कहना था कि हम एसआईआर के खिलाफ नहीं है, हम एसआईआर की जो प्रक्रिया अपनाई जा रही है उसके खिलाफ है। ठीक है, पर मनीष तिवारी जो कि संभवतः ओपनिंग स्पीकर थे कांग्रेस के, वो आकर कहते हैं कि एसआईआर करने का तो कोई कानूनी संवैधानिक अधिकार ही नहीं है। तो इसका मतलब यह हुआ, और राहुल जी मेरे सवाल आपसे अब शुरू हो रहे हैं, हिम्मत हो तो चैलेंज एक्सेप्ट करते हुए प्रेस वार्ता कीजिए या ट्विटर पर, जहां पर भी आपको, क्योंकि अभी तो आप विदेश जाएंगे, जर्मनी जाएंगे, तो जर्मनी से ट्वीट ही कर दीजिए, कोई समस्या नहीं।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा है, नीचे से ब्लड।
एसआईआर का ठीकरा शुरू कर दिया है। 1 साल पहले राहुल जी, सवाल नंबर 2, आप एसआईआर तो बोलते ही नहीं थे, वोट चोरी तो बोलते नहीं थे, ईवीएम बोलते थे।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik. At 3:30 p.m. this Thursday afternoon, our top story continues to remain the Luthra brothers, who are at the moment in the custody of immigration services in Thailand. But a crucial hearing is also simultaneously ongoing in the Delhi Rohini court, where they are asking for an anticipatory bail. What's going to happen? I'll bring you all those details in this bulletin. But as always, let's start this Live and Breaking bulletin with the headlines. It's the end game for the Luthra brothers, duo detained in Thailand by the Royal Thai Police. First pictures only on Republic. Passport suspended, duo detained, Luthra brothers deportation process initiated from Thailand. Delhi court resumes hearing in the Luthra brothers anticipatory bail plea this afternoon. Crucial hearing ongoing in Delhi's Rohini court.
देश भर में ई सिगरेट बैन हो चुकी है। क्या सदन में आपने अलाउ कर दी है?
नहीं, कोई माननीय सदस्य को कोई भी
सर, टीएमसी के सांसद पी रहे हैं सर टीएमसी के सांसद सर कई दिनों से लगातार बैठ के पी रहे हैं सर।
Amid the winter session fireworks, an e-cigarette scandal breaks out in the Indian Parliament. BJP MP Anurag Thakur accuses TMC MP of smoking e-cigarettes on the Lok Sabha campus. US Trade Talk delegation teams arrives at the Ministry of Commerce and Industry to further India and US trade negotiations. And ladies and gentlemen, as the tensions between India and Pakistan continue to remain high, in a swift operation conducted by the Coast Guard, a Pakistani fishing vessel was now captured by the Coast Guard in India's exclusive economic zone. This Pakistani fishing boat had 11 crew members inside India's EE zone. The interdiction underscores Bharatiya Tatrakshak's sustained maritime operations and India's commitment to securing its maritime frontiers. This is a big operation that was undertaken by the Indian Coast Guard, in which a Pakistani fishing boat was apprehended with 11 Pakistani nationals on board. This fishing boat had ventured into India's exclusive economic zone, which is the right of India to only have access to its own ships and ships that have a sanction to operate in these waters. This Pakistani ship was found in Indian waters in the exclusive economic zone and now has been apprehended by India's Coast Guard. These are exclusive visuals only on Republic of that Pakistani boat that was intercepted by the Coast Guard along the Gujarat coast, and their 11 Pakistani citizens have been further detained from this fishing boat along the coast of Gujarat. This is the information that we are getting in. There's a continuous vigilance across India's maritime domain, and this remains to be a cornerstone of India's national maritime strategy. That's the latest coming in. My colleague Swarali joins us live on the broadcast with more details on the story. Swarali, do tell us about this interception of the Coast Guard of this Pakistani ship in India's exclusive economic zone and the 11 Pakistani nationals who have been detained.
Yes, that's true. 11 fishermen with a boat named Al Wali are arrested by the Indian Coast Guard, and their determination to secure the maritime borders of India. They were primarily found to be in the Indian maritime zones, and that's why they were detained and now interrogated thoroughly. They are questioned regarding the intentions. Right now they are in the custody of Indian Coast Guard. On the other hand, let me also tell you, they were detained near the Indian waters in the Jakhau area near the Kutch, Gujarat, and they are found there sailing without the proper permissions. They are found in the Indian maritime zone. And in a determination to secure the coastal line of India, Indian Coast Guard had arrested these 11 fishermen on a boat named Al Wali. That's the specific boat name from where these fishermen were detained and now interrogated by the coastline agencies of India.
Indeed, Swarali, and this continues to remain a very important point of concern. We know that this border has been largely used as an interception point by the Coast Guard, therefore the narco-terror trade that also stems through these fishing routes. So it is very important and crucial that this fishing boat has been captured in India's exclusive economic zone. It's a very difficult situation, especially in light of Operation Sindoor, where vigilance has been extremely high along the Gujarat coast, where various maritime drills have also been conducted. What are you picking up from the authorities and the Coast Guard vis-a-vis the further proceedings that will now continue now that these people have been detained and this boat has been captured and intercepted?
Right, they are totally examined by the Indian Coast Guards, and the interrogation will take its further course in a sense that they will investigate it in detail regarding their intention of crossing the international water borders present on the sea, and why were they even sailing in the Indian maritime zone when they had no permission, no legal permission to cross the international water borders. Why were they present on the Indian side of the maritime authority and maritime zone? So this is the constant effort by the Coast Guards to crack down on such illegal sailors who come across on the other side of the international borders in the Indian maritime zone, and which is very important economic area for India. They were caught on the area near Jakhau. They were sailing near the area called Jakhau, and they were brought back to the port, and now investigation will take its course, and they'll be thoroughly questioned, examined, and the intention of them sailing on the other hand, 11 fishermen, intention of them sailing on the Indian side will also be fetched.
Thank you so much, Swarali, for bringing us those details, ladies and gentlemen. That's the latest coming in from the Coast Guard. In the interim, we are also getting in more breaking news updates on the Luthra brothers, ladies and gentlemen. A shocking revelation has come to the fore, where 42 shell corporations linked to the Luthra brothers are now coming to the fore. They went to the courts and they said that everything is hunky-dory. They have all the requisite licenses to carry out their operations. But now Republic has found out a shadowy network of alleged 42 shell companies, all helmed by the same duo as directors who have bizarrely registered, ladies and gentlemen, hear this, all 42 quote-unquote shell companies at the same address in northwest Delhi, with most incorporated in just last 2 years. Far from the billions that they claimed in legitimate restaurant ventures, these entities now are under the radar of the agencies, which appear to be designed for money laundering, tax evasion and fund diversion. So now the investigation into the Luthra brothers, ladies and gentlemen, is going into top gear, into next level scrutiny of this duo, from fire NOCs and illegal constructions in the CRZ zones, the coastal regulation zone. This investigation is now taking a pivotal turn, with more updates coming in on the money laundering aspect, the tax evasion aspect and the fund diversion aspect. My colleague Swarali continues to remain live with us on this story. Swarali, do tell us about the new money laundering, tax evasion and the fund diversion angle now, which is emerging in the Luthra brothers investigation, a shocking turn.
Yes, that's true. A new set of information is emerging, which is very, very shocking. Now, their entire company network might come under the scrutiny after the Republic networks access the information that 42 shell companies might be registered in the name of alleged perpetrators of Goa fire tragedy, Luthra brothers. 42 shell companies. Now, this pattern shows the possibility of money laundering, diversion of funds, Benami transactions, and all these 42 shell companies are registered on the same address. Let me take you to the details of this address. It's in the Hudson line of northwest Delhi. Now, there are several private limited companies, limited liability partnerships, that is LLPs, and also so these 42 companies are registered on, allegedly, on major perpetrators of Goa fire tragedy, Luthra brothers. Now, agencies might scan and scrutinize the entire network, which has now raised alarming questions regarding the intent. Luthra brothers were...
And ladies and gentlemen, in the interim, there is a big breaking development coming in from the Delhi Rohini court. The case moving very fast in the Luthra brothers investigation. The Delhi court has now reserved an order which was seeking an interim bail. The order will be delivered at 5 p.m. in the evening, and the suspense over whether or not the Luthra brothers will get an anticipatory bail to come to Goa and face their charges now will be concluded at 5 p.m. this evening, as the Delhi Rohini court has now reserved an order in the Luthra brothers case. Remember, this case first came to the court yesterday in the afternoon with senior advocate Siddharth Luthra representing the Luthra brothers there. The core contention of that argument was, ladies and gentlemen, that they are ready to come back to Goa and join the investigation as an aid to the investigation, but not as accused. The Luthra brothers shockingly also claimed that they were being persecuted, their restaurants were demolished without any notices, and that they are only the licensees and not owners. This was the conjecture that was put out. This was the argumentation that was put out by the lawyers of the Luthra brothers in the court. The court has, yesterday there was no interim bail granted to them. Today the order has been reserved till 5 p.m. in the evening. My colleague Shambhavi joins us live now on the broadcast with more details. Shambhavi, take it away. Shambhavi, if you can hear me, we are getting in a breaking news detail coming in that the Delhi court has now reserved an order. The order will be pronounced at 5 p.m. in the interim bail plea application that has been filed in the court. What's the latest that you're picking up on the story, Shambhavi?
Well, yes, the order has been reserved now after a lot of argument between both the counsels. There has been to and fro argument from both ends in this case. The counsel for Goa was arguing and debunking each and every argument that was made from Luthra's end yesterday, be it about them absconding from the country and asking protection from the police if they come back. And mind you, they have put a condition that we are ready to come back. We want to come back to India, provided that you give us protection, because we are scared. What they have put forward in their argument is that I am being threatened, my wife is being threatened. What if you want me to come back to Goa and then you want me to be lynched by the public there? So they're saying that we are running a risk here. There has been a lot of things which has happened in just a matter of few days. There has been minute-to-minute changes in this entire case where several of my properties have been bulldozed. Rest of the properties have been shut down without any notice. And you are taking me accountable for something which I'm not even responsible for. I've barely been to Goa and I don't look after the operations there. Please take into account who handles the operations for that concerned club. And we are talking about Birch by Romeo Lane here, in which there was this fire. So these were the points that were being raised by the Luthra brothers, to which the state of Goa's council has said that they have raised several points about their health issues as well, that both Saurav and Gaurav Luthra have health issues, that Saurav has a history of epilepsy and also of seizures. So what they are saying, what the council for Goa has said, that if you look at their prescription, in that prescription, you can see that that prescription was prescribed without even meeting the patient. So that cannot be considered as something very severe. And when it comes to Gaurav Luthra, that was more of a cosmetology clinic medicines. So these are not such serious medicines that you can say that they have a medical history and that if they come back, there is more chances of getting seizure. So such arguments were made from both ends, very strong arguments made, a lot of to and fro between both the parties. And now that the court has reserved the order, the final order is expected to be out by 5 p.m. Back to you.
Indeed, Shambhavi, and stay with us because, ladies and gentlemen, these are fast-moving developments coming in as we speak. The Delhi court has now reserved an order that will be delivered at 5 p.m. in the evening. And the entire sequence of events, ladies and gentlemen, we have mapped out very clearly how these two individuals got into an aircraft which flew from 5:30 a.m. in the morning in an Indigo aircraft, and how they escaped the country mere hours after the entire fire incident took place in Goa. And let me also take you through a set of sequence of events as to how exactly this entire sequence was executed. First, what has happened since morning? Today morning, they were detained from the Indigo hotel where they were staying in room number 345. They were detained from the hotel room. These are the visuals of the Thai immigration services who detained them. Subsequently, their identities were verified because a blue corner notice of the Interpol was put in place, and because of that blue-collar notice, they were identified, their passports were photographed, and it was proven that it is Gaurav and Saurav, the two people who were in the Thai police custody. Subsequently, what happened? Then they were taken away into an immigration detention center of the Thai services. From there on, behind the blue door, in a restricted area, they have been detained for further proceedings. We are being told now that Indian embassy officials also have reached Phuket, where these two individuals are now being detained by the immigration authorities of Thailand, and subsequently, their process of repatriation back to the country is going to be under the focus. Amidst this, there was hope for them because a case hearing was ongoing in Delhi's Rohini court, which has now reserved a judgment at 5 p.m. in this evening. Their prayer to the Delhi court was an anticipatory bail for 5 days. Let me also show you the map graphics on this big wall to show you the scale and extent of which what has transpired in the last 24 to 48 hours. In just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, but the biggest story at the moment is whether or not Gaurav and Saurav will get that anticipatory bail, because the entire procedure of their repatriation is now somewhat hinged upon it. But let me also show you the sequence of events from the perspective of this big man detained in 72 hours. The fire breaks off here in Goa at 11:45 p.m. on Saturday evening. Subsequently, what happens? The two brothers are based out in Delhi at 1:17 a.m. in the thick of the night. Merely a couple of hours after that, they boarded a flight of Indigo at 5:25 a.m. in the morning and landed there, all the way in Phuket. It was much closer for them to come to Goa and join the investigation, as they are now going to the Rohini court and claiming that they want to be part of the investigation. But instead, ladies and gentlemen, they say that they had some important work, following which they decided that it was perhaps advisable for them to fly all the way down there to Phuket, but not to Goa. Shambhavi, these are some very strong questions that were raised by the ASG also in the court, and some questions that the Luthra brothers have had to answer in the court. Whether or not this will convince the judges is something that remains to be seen, but the timeline will be a huge factor of consideration, Shambhavi, in the bail hearing.
Definitely, the time when the fire actually broke, and then the time at which they booked the ticket, then the time they took the flight and reached, and then released a very templated condolences message on his Instagram. And then there were several points. Now let me also tell our viewers here, Krutarth, that there were some points raised by the Luthra brothers and in this hearing. What they're saying is, we are just asking for this transitory anticipatory bail. We are not fighting, or we are not arguing on the merits of the case. If you just provide me some protection, I will be back. I was even ready to come back to India yesterday night as well, when the arguments were going on. Then another point, they're saying that I have set up my restaurant. I'm setting up my restaurant in Phuket, and I will be employing Indians in that restaurant. Is that something that I should be lynched for? Because they've made this very strong point that if you want me to come back to India, I will come back to India. I am ready to face the court. But if I'll come back to India, I will be lynched. My properties will be set ablaze. They're saying that their life is in danger. Another point that they've raised is that Saurav is epileptic and Gaurav has some neuro issues, and that they went above and beyond to make sure that all the documents are provided for the aid of the investigation. So now they're defending their actions. They're not taking any accountability for this unfortunate accident that happened at the club, and they are constantly trying to prove their innocence by saying that we went above and beyond just to make sure that the authorities have all the required documents in this case. Another thing that they're actually saying, that because Saurav is epileptic and he's more prone to have seizures, such stressful environment just makes him more prone to have seizure, and that is basic science. So these are the grounds that today the Luthra brothers council have argued, to which even the council for the state of Goa has said that when you look at the timing, we are already constantly telling our viewers the timeline of this entire accident. And when you look at the time, the fire was somewhat around 11:20 to 11:30 p.m. Saturday night. And then around 1:17, that flight, 1:17 a.m., just a couple of hours after that fire, they booked a flight, and then they fled from India. And they're also saying that I ran like a rabbit, but I'm ready to come, I'm ready to face, give me protection and I will come. So that has been their constant point. Krutarth.
All right, thank you very much, Shambhavi, for bringing us those details. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the big breaking news development coming in at 5 p.m. this evening. We'll have the answer on the anticipatory bail for the Luthra brothers. In the interim, let me bring you a report coming in from the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, where J&K Police, SOG and the BSF together in the Samba International Border Sector are conducting thick combing drives along the international border to prevent any infiltration bid. The national security effort, ladies and gentlemen, is a 24/7, 365-day effort, and our forces are on it. Take a look.
Security forces have launched one of its mega operations as part of its winter strategy, and right now we are reporting from the woods of the Samba, where massive search operation is presently underway. As you see, the troops of the Special Operations Group of the Samba, they are carrying out this intensified searches in the deserts and the upper areas that has some riverine structures as well, and this is very close to the Indo-Pakistan international border where these intensified searches are taking place. What they are doing, they are carrying out the searches to ensure that the security forces, they are able to scan everything, because this entire area, the 360-degree view that you see, that this is a dense forest that is in the Samba district, and here it becomes really a major challenge for the security forces, that how they will storm through these forests so that it cannot be used by the adversary, it cannot be used by the enemies of the country, because this area has been a traditional route of infiltration. And now as we speak, you will see how they are carrying out the intensified operations, that they are looking into every nook and the corner, and once they reach some point, then they are ensuring that every threat from across the border is foiled. I'll request Ashu to tag along so that we can show you that how in these of the dense areas the security forces are carrying out these operations. Now that they have seen some movement, they have completely come to a standstill. Only when they see that this movement, this threat is neutralized or the threat is ruled out, only then they will move out. So tactically in the woods of the Samba, the Special Operation Group is moving. They are moving so that they can rule out the threat of the drone dropping, because see, these are the dense areas, and in these dense areas, what the terrorists do, that they locate some coordinates and then they drop the consignment into the Indian territory. But now what is happening, that here the intensified operations are underway.
Well, that's the latest coming in from the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, ladies and gentlemen, where our forces are continuing to remain very vigilant along the infiltration points along the international border. In the interim, let me also bring you all the latest updates that we are tracking for you from across the country. This is Bharat in 2 minutes. A massive fire broke out at the irrigation factory in Jalgaon's MIDC area. Officials confirmed that the blaze, which spread rapidly due to plastic materials, has been brought under control with no casualties reported. 3 people dead, 13 injured in a collision between a car and a tractor near Ayodhya. 4 injured patients admitted in hospital are in stable condition. The victims belong to Madhya Pradesh's Rewa district. Two police officers who were suspended for alleged negligence in the investigation into last year's Pune Porsche crash case have been dismissed from service. A Porsche car allegedly driven by a 17-year-old boy in an inebriated condition had fatally run over 2 techies on a motorcycle in Pune last year. A major fire broke out at a 6-story commercial building and the offices of SBI after continuous efforts of nearly 24 hours. The firefighters, NDRF and SDRF teams, assisted by teams from the Guwahati refinery, doused the flames and brought the situation under control. No casualties have been reported so far. A fire erupted at a multi-story building in Sadar Bazaar, prompting response from Delhi Fire Services. The blaze swept through storage units of polythene and plastic bags. Firefighters dispatched multiple water tenders, eventually controlling the flames. Authorities confirmed that no casualties or injuries have been reported, but the cause of the fire is still under investigation. In the interim, ladies and gentlemen, India's humanitarian mission in Sri Lanka after Cyclone Lutra has now entered a decisive phase. The Indian Army's medical teams operating under Operation Sagar Bandhu have treated more than 5,000 patients in just 48 hours. Lieutenant Colonel Jagneet Gill, contingent commander of the Indian Army team deployed in Sri Lanka, is underscoring this collaborative nature of the mission, and he has shared the commitment of both our nations to work together in the time of crisis. Let's take a look at that detailed report of Operation Sagar Bandhu.
The first 48 hours after Cyclone Lutra caused destruction in Sri Lanka, Indian Army treated more than 5,000 patients. India's relief effort in Sri Lanka following Cyclone Lutra has moved into a critical stage now. Under Operation Sagar Bandhu, the Indian Army's medical contingent has already provided care to multiple people who were left injured. The Indian Army contingent, led by Lieutenant Colonel Jagneet Gill, set up a fully equipped mobile hospital in the flood-ravaged district of Trincomalee.
Well, the key facilities that were established by this hospital really depended on the fact that what were the facilities that were already available in this hospital. So the other hospital which has been non-functional, we were basically looking at facilities like the operation theatre, the dental section, the X-ray and the lab facilities. So we have been able to create these facilities. Other than that, we have also been able to create OPDs, which was the hour of the need. So we have been able to create the surgical OPD, the ortho OPD, the dental OPD, as well as family OPD. So we've been able to provide assistance to almost around 5,000, more than 5,000 patients.
The team's priority was to bring immediate, life-saving care to those cut off by the floods, as per Lieutenant Colonel Gill.
When the new age technology that we had employed this time was that we had surveillance drones which were very, very important to find the layouts of the hospital and really helped us to establish it much faster. The other was the HVAC tents which were deployed to create OT in a minimum time. And also, since the layout of the hospital required us that the labs and the facilities for blood collection were far apart, so we could actually use the logistic drones to carry out lab samples and blood samples to the labs, and we could actually enhance our speed and we could get results much faster.
Within 24 hours, the team upgraded a previously non-functional healthcare center. The Indian Army installed an operational theatre, digital X-ray and a fully stocked laboratory in the health center. In addition, they opened OPDs for surgery, dentistry and family health, ensuring a comprehensive package of care. This came as major boost and upgrade to the existing medical infrastructure in Sri Lanka. Cyclone Lutra made landfall on the eastern coast on 28 November, dumping more than 500 mm of rain in 48 hours. The resulting floods submerged 1.1 million hectares, which is roughly 20% of the island's landmass. 2.3 million people were directly exposed to waterborne hazards. The destruction was immense. $720,000 buildings were inundated, including 243 health facilities and hundreds of schools. In addition to the medical push, India dispatched 4 more naval vessels to deliver essential relief supplies. Food, water, medicines and shelter kits were provided. The vessels have also provided logistical support for the evacuation of vulnerable civilians.
And as the parliament debates continue, ladies and gentlemen, a new controversy has erupted on e-cigarettes being used by an alleged TMC MP on campus. The BJP is now raking up the issue, and when we come right back after this very short break, we'll bring you more details. Do not go anywhere. Republic is live and breaking.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा है, ब्लड नीचे से
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
It's the end game for the Luthra brothers duo detained in Thailand by the Royal Thai Police. First pictures only on Republic. Passport suspended, duo detained. Luthra brothers' deportation process has been initiated in Thailand. Delhi court reserves order in the interim bail plea for the Luthra brothers, order to be pronounced at 5 p.m.
देश भर में ई सिगरेट बैन हो चुकी है, क्या सदन में आपने अलाउ कर दी है?
नहीं, कोई माननीय सदस्य को कोई भी
सर टीएमसी के सांसद पी रहे हैं सर टीएमसी के सांसद सर कई दिनों से लगातार बैठ के पी रहे हैं सर।
Amid winter session, e-cigarette scandal breaks out inside the parliament. BJP MP Anurag Thakur accuses TMC MP of smoking an e-cigarette within the Lok Sabha compound. US delegation arrives at the Ministry of Commerce and Industry amid stalled trade negotiations. Progress expected.
Breaking news coming in on the big controversy on the lamp lighting verdict. There are people who are taking a very strong stand. You heard the Home Minister Amit Shah in Parliament talking about how opposition parties, by bringing in the impeachment motion, had shown that they preferred vote banks than standing for justice for Hindus. And now Mohan Bhagwat, RSS chief, has spoken about it, speaking about Hindu awakening in reference with the lamp lighting controversy. Mohan Bhagwat, let's cut across live.
If it needs escalation, it will be done. But I don't think it needs so. The matter is now sub judice. Let it resolve. The awakening of Hindus in Tamil Nadu, I think it is enough to bring about the desired result. But if at all it is needed, the Hindu organizations are working in Tamil Nadu also. They will let us know, then we will think about it. But at present, I think the issue can be resolved here only on basis of the Hindus' strength in Tamil Nadu only. If it needs escalation, it will be done. But I don't think it needs so. The matter is now sub judice. Let it resolve. The awakening of Hindus in Tamil Nadu, I think it is enough to bring about the desired result. But if at all it is needed, the Hindu organizations are working in Tamil Nadu also. They will let us know, then we will think about it. But at present, I think The issue can be resolved here only on basis of the Hindus' strength in Tamil Nadu only.
Sharda is joining us live. In fact, Sharda is at the hill. She's at the foothills of the Tiruparan Kundam, and I'm going across to her. She's in Madurai. Sharda, we understand that then ASI survey is ongoing, but the story is becoming national. It's no more about Tamil Nadu. It's a national story with different political parties taking sides. RSS chief also saying awakening of Hindus is enough for desired results. Ahead of elections, these are big statements.
Very true, Niranjan. Now, Tamil Nadu, the Tiruparan Kundam river has become huge because there's been continuous legal battles between the ruling government, DMK, and also the Hindu political front, which includes the BJP, ADMK, and the Hindu Munnani Makkal Party, which has been fighting to light the lamp in Tiruparan Kundam. It's been over 10 days since the fight has been continuing, and the Section 144 was imposed in the hill. But now, even after the judges asked for the 144 to be removed, the government continues to make sure that the people are not let on top of the hill to go to the Kasi Vishwanath temple or even the Dargah, for the matter of fact. And also now, with the elections coming, it's more the political battle than a legal battle that's been fought, because it seems like the DMK is looking forward for the minority appeasement. It's making sure that the Muslims are favored more than the Hindus, and this is what the BJP and the AIADMK claims. And with the DMK moving forward with an impeachment policy against Judge G.R. Swaminathan, who gave the order that the lamp can be lit on the top of the hill, we can also see that this impeachment motion comes at a time when the order did not come in favor of the DMK. With multiple voices that we heard today from the residents here, the petitioners, the lawyers, and also political leaders who have been fighting for this for years, continue to state that the people in the Tiruparan Kundam continue to live harmoniously, but it is the state government that's trying to create an issue by especially a communal break in the communal harmony is what the DMK is aiming at, is what the residents are telling us.
Mohan Bhagwat, the RSS chief, speaking on the lamp lighting controversy and an awakening of Hindus. Critical statement ahead of the elections in Tamil Nadu.
If it needs escalation, it will be done. But I don't think it needs so. The matter is now sub judice. Let it resolve. The awakening of Hindus in Tamil Nadu, I think it is enough to bring about the desired result. But if at all it is needed, the Hindu organizations are working in Tamil Nadu also. They will let us know, then we will think about it. But at present, I think the issue can be resolved here only on basis of the Hindus' strength in Tamil Nadu only.
The story became national the moment DMK and its allies, Congress included, decided to move an impeachment motion. 107 MPs signed the impeachment motion and went to the Speaker and presented a letter. This was 2 days ago. And today it's become a national controversy. In the Parliament last evening, Union Home Minister Amit Shah raised the controversy, talking about, and his reference was to how opposition parties, while backing intruders on one hand, have started opposing Hindus and anything that is seen as pro-Hindu. They were opposing a judge simply because he allowed lamp lighting on that hill in Madurai. Here's what Amit Shah said in Parliament.
कोई जज आजादी के इतने साल में नहीं हुआ है मान्यवर कि कोई जज एक जजमेंट दे तो जज के खिलाफ इंपीचमेंट लेकर आते हैं। अपनी वोट बैंक को एड्रेस करने के लिए इंपीचमेंट लेकर आते हैं मान्यवर। और ये सारे ने तो साइन कर दिया, साथ ही साथ उद्धव जी ने भी साइन कर दिया। उद्धव जी, जजमेंट क्या है? एक पहाड़ी पर मान्यता है कि हाँ सबसे ऊपर दिया जलाया जाए। मान्यवर, एक वोट बैंक को संभालने के लिए एक हाईकोर्ट के जज के सामने इंपीचमेंट लेकर आए हैं। देश की जनता उनको मदद नहीं करे।
Story, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting in more pictures right now. Breaking story here on Republic after the Goa club fire where 25 lives were lost. The Luthra brothers who fled India and moved to Thailand. They're getting in more pictures from Phuket of the immigration center. And we are expecting that in a short while from now, the Luthra brothers will be moved from that immigration center. They are likely to be brought back to India in a few hours. The Indian agencies will seek custody and will seek to take a handover from Thai authorities and the police. Let me go, and the immigration, of course, department in Thailand. Let me go across to Swarali, joining us with the details. Swarali.
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you right now, the Luthra brothers are in custody of Royal Thai Police in the immigration center of Thailand. And further, the process and the procedure to deport Luthra brothers back to India has started. They are being interrogated and the documents are being verified. This is the latest information we are gathering in from the immigration center that is in Thailand. As we know that this is a question of two countries. They are supposed to be deported back to India. So all the angles will be explored.
Fire tragedy.
Fire tragedy back. So, all the
and we might get information soon that when in how many hours
or in how many days will the major perpetrators of Goa fire tragedy be bring back to India.
I'm staying with this video. There's a new video that's come in, another video that's come in from Phuket of the detention center. This is the immigration detention center where the brothers, the Luthra brothers, Saurabh Luthra, Gaurav Luthra, are being held by the immigration authorities. We should be able to get you more details now. Whether they will be moved out and moved back to India today or tomorrow, it's a question of time and about when they will be moved out. But for the moment, they are being held in this high security area and they fled India hours after the fire. 5:25 a.m. flight, a few hours after they booked the ticket following the fire that broke out at the Birch Club. We're getting in some more details. One of the owners, there's two of the owners who are in Phuket who've been tracked down, who've been detained, but the third owner, Ajay Gupta is in the court. He was in the Goa court, presented, and we questioned him, asked him a few questions. This is him. Let's try and play that out. Right. We're going to play the full sequence. Can we play the sequence, please, of us asking the questions to Ajay Gupta? Ajay Gupta tried to speak there. In fact, Ajay Gupta had in the last few days after his arrest tried to tell the media that he's only a sleeping partner. He had no active role in the operations of the Birch nightclub. Let's listen in.
Sir, एक statement, sir.
I am sad for what has happened. I'm not a dement. I am sad for what has happened, but I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
अजय गुप्ता क्या कहना चाहते हो? अजय गुप्ता.
But sir, लेकिन आपकी लापरवाही से 25 लोगों की जान गई है. आप नहीं मानते हैं सर?
I am a sleeping partner. I have no role in operations.
Sir, एक statement, sir.
I am sad for what has happened. I'm not a dement. I am sad for what has happened, but I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
अजय गुप्ता क्या कहना चाहते हो? अजय गुप्ता.
But sir, लेकिन आपकी लापरवाही से 25 लोगों की जान गई है. आप नहीं मानते हैं सर?
I am a sleeping partner. I have no role in operations.
Co-owner outside the court saying he's a sleeping partner, had no role whatsoever. Okay, the court has reserved the order. Meanwhile, the Luthra brothers had moved court, saying that they will only return if there is assurance, a surety of sorts from the court, and the court will dictate the order on the Luthra brothers at 5 p.m. today. So we will wait for that order. They had sought anticipatory bail from the Delhi court, and the Delhi court has heard them out. Siddharth Luthra, senior advocate, has been fighting, or rather arguing, for these two brothers, Saurabh and Gaurav Luthra, who you see there. And those are pictures of them after the detention this morning. Court will deliver its order at 5 p.m. this evening. I'm going across now to Shambhavi. Shambhavi joining us with details of what happened in court. They maintained that they were there on work. Obviously, they were not on work because you look at the timeline. 11 o'clock fire breaks out, 1 o'clock they booked the ticket, 5 a.m. they've taken off. So it's clear, the timing is clear, it matches, there's no work. Nobody books a ticket if you have work at 1 a.m., 1:17 in the morning to be precise. Audio. Okay, I'm just getting you. I just lost your audio there, Shambhavi. Maybe your mic is off. Let me just bring back your audio there. But this is the timeline. Fire breaks out at 11 p.m. So 11 p.m. the fire breakout happens, and then at 1:17 a.m. they booked the flight using a portal, Make My Trip portal. That was at 1:17 a.m. And at 5:25 the flight took off from Delhi. They fled Delhi and they landed in Phuket. So that's the timeline of how they planned their escape. But in court they claim that they were there on work. Let me see if Shambhavi is back. I'll try and go across to her. Meanwhile, this is the Interpol blue corner notice issued against both the brothers Saurabh Luthra and his brother Gaurav. And in the Interpol notice talking about giving out the full details of these two brothers. This was given out before, of course, they were detained. 1981 born, Gaurav Luthra, passport, date of issue, expiry date, the date the passport itself was procured from Delhi. As per the particulars, 1981 born, Gaurav Luthra was detained today in Phuket. Shambhavi is live now. Shambhavi, what did they claim in court, and how has the Goa government exposed their claims today?
See, this timeline issue is the main thing that has been argued today in the court. And apart from this, one thing is sure, that nobody is ready to take accountability in this case. Be it the third partner who claimed that he is a sleeping partner, so he has zero accountability in this entire matter. And these Luthra brothers, the counsel for these Luthra brothers have claimed in the court that again and again, even yesterday and today itself, they maintained that they are just the license holders and that they don't look after the operational day-to-day operations of all the properties. And even the petition that they filed, they said that they have around 27 properties all across India, and it is not possible for them to make.
Have you been to Goa once or twice? So they are not the ones to be blamed.
Not the ones to be blamed. This was a very strong point which was raised on their end, to which again the counsel for the state of Goa has said that them saying that they fled, they did not flee from the country, they indeed went on some kind of professional engagement, and they said that we were looking at prospective properties there because they are planning to open a restaurant back in Phuket. But the timing of it, as you very rightly pointed out, is a little too convenient for us to believe this theory, given that the fire was around 11:15 to 11:30 p.m. on Saturday, and the flight was booked in the middle of the night at around 1:15 p.m., 1:15 a.m. and then they flee from India. So this was the main argument which was made from the council of the state of Goa. And now that the court has heard both the parties, there has been rebuttal from both ends. The order has been reserved, and we'll see at 5 p.m. today in which direction does the court decide. Does the court accept and give anticipatory bail for 4 weeks or for whatever time span it deems fit, or it rejects the back?
Okay. Lost the line there. We'll take a short break right now, ladies and gentlemen, and get you some top stories from across the country. Let's get you the top stories on Bharat Into on Republic. Okay, so a massive fire broke out at a factory in Jalgaon, Maharashtra. This was at the irrigation factory in the MIDC area. The blaze spread rapidly due to plastic materials that were stored. It's now been brought under control. No casualties were reported. Three people died, 13 were injured following a collision between a car and a tractor near Ayodhya. 4 injured patients were admitted to a hospital, are now in stable conditions. The victims belong to Madhya Pradesh's Rewa district. 2 policemen who were suspended for alleged negligence in the investigation into last year's Porsche car crash have been dismissed from service. A Porsche car allegedly driven by a 17-year-old boy who was drunk at the wheel had fatally run over 2 techies on a motorcycle in Pune last year. A fire broke out at a 6-story commercial building in the offices of SBI after continuous efforts for nearly 24 hours. The firefighters, NDRF, SDRF, assisted by teams from the Guwahati refinery, doused the flames, brought the situation under control. Fire reported at a multi-story building in Sadar Bazaar in the national capital, prompting response from the Delhi Fire Service. The blaze swept through storage units for polythene and plastic bottles. Firefighters were dispatched, multiple water tenders eventually controlling the flames. Authorities confirmed that no casualties or injuries were reported. Getting in some breaking news now on the Election Commission. The Election Commission has extended the SIR period in 6 states. Initial details coming in. SIR period extended in 6 states including in Uttar Pradesh. The SIR period has been extended in Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Andaman and Nicobar Islands. News update coming in. The deadline has been extended so that people get more time to complete their formalities. This includes once again Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Uttar Pradesh, Andaman and Nicobar Islands. India's humanitarian mission in Sri Lanka after Cyclone Ditwa has entered a decisive phase. The Indian Army's medical teams, which are operating in Sri Lanka under Operation Sagar Bandhu, have treated over 5,000 patients in just the first 48 hours. Lieutenant Colonel Jagneet Gill, contingent commander of the Indian Army teams deployed in Sri Lanka, has underscored the collaborative nature of this mission. Here are some pictures and the report that came in from Sri Lanka.
The first 48 hours after Cyclone Ditwa caused destruction in Sri Lanka, Indian Army treated more than 5,000 patients. India's relief effort in Sri Lanka following Cyclone Ditwa has moved into a critical stage now. Under Operation Sagar Bandhu, the Indian Army's medical contingent has already provided care to multiple people who were left injured. The Indian Army contingent, led by Lieutenant Colonel Jagneet Gill, set up a fully equipped mobile hospital in the flood-ravaged district of Trincomalee.
Well, the key facilities that were established by this hospital really depended on the fact that what were the facilities that were already available in this hospital. So the other hospital which has been non-functional, we were basically looking at facilities like the operation theatre, the dental section, the X-ray and the lab facilities. So we have been able to create these facilities. Other than that, we have also been able to create OPDs, which was the hour of the need. So we have been able to create the surgical OPD, the ortho OPD, the dental OPD, as well as family OPD. So we've been able to provide assistance to almost around 5,000, more than 5,000 patients.
The team's priority was to bring immediate, life-saving care to those cut off by the floods, as per Lieutenant Colonel Gill.
Well, the new age technology that we had employed this time was that we had surveillance drones which were very, very important to find the layout of the hospital and really helped us to establish it much faster. The other was the HVAC tents which were deployed to create OT in a minimum time. And also, since the layout of the hospital required us that the labs and the facilities for blood collection were far apart, so we could actually use the logistic drones to carry out lab samples and blood samples to the labs, and we could actually enhance our speed and we could get results much faster.
Within 24 hours, the team upgraded a previously non-functional healthcare center. The Indian Army installed an operational theatre, digital X-ray and a fully stocked laboratory in the health center. In addition, they opened OPDs for surgery, dentistry and family health, ensuring a comprehensive package of care. This came as major boost and upgrade to the existing medical infrastructure in Sri Lanka. Cyclone Lutra made landfall on the eastern coast on 28 November, dumping more than 500 mm of rain in 48 hours. The resulting floods submerged 1.1 million hectares, which is roughly 20% of the island's landmass. 2.3 million people were directly exposed to waterborne hazards. The destruction was immense. $720,000 buildings were inundated, including 243 health facilities and hundreds of schools. In addition to the medical push, India dispatched 4 more naval vessels to deliver essential relief supplies. Food, water, medicines, and shelter kits were provided. The vessels have also provided logistical support for the evacuation of vulnerable civilians.
So in Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, we've seen all kinds of discussion in the last few days, and today's discussion we heard a scandal that was mentioned by one of the parliamentarians. Anurag Thakur, BJP MP, claimed that some TMC MPs are smoking e-cigarettes. That's the latest scandal in Parliament. US trade delegation in India begins its talks. We're getting you the details of the trade talks in a few minutes.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल और जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा प्यार चाहिए दे दो क्यों नहीं कर सकता क्यों नहीं कर सकता क्यों नहीं कर सकता मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Endgame for the Luthra brothers. They will be dragged back to India. They've been detained in Phuket. Passport suspended, duo detained. Luthra brothers' deportation process has been initiated from Thailand. The owners of the Goa Nightclub, where 25 people were killed, on their way back. Delhi court will resume the hearing on the Luthra's anticipatory bail plea. In fact, at 5 p.m, we're expecting the verdict.
देश भर में ई सिगरेट बैन हो चुकी है। क्या सदन में आपने अलाउ कर दी है?
नहीं, कोई माननीय सदस्य को कोई भी
सर टीएमसी के सांसद पी रहे हैं सर टीएमसी के सांसद सर कई दिनों से लगातार बैठ के पी रहे हैं सर।
E-cigarette scandal breaks out inside Parliament. BJP MP Anurag Thakur accuses Trinamool Congress parliamentarians of smoking e-cigarettes in the Parliament premises. US delegation arrives at the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Trade talks are underway. We're getting in some details now that India has, in a swift operation on the 10th of December, which is yesterday, the Coast Guard has apprehended a Pakistani fishing boat with 11-member crew inside the Indian economic zone. Now this underscores sustained maritime operations and India's commitment to securing its maritime frontiers while maintaining robust enforcement of international maritime laws. Continuous vigilance across India's maritime domain remains a cornerstone of our maritime security strategy, is what the Defence PRO has handed out. I'm going across to Ishan, joining us with the details. Ishan, they were held in Indian waters. How far in were they? If you can share some more details with us.
The Indian Coast Guard, in a swift maritime operation, apprehended 11 Pakistani crew members on a boat. This boat was deep inside Indian territorial waters, that is the exclusive economic zone. After this, the Coast Guard has handed over the alleged fishermen over to the police authorities for a detailed investigation. The apprehension has been done under the UN clause jurisdiction of international territorial waters. They had been illegally entered into the Indian waters, and after that they were doing activities which upon apprehension the Indian Coast Guard, detecting that they were within the territorial waters, in a swift multi-domain operational wherein multiple Coast Guard vessels zeroed in on their location and arrested these intruders, and after arresting them they have been handed over to the Goa Police for further legal procedure and investigations.
Okay. Thank you for joining us with those details. Quick news input that came in from Ishan there. Let's go on and get you some other stories now from across the country. In the national capital, as the winter session of Parliament continues to witness some fierce exchanges between the Treasury and opposition benches, the BJP this morning accused a Trinamool parliamentarian of smoking e-cigarettes inside Lok Sabha. BJP MP Anurag Thakur raising the issue without naming the Trinamool leader, urging the Speaker Om Birla to take note.
एक सर मैं व्यवस्था को लेकर आपसे सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं। देश भर में ई सिगरेट,
एक मिनट, माननीय सदस्य मुझसे सवाल नहीं पूछ सकते।
नहीं सर, आपसे आग्रह करने वाला,
आग्रह कर सकते हो,
आपसे आग्रह कर
सर भी ढंग से
बिल्कुल सर, हाथ जोड़ के आपसे पूछ सर सदन की जानकारी के लिए है सर। देश भर में ई सिगरेट बैन हो चुकी है। क्या सदन में आपने अलाउ कर दी है?
नहीं, कोई माननीय सदस्य को कोई भी
सर टीएमसी के सांसद पी रहे हैं सर टीएमसी के सांसद सर कई दिनों से लगातार बैठ के पी रहे हैं सर।
कोई भी माननीय
टीएमसी के सांसद पी रहे हैं सर चेक कर, नहीं सर आप चेक करवाइए सर।
एक मिनट व्यवस्था
सर, सदन में अगर सिगरेट पीना अलाउ कर दिया है,
एक मिनट प्लीज। मैं सभी माननीय सदस्यों से पुनः आग्रह करता हूं हमें संसदीय परंपराओं और संसदीय नियमों का अनुपालन करना चाहिए। कोई भी माननीय सदस्य कभी भी ऐसा कोई विषय मेरे पास आएगा तो निश्चित रूप से इस पर मैं निश्चित रूप से कार्रवाई करेंगे।
पार्लियामेंट जिसको हम लोकतंत्र का मंदिर मानते हैं, वहां पर ई सिगरेट लाना, ये तो कानून के खिलाफ है। आप कानून के रक्षक है तो कानून के भक्षक पार्लियामेंट में कैसे बन सकते हैं? उसको कंज्यूम करना तो पार्लियामेंट के रूल्स के खिलाफ है कि आप पार्लियामेंट की इस प्रकार से तौहीन नहीं कर सकते। पब्लिकली स्मोक करना, ये तो कानून है देश का, नहीं कर सकते। पार्लियामेंट में तो कतई नहीं कर सकते, हाउस के अंदर तो कतई नहीं कर सकते। पर इन तीनों चीजों का उल्लंघन टीएमसी के एक सांसद करते हैं, और इसी के बारे में बड़े दुख के साथ, बड़े दर्द के साथ अनुराग ठाकुर जी ने स्पीकर को अवगत कराया, जिस पर संज्ञान लेते हुए स्पीकर ने भी कहा कि यह पूर्ण तरीके से गलत है, इसके ऊपर पूर्ण जांच होगी, इन्वेस्टिगेट होगा। तो आज सवाल टीएमसी से बनता है कि जब प्रथम दृष्टया इतनी बड़ी घटना हुई है तो क्या वो इस प्रकार की नेगेटिव कीर्ति स्थापित करने वाले अपने सांसद पर समय रहते ही स्वतः कार्रवाई करेंगे या स्पीकर के कार्रवाई का इंतजार करेंगे? क्योंकि आप तो कहते हैं आप तो संविधान के बड़े रक्षक हैं, आंबेडकर जी के बड़े प्रशंसक हैं, तो आंबेडकर जी द्वारा संविधान के तहत लोकतंत्र का जो मंदिर है उसकी मर्यादा की बार बार अवहेलना करने का जो इतना बड़ा अपराध कर रहे हैं, ऐसे अपराधियों पर क्या कार्रवाई टीएमसी करेगी?
The Trinamool Congress prima facie not denying the allegations while saying that those in charge of monitoring discipline of MPs in the House will look into the matter.
हम क्यों कहेंगे? ये देखना जिसका काम है वो देखेंगे।
लेकिन आपकी पार्टी के सांसदों पर आरोप लग रहा है।
हम फिर बोल रहे हैं, देखिए तृणमूल, वो आपको पता होगा 2021 पे अब की बार 200 पार बोल के मोदी बाबू हार गए, तो वो गुस्सा अभी तक नहीं गए। क्या किया जाएगा? पैसा बंद, खाना बंद, नौकरी बंद, सब कुछ बंद, और उसके साथ साथ मंत्री लोगों ने सदन में आके असत्य भाषण भी बोलने लगा। बहुत अनफॉर्चुनेट है, बोलने दीजिए। फिर हम बोलते हैं कि कोई भी इनडिसिप्लिन होगा तो उसका संभालने के लिए संसद का एक तरीका है, डिसिप्लिन है। अनुराग ठाकुर कोई गुरु ठाकुर नहीं है, वो बोलेंगे हम मान जाएंगे।
A key meeting is underway right now at the residence of Home Minister Amit Shah. Getting the details, JP Nadda, the current BJP chief, and BL Santosh are present in that meeting. We're trying to get more details. Possibly one of the items that could be discussed is on who will be the next BJP president. That's a possibility. And the fact that Amit Shah and JP Nadda are there along with BL Santosh at the organization level. At the organization level, the BJP has delayed this decision. It's possible that the BJP could be taking that decision. The idea was to announce a new BJP president after the Bihar elections, and there is a possibility that that announcement could be made anytime soon. Okay, we'll try and go across to Aishwarya joining us on the phone line. And there has been several meetings, in fact, that have taken place. Aishwarya is on the phone line. Aishwarya, several meetings have taken place and this decision is well overdue for a very, very long time. What's the latest? Aishwarya? Okay, while we go across to Aishwarya, let's also tell you a few more details that have come forward. There were several meetings, in fact, between BJP top leaders. Amit Shah met the Prime Minister. This was a few days back, about 1 week back, that triggered the buzz on the new BJP chief once again. I think we are getting in some more breaking news right now. Let's first get you some more news before we go back to the details of that meeting that is on. Getting in some details on the Indigo front. We're getting in some details of the meeting that took place with the Indigo CEO, Peter Elbers. We're picking up more details of the meeting, the 2-hour meeting that took place between the DGCA Inquiry Committee and the Indigo CEO. And during the high-level meet convened to address the Indigo crisis, the Inquiry Committee posed several direct pointed questions to the airline CEO regarding operations, refunds, crew management, compensation. And during the meeting, the airline provided information on its new roster plan, refund progress, baggage tracing, flight resumption. Indigo has also provided the committee with information regarding compensation. Now, these are some details of what took place in that meeting between Indigo CEO and the DGCA Inquiry Committee. Chandrakala is on the phone line. Chandrakala, pretty ordinary stuff, nothing extraordinary, asking questions about operations, refunds, crew management, compensation, and almost on cue, we've also had an Indigo statement today saying that extra refund will be given, 10,000 credit, etc., etc.
Yes, in fact, a very crucial to our long meeting took place between the DGCA Inquiry Committee and the Indigo CEO here at the DGCA office. Of course, the fact that what we are learning is this high-level meeting was convened to address the Indigo crisis. Of course, the Inquiry Committee has posed many questions related to the crisis and also asked for detailed information as far as the operational, the disruptions or the flight cancellations or flight restoration for that matter is concerned. And of course, it was a direct question being posed to the CEO, the Indigo CEO, regarding operations, refunds, crew management and compensation. Well, of course, the meeting took place for 2 hours and, the airline provided few information on its new roster plan and refund progress, baggage tracing and flight resumption. Well, it also provided the committee with information regarding compensation. Well, given the fact that, we have seen the Indigo CEO, mentioning and apologizing for this entire crisis, yet, the crisis still remains intact because more and more flights still remain cancelled today morning. We have seen in Bengaluru, in Ahmedabad, also yesterday, many Indigo flights remains cancelled, and also the fact that many staff, many passengers has complained about, as far as the staff are concerned, there has been no such swift actions being taken. So yes, a very crucial meeting has taken place, although we know that the Civil Aviation Ministry has warned Indigo of strict actions, and they have sought a response as far as detailed data and an update on this entire crisis as far as flight restoration is concerned. Although, the Indigo CEO has mentioned that 1,800 plus flights has resumed, but the fact remains, this entire aviation crisis, when it will be sorted out, because it's been more than a week that, of course, this crisis happened, and now,
Okay, we'll leave it at that. We'll just wait and see if there are more details that come in on the story. As of now, nothing much. Of course, it's the DGCA. You can't expect much for the DGCA to do in this particular case. They've gone soft on Indigo all along. They suddenly can't go really hard on Indigo, can they? Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, security forces in Jammu and Kashmir have intensified operations along the international border in Samba and surrounding sectors amid dropping temperatures, heightened concerns of cross-border infiltration. Joint teams of the Jammu and Kashmir's Police Special Operations Group, the SOG, the Army Border Security Force conducting combing drives through forest areas, riverine belts and streams. My colleague Gursimran sent us this report from the border.
Security forces have launched one of its mega operations as part of its winter strategy, and right now we are reporting from the woods of the Samba, where massive search operation is presently underway. As you see, the troops of the Special Operations Group of the Samba, they are carrying out this intensified searches in the deserts and the upper areas that has some riverine structures as well, and this is very close to the Indo-Pakistan international border where these intensified searches are taking place. What they are doing, they are carrying out the searches to ensure that the security forces, they are able to scan everything, because this entire area, the 360-degree view that you see, that this is a dense forest that is in the Samba district, and here it becomes really a major challenge for the security forces, that how they will storm through these forests so that...
Getting in some breaking news right now. Rioter Umar Khalid, along with Sharjeel Imam, they've been fighting for bail for the last few weeks and months. The Delhi court has granted an interim bail to Umar Khalid from 16th December to 29th December. That's about 14 days. 14-day period. It's a 14-day interim bail. I repeat, 14-day interim bail for Umar Khalid. It is for his sister's wedding. He can attend his sister's wedding, and then he will have to go back. He will have to surrender himself again. So it's a quick news alert. We'll go across to Rhythm. We'll just add that 14-day interim bail for Umar Khalid, being tried in the Delhi riots 2020 case. 2020 Delhi riots, one of the instigators, the chief instigators, one of the rioters, along with Sharjeel Imam, who organized the entire riots in which 53 people died. Rhythm is joining me live. Rhythm, 14-day interim bail. It's just a 14-day window. Rhythm?
All right. Even as the Delhi Supreme Court has reserved judgment, Niranjan, on the Umar Khalid bail plea, the Delhi court has granted an interim bail to Umar Khalid, and this is because he has to attend his sister's wedding from 16th to 29th. Remember, this is only for 15 days to attend his sister's wedding. But we are waiting for that main bail, the regular bail that has been asked for in the Supreme Court, and that's a very crucial hearing, like we've been saying. Within the next 7 days, the top court of the country is going to come out with an order in the bails that have been asked for by Umar Khalid, Sharjeel Imam and others. The regime change operation is the main case that the Delhi police and the government has against them. We have to see what happens in that. This is a 15-day bail that has been granted to attend his sister's wedding, and this is on particular grounds in which bail has to be granted, on the basis of which this has been granted now. So Umar Khalid had asked for his sister's wedding. That's on 27 December. The Delhi police had told earlier, remember, the Supreme Court and others, that this case may finish soon, and that's when now this bail has been granted by the court.
15 days. Okay, 15-day interim bail. Rhythm, it's important to tell people, remind people about who Umar Khalid is, who Sharjeel Imam is, and how these two people organized the riots, resulting in the deaths, murders, not deaths, murders of 53 people in Delhi.
Don't think it's, you're absolutely right. People also need to understand, when the Washington Times and the New York Times talk with sympathy about these people, they are terrorists under the UAPA Act. They wanted a regime change operation not only in Delhi but pan-India. This is what the Delhi police said. I do believe, after the evidence that we have seen over the past few years, this case should have been handed over to the NIA. This time the Delhi police had made no stones unturned in the top court of the country to say they had international support. They also, the speeches of Sharjeel Imam, Niranjan, that you and I have seen, the 8 minutes that have been shown to the Supreme Court, it's very clear. They looked at anything they could to use it as a catalyzing effect to ensure that people of the minority community could be galvanized only for their dangerous agenda to break India. They were not successful. The same modus operandi was followed in Dhaka and in Nepal. They were successful there. So very, very dangerous terrorists who have been in prison for the past 5 years. He's been granted bail, but we have to see what happens within the next 7 days in the top court of the country and whether they're granted bail there. I do believe that this is a bench that has heard each side, and after having seen the evidence, these terrorists will continue to be in jail.
Yes. Rhythm, if I can just keep you on that story, because it's critical to get, because nobody knows this case better than you. If you can tell our viewers a little bit about, how these two, especially Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid, not just the faces, but how their legal teams, they have the high-profile legal teams, high-profile lawyers, and they've been trying really hard to get out of jail at any cost. They've been fighting for bail. So a little bit about the arguments they've been trying to make in court.
Well, absolutely. The main arguments that have been made is that this is an act that you can't attribute to them because they have not openly said anything. that can be seen to be violent. That is what the lawyers for Sharjeel Imam, Umar Khalid and others have said in the court. We've seen several people speak up in the court for these people. The top lawyers of the country have been representing them. But what is very clear also to understand is that the Delhi police opposes the bail, and they've filed this big affidavit in the top court of the country where they say there was a deep-rooted, premeditated, orchestrated conspiracy. It was at a time coinciding with the visit of the US President Donald Trump to India. They spoke about the CAA, but beyond doubt, they said the conspiracy was only to have a regime change operation in India. It was only chosen. The CAA was a radicalizing catalyst. They had said the conspiracy led to the death, like you said, of 53 people, and there were 753 FIRs registered. It was a pan-India conspiracy. The affidavits have been filed in response to the Supreme Court listening to the bail pleas for the longest time of Sharjeel Imam, Umar Khalid, Gulfisha Fatima, Miran Haider, Shifa Ur-Rahman. They challenged the Delhi High Court's order that denied them bail. And the police has maintained, SV Raju, the ASG, has maintained the conspiracy was hatched, nurtured, executed by these people. They were striking at the very heart of India.
Okay.
They wanted a regime change.
Thank you, Rhythm. Thank you for joining us with those details. We'll leave it at that. It's a 14 to 15 day reprieve. 15 days, that's it, for his sister's wedding. So he will be out for exactly 15 days and he'll have to go back in. He'll have to go back in and surrender. Ladies and gentlemen, for the last 5 days, today is the 5th day, started on Sunday, today is Thursday. For 5 days, we've been reporting endlessly on the Goa Nightclub fire and the corruption that caused the fire. It's endgame for the Luthra brothers. This morning, their free run ended after they were detained in Thailand following an international alert. A series of steps were taken, including moving the Interpol, and the owners of the Goa Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub are now staring at a swift deportation, which could happen, by the way, within the next 24 hours. And the arrest, a possible arrest, the moment they land in India. Their matter in court, they've moved for anticipatory bail, and it's being heard, rather has been heard and will be delivered in about roughly 8 minutes. 5 p.m. is when the verdict is expected. And what happens next is something we're all watching out for closely. Here's how they were caught this morning, how their run ended in Phuket, Thailand.
A massive breakthrough in the Goa Club Blaze case. Hours after their 72-hour run abroad ended, the Luthra brothers, Gaurav and Saurabh, were detained in Phuket by Thai authorities. The detention came after Indian agencies triggered a blue corner notice and activated the India-Thailand extradition framework that has been operational since 2015. The duo is currently in immigration custody in Thailand, where documentation and identity verification are underway, the first step before deportation. So, what is next? Once Thai immigration completes paperwork, they will issue what is effectively a deportation order. Unlike a full extradition trial, deportation is usually faster and based on immigration violations or overstaying alerts. Indian officials from Goa Police and CBI's Interpol wing are already coordinating with the Indian Embassy in Bangkok to secure an early travel warrant. If all clearances move without delay, officials say the brothers could be put on a flight to India within the next 48 to 72 hours. The moment they land, they will be arrested. Goa Police have already prepared transit remand paperwork and a detailed case file, including fire department findings and digital evidence of ticket bookings minutes after the blaze. Diplomatic channels expect no resistance from Thailand, given the seriousness of the case and the prior Interpol alert. Once in India, the Luthra brothers will face custodial interrogation, reconstruction of the crime scene, and confrontation with technical evidence already gathered. Investigators allege the brothers fled within 90 minutes of the fire, booking tickets to Phuket at 1:17 a.m. while rescue operations were still underway. Luthra's brothers' defense say they did not flee but traveled to Thailand for business purposes. An argument they also placed before a Delhi court while seeking transit anticipatory bail. Meanwhile, back in Goa, the probe is widening. Police have arrested 6 people so far, including partner Ajay Gupta, who has been brought back for questioning. A lookout circular is also out for British national Surinder Kumar Khosla, the property owner of the club, who is still untraceable. For now, all eyes are on Thailand, where the final deportation order comes through and when the escorted flight back to India is confirmed. A process that began with a blue corner notice is now in its last leg, the handover. And once Luthra brothers return, the investigation enters its most crucial phase yet.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a big story that's developing in Tamil Nadu. It has been for the last few weeks on the Deepam controversy in Tiruparan Kundam hill in Madurai. The RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat has spoken on this issue, saying Hindu awakening. He's spoken about Hindu awakening and how that only that is enough to resolve most issues.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला। भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us this Thursday. You're watching Live and Breaking at 5 p.m. with me, Ayana Mitra. Viewers, at least 100 opposition MPs have moved an impeachment motion against Justice Swaminathan, who's a judge of the Madras High Court, over a judgment that he passed in favor of Hindus. What is this controversy all about, and why is it that the opposition is so rattled with a judgment that essentially favors the rights and sentiments of Hindus. We'll get you the details of all that and a lot more, but first the headlines this hour. Delhi court grants interim bail to Umar Khalid in Delhi riot's larger conspiracy case. Luthra brothers, owners of Goa Club, seen handcuffed after detention in Thailand's Phuket.
Awakening of Hindus in Tamil Nadu. I think it is enough to bring about the desired result.
RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat speaks on Madurai. Deepam Rao says can be resolved by Hindu strength.
देश भर में ई सिगरेट बैन हो चुकी है। क्या सदन में आपने अलाउ कर दी है?
नहीं, कोई माननीय सदस्य को कोई भी
सर टीएमसी के सांसद पी रहे हैं सर टीएमसी के सांसद सर कई दिनों से लगातार बैठ के पी रहे हैं सर।
Amid winter session of Parliament, e-cigarette scandal breaks out inside the Lok Sabha. BJP MP Anurag Thakur accuses TMC MP of smoking e-cigarettes in the lower house. A US delegation arrived at the Ministry of Commerce and Industry earlier today for the India-US trade talks. Our viewers, RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat issued a statement just a short while back, and he has expressed confidence that the temple issue, the Madurai temple issue in Tamil Nadu can be resolved by Hindus, citing the strength of Hindus collectively in the state. He has said that the escalation is not necessary at this point, but if needed, Hindu organizations in the state of Tamil Nadu will inform them. The RSS chief has emphasized that the issue will be resolved favorably for Hindus and they will do whatever it takes. Issue revolves around a Madras High Court order allowing the devotees to light a lamp at a stone pillar near a dargah, which the Tamil Nadu government has appealed for in the Supreme Court. And this is essentially in regards to the judgment that was earlier passed by Justice Swaminathan, who is a Madras High Court judge. Let's first listen in to that statement that came in earlier from the RSS chief.
If it needs escalation, it will be done. But I don't think it needs so. The matter is now sub judice. Let it resolve. The awakening of Hindus in Tamil Nadu, I think it is enough to bring about the desired result. But if at all it is needed, the Hindu organizations are working in Tamil Nadu also. They will let us know, then we will think about it. But at present, I think the issue can be resolved here only on basis of the Hindus' strength in Tamil Nadu only. If it needs escalation, it will be done. But I don't think it needs so. The matter is now sub judice. Let it resolve. The awakening of Hindus in Tamil Nadu, I think it is enough to bring about the desired result. But if at all it is needed, the Hindu organizations are working in Tamil Nadu also. They will let us know, then we will think about it. But at present, I think the issue can be resolved here only on basis of the Hindus' strength in Tamil Nadu only.
Okay, let's go across to Sharda, who joins us live from Madurai in Tamil Nadu. She's been tracking the story very, very closely. Sharda, clearly the judgment that has been passed by the Madras High Court judge has rattled a certain section of the opposition. They've moved an impeachment motion in the Lok Sabha. Give us the latest details that you're picking up in this entire controversy. That's number one. And also take us through the response that has come in from the BJP and the NDA and how they essentially plan to take on the opposition.
Well, the latest in relation to the Tiruparan Kundam comes where the case that was adjourned at the Madurai bench of High Court will be heard tomorrow, where the district collectorate and the commissioner of the Madurai city should respond to judge's question on the contempt of why the lamp was not lit on December 3 and December 4 as per the orders that was passed on December 1. And now following the adjournment is when the Hindu people will be protesting outside the Tiruparan temple. Day after tomorrow, the judge has given them a permission of 50 people to hold a silent protest, and also made sure that the people protesting should not target one particular regional party or political party and blame them for what has happened. And also the recent updates that coming from Tiruparan Kundam, where we are standing right now, is the hill is now shut down for the people to go up and pray at the Kasi Vishwanath temple. As you can see, the hill behind me, it's completely shut. It's also said that the people are not allowed to enter, though section 144 has been implemented and removed. The police continue to make sure that nobody is sent up the hill. And also about the BJP and the RSS and the AIADMK, the opposition responding to DMK, says that the DMK continues to call themselves a secular party, but when it comes to Sanatan Dharma or Hindu religion or anything that's related to the culture, and is not able to make sure that what has happened with the Tiruparan Kundam hill. As you can see, the hill is now completely devoid of people, where nobody is going. As you can see, the hilltop temple, and behind that is the dargah. And the DMK and the BJP continue to tell that the communal harmony among the people is good, but it is now turning into a political war more than a legal war in the state of Tamil Nadu. DMK continues to state that to not hurt the sentiments of the people who go to dargah, whereas the BJP continues to say that there is a law that's already passed in 1994 where 15 meters away from the dargah, people are allowed to light the lamp. And now the DMK's HRNC, the temple administration that comes under the Minister Shekhar Babu, who is a close aide of M.K. Stalin, continues to say that the order passed in 2014 by the Supreme Court should be followed, whereas they are not ready to follow what Judge G.R. Swaminathan said. As we know, Judge G.R. Swaminathan also got a latest threat from on Facebook, on social media, multiple people threatening him, telling that if he allows them to light the lamp on Tiruparan Kundam hill, there will be a communal riot in Tamil Nadu.
Yeah. Sharda, I want you to stay on with me, and as you keep giving us the details about what we can expect next, I want you to move around and show us that exact spot. You can show us the visuals of that temple, because we understand this is the same spot where the BJP had earlier held protest, during the course of which many of the opposition leaders in the state of Tamil Nadu had been detained. I want you to take us through details of what had happened earlier while showing us the visuals of that temple, which is now at the center of this controversy.
Well, on December 1, after the orders was passed, December 3, this is the place where multiple people came thronging and also protested to let them enter. As you can see, the steps of the temple are right side, behind the small temple. There's a way in it, but police have entirely blocked that area where we cannot go. And to the left is the way to dargah, where you can also see the forest line. And if you dig deeper into it, you can also see the policemen standing there with barricades, not allowing the people to go even in that way. There's also two other way behind the hill. We also tried entering through that today morning, but there's complete security by the police, and this is the hill that they are protecting. This hill has both the Subramaniam Swami temple, the Kasi Vishwanath temple, the dargah, and also one of Ganesh temple. 3 temples and 1 dargah, where 3 temples have proved that it was built centuries ago, whereas the dargah was built 70 years back, when just before the World War. And also the fight that's going on is not between the dargah and the temple, but not between the people of the dargah or the temple, but a political turmoil that's been creating in Tamil Nadu the last 10 days, saying that to not hurt the sentiments of the minority, especially the Muslim minority, the DMK is trying to make sure that the Hindu temples do not follow the traditions that they have been following for many years. And this is where the BJP also protested just 5 days back, where the president of the state, Nainar Nagendran, was also arrested when he wanted to go up the hill on December 4th to light the lamp. And now the problem still continues, where the court has adjourned the case, and also the Supreme Court is yet to decide whether the DMK's appeal that was given to them will be taken into account or not.
All right, Sharda, thank you very much for giving us those details. We'll keep a close watch on those developments, viewers. It's also the 9 p.m. debate this evening. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, Union Home Minister Amit Shah has accused the opposition parties of appeasement politics, criticizing their move to impeach Justice G.R. Swaminathan of the Madras High Court's Madurai bench. This was a statement by the Union Home Minister in Lok Sabha yesterday. Listen in.
कोई जज आजादी के इतने साल में नहीं हुआ है मान्यवर कि कोई जज एक जजमेंट दे तो जज के खिलाफ इंपीचमेंट लेकर आते हैं। अपनी वोट बैंक को एड्रेस करने के लिए इंपीचमेंट लेकर आते हैं मान्यवर। और ये सारे ने तो साइन कर दिया, साथ ही साथ उद्धव जी ने भी साइन कर दिया। उद्धव जी, जजमेंट क्या है? एक पहाड़ी पर मान्यता है कि हाँ सबसे ऊपर दिया जलाया जाए। मान्यवर, एक वोट बैंक को संभालने के लिए एक हाईकोर्ट के जज के सामने इंपीचमेंट लेकर आए हैं। देश की जनता उनको मदद नहीं करे।
All right, viewers, Tamil Nadu, Deepam Rao, top focus on Republic TV. For the moment, we move on to everything else that is making news across the country at this hour. This is Bharat in 2 minutes. A massive fire broke out at the irrigation factory in Jalgaon's MIDC area. Officials confirmed the blaze, which spread rapidly due to plastic materials, has been brought under control with no casualties reported. 3 people died and 13 were injured in a collision between a car and a tractor near Ayodhya in Uttar Pradesh. 4 injured patients were admitted in a hospital, are in stable condition now. The victims belong to Madhya Pradesh's Rewa district. Two police officials who were suspended for alleged negligence in the investigation into last year's Pune Porsche car crash have been dismissed from service. Porsche car allegedly driven by a 17-year-old boy in an inebriated condition had fatally run over 2 techies on a motorcycle in Pune last year. A major fire broke out at a 6-story commercial building and the offices of SBI. After continuous efforts of nearly 24 hours, the firefighters, NDRF, SDRF teams assisted by teams from Guwahati refinery doused the flames and brought the situation under control. No casualties have been reported. A fire erupted at a multi-story building in Sadar Bazaar, prompting response from the Delhi Fire Services. The blaze swept through storage units for polythene and plastic bottles. Firefighters dispatched multiple water tenders, eventually controlling the flames. Authorities confirmed that no casualties or injuries have been reported. The cause of the fire is being investigated.
उसी खोली और रीजनल पासपोर्ट ऑफिस को पासपोर्ट कैंसिलेशन के लिए कहा। हमारी गोवा पुलिस की पूरी टीम और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की सभी सेंट्रल एजेंसीज, हमने जब सेंट्रल एजेंसीज को रिक्वेस्ट किया, मैंने खुद होके होम मिनिस्टर, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स इनको रिक्वेस्ट करने के बाद उनके हेल्प से उनको आज सुबह सुबह थाईलैंड यहाँ पे डिटेन किया है। मैं सही में यानी विद इन द 4 डेज इस तरह के जो इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे जो कोई भागता है उनको फास्ट ट्रैक तरीके से उनको डिटेन करने की पहली बार इस तरह से उनको डिटेन किया है। हमारी गोवा की टीम और सेंट्रल एजेंसीज के टीम के द्वारा यानी वहाँ से जो डिटेन किए दोनों जो क्लब ओनर्स हैं उनको वो गोवा में लाएंगे। जो मैंने खुद होके कहा था कि उनको जितना जल्दी हो सके उतना जल्दी हम बिहाइंड द बार्स उनको डालेंगे और इसीलिए उनको बहुत ही जल्दी हम गोवा में लेके आएंगे और इनके खिलाफ जो सख्त कारवाई ओपन केली, तांकां ब्लू कॉर्नर नोटीस सर्व केली आणि ताज्या उपरांत तांकां रिजनल पासपोर्ट ऑफिस हाका तांचो पासपोर्ट कॅन्सलेशनाक धाडलो विथ द गव्हर्मेंट ऑफ इंडिया सेंट्रल एजन्सीज म्हणजे होम डिपार्टमेंट, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स हांच्या सगळ्यांच्या सहकार्यांत आमी तांकां आज सकाळी फुडें डिटेन करपाक शकले। पर्सनली हांव म्हणजे होम मिनिस्ट्री आनी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स आनी सगळ्यो एजन्सीज हांकां धन्यवाद म्हणटा की विदीन 4 दिसाच्या भितर ही केस पुराय क्रॅक करता आसतना तांकां दोगांयको आमी थंय डिटेन केला। थोड्याच दिसाच्या भितर आमची स्पेशल गव्हर्मेंट ऑफ गोवा पुलीस आनी CBI पुलीस ते वचून तांकां पर्सनली गोंयांत हाडटले. हांवें जे पर्सनली सांगलेलें की विदीन शॉर्ट स्पॅन ऑफ अ टायम तांकां बिहायंड द बार आमी उडयतले. म्हाका खरोखरूच बरें दिसता की पुलिसांनी प्रॉम्प्ट रित्या आनी सेंट्रल एजन्सीनी काम करून म्हणजे ह्या लोकांक परत एकदा बिहायंड द बार हाडपा खातीर सगळ्या जाणांनी फास्ट ट्रॅक पद्दतीचेर काम केलें. अजूनय बी म्हणजे अशा पद्दतीचे हे इन्व्हेस्टिगेशन्स ह्या केसीचे पुराय चालू उरतले आनी सगळ्या जाणांक जेका कोणाक जितकी कायद्यानुसार तांकां शिक्षा दिवपाक मेळटा तितकी तांकां शिक्षा दितले हेजे हांव खात्रीशी सांगू शकता. एक मिनिट त्यांचो प्रोसिजर जो आसा आमच्यो गोवा पुलीस सेंट्रल एजन्सीज कडेन उलयत आसा आनी पर्सनली हांगासल्यान धाडल्या उपरांतूच तांकां हे गोंयांत जाता तितके बेगीन हाडटले. मैं सबसे पहले मैं गोवा पुलिस और सेंट्रल एजेंसीज CBI हो या मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स, इनका मैं बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि विदिन द 4 days जो एक्चुअली फायर इंसिडेंट गोवा में हुआ, इसको 6 लोगों को हमने अरेस्ट किया. जो एक्चुअल क्लब ओनर थे, जो 3 क्लब ओनर थे, उसमें से एक क्लब ओनर को हमने दिल्ली से उठा के गोवा में लेके आए. दो क्लब ओनर जो उसी दिन सुबह जो इंडिया छोड़ के थाईलैंड चले गए थे, इनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करते वक्त हमारे गोवा पुलिस ने उनके LOC खोली, उनको ब्लू कॉर्नर नोटिस जारी की और रीजनल पासपोर्ट ऑफिस को उनका पासपोर्ट कैंसिलेशन करने के लिए भी हमने डाला. विद द हेल्प ऑफ द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ द एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स और द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ द होम हमने उनको आज थाईलैंड में डिटेन किया है. विदिन अ शॉर्ट स्पैन ऑफ अ टाइम द गोवा पुलिस की टीम और द CBI गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के सहकार्य से उसको थाईलैंड से गोवा लेके आएंगे. मैंने जो कहा था कि इनको विदिन द शॉर्ट स्पैन ऑफ अ टाइम हम इनको अरेस्ट करके गोवा लेके आएंगे. मैं जिन एजेंसियों का मदद हुई है उन सब का मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ, क्योंकि इन्होंने प्रॉम्प्ट रीत्या इतने बहुत ही विदिन अ शॉर्ट स्पैन ऑफ अ टाइम उन्होंने प्रॉम्प्ट केस क्रैकडाउन की है. बस इतना ही नहीं, जो 3 ऑफिसर्स को हमने सस्पेंड किया था, जो 2 ऑफिसर्स कॉपरेट कर रहे हैं, इनमें से जो एक ऑफिसर्स कॉपरेट नहीं कर रहा है, मुझे लगता है कि पुलिस लगा तो उसको कल तक उसको भी हम अरेस्ट करेंगे. इफ़ ही इज़ नॉट कॉपरेटिंग, उसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन अच्छी तरह से चलती रहेगी. बाकी एजेंसीज जिनको यानी मजिस्ट्रियल इंक्वायरी इसका रिपोर्ट चल रहा है, उसका रिपोर्ट आते ही उसके ऊपर हम एक्शन लेंगे. मैं फिर एक बार यानी हमारी गोवा पुलिस और द मिनिस्टर ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स, होम अफेयर्स, मैंने खुद होके होम मिनिस्टर्स, इवन दो द PM ने कंसर्न व्यक्त किया था इसके बारे में, यानी पहले ही दिन ऑनरेबल PM हैड कॉल मी और उसके बारे में इंक्वायरी उन्होंने की थी. खुद होम मिनिस्टर ने इस इंसिडेंट के बाद यानी बाकी सबकी इंक्वायरी खुद कर रहे थे. मैं सभी का बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ, क्योंकि उनको लाने के लिए द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया और हमारे पुलिस ने बहुत ही अच्छा काम किया है. मुझे लगता है कि जितना जल्दी हो सके तो गोवा पुलिस और द CBI और बाकी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की एजेंसीज इनको लेके बहुत ही जल्दी गोवा में आएंगे. उनके ऊपर स्ट्रिक्ट कार्रवाई करते वक्त उनको हम बिहाइंड द बार डालेंगे.
कब तक ले आएंगे सर? कब तक लाएंगे सर?
मुझे लगता है कि जितना जल्दी हो सके उतना जल्दी हम उनको यहाँ से लाएंगे.
गोवा पुलिस की टीम जाएगी सर, थाईलैंड जाएगी?
खुद गोवा पुलिस और CBI की टीम वहाँ से जाएगी. ऑन द सेम केसीस जी केस हांगासर जाल्ली ताज्या बेसिसीर थायलंड पुलिसांक कळयल्या उपरांतूच तांच्यांनी थंयसर तांकां डिटेन केल्ले आसा.
गोंया ह्या पळय ते एक सील मार लावन हाडपाक येता तो ते कितें हे बीन गावला तितून
तांचो जो दुसरो क्लब आशिल्लो ताजेर वायोलेशन आशिल्लें, जे वायोलेशन दे हॅव एनक्रोच्ड इन अवर टुरिजम प्रॉपर्टी, दे हॅव वायोलेटेड समथिंग CRZ that we have demolished. Henceforth this type of CRZ violation or encroachment in our property will not tolerate.
सर, जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर के बारे में आपने बताया कि उनके ऊपर भी एक्शन हो सकता है, वो सस्पेंडेड है और उन्हें अरेस्ट किया जा सकता है, क्या लग रहा है वो बिल्कुल कोऑपरेट नहीं कर रहे हैं?
3 गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर थे, उनमें से 2 ऑफिसर्स जो दोनों लेडी ऑफिसर थी वो कोऑपरेट कर रही हैं. वो इन इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए कल दोनों पुलिस स्टेशन में आके चली गई हैं, जो सभी अच्छी तरह से कोऑपरेट कर रहे हैं. तो उनके ऊपर इन्वेस्टिगेशन इज गोइंग ऑन. लेकिन द एक ऑफिसर्स ही इज नॉट कोऑपरेटिंग, ही हैज नॉट कम टू द पुलिस स्टेशन, तो इसके ऊपर कार्रवाई होगी. मुझे लगता है कि आज जब मैं मीटिंग रिव्यू ले रहा था तो ही हैज़ मूड फॉर द एंटीसिपेटरी बिल, पता नहीं लेकिन कल तक हम उसको उठा के अंदर करेंगे।
जो लूथरा ब्रदर्स ने कोर्ट में अपनी बाजू रखी, उसमें उन्होंने ये कहा है कि वो विक्टिम है, उनको सरकार गोवा की जानबूझ के टारगेट कर रही है।
उन दोनों को हमें अरेस्ट करना था क्योंकि दे आर द क्लब के ओनर्स हैं, इसलिए यानी जहाँ पे उन्होंने एंटीसिपेटरी बेल लगाई है, हमारे सीनियर काउंसिल्स उस केस गोवा सरकार की तरफ से लड़ रहे, तो डेफिनेटली उनको हमारी केस हम उसको डिटेन करने में हम कामयाब हो गए। आगे इस तरह की दुर्घटना न हो इसीलिए मैंने कहा कि एनफोर्समेंट की टीम ऑलरेडी हमने लगाई है। कल से हमारी एनफोर्समेंट टीम इस तरह के हाई फुटफॉल वाले जितने सारे क्लब्स या रेस्टोरेंट है वहाँ पे खुद जा रहे। उस एनफोर्समेंट टीम में सीनियर स्केल ऑफिसर्स हो, द फायर सेफ्टी ऑफिसर, कंस्ट्रक्शन बिल्डिंग कंस्ट्रक्शन के ऑफिसर्स, इवन दो द फायर इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का जो इंजीनियर्स वहाँ जाके विजिट कर रहे हैं, उसका चेकलिस्ट बना रहे हैं। इट इज़ ऑलमोस्ट द चेकलिस्ट एट गिवन, और हमें जहाँ जहाँ पे मेजर वायलेशन मिलते हैं उस मेजर वायलेशन में के क्लब्स हम बंद करेंगे। मैंने पहले ही कहा है उसका रिपोर्ट विद इन अ शॉर्ट स्पैन ऑफ अ टाइम दे विल सबमिट द रिपोर्ट ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ दैट एंड विल क्लोज डाउन देयर क्लब्स।
कितना चैलेंजिंग लिया था ये होम डिपार्टमेंट से?
मैंने पहले ही कहा है कि होम डिपार्टमेंट की तरफ से 3 इशू यानी इन फ्यूचर इस तरह के इंसिडेंट न हो। वन विच इज एन ऑडिट करने के लिए जो टीम हमने रखी है, दे आर डूइंग द ओवरऑल ऑडिट ऑफ दिस इंसिडेंट, और बाकी सभी जितने सारे रेस्टोरेंट्स क्लब्स हैं उसका ऑडिट करेंगे और दे विल गिव द सजेशन। सेकंड, वी हैड गिवन द एडवाइजरी टू ऑल दिस टाइप ऑफ क्लब्स, एंड थर्ड इज एन एनफोर्समेंट कमेटी जो बिठाई है। तो नॉर्थ और साउथ गोवा के इस तरह के सभी क्लब वो खुद पर्सनली जाके विजिट कर रहे हैं और उसको अकॉर्डिंग टू डेट विल टेक द एक्शन। होम डिपार्टमेंट किसी भी तरह से इस तरह के इंसिडेंट इन फ्यूचर विल नॉट टॉलरेट।
ब्लू कॉर्नर नोटिस में मैनस्लॉटर का एलिगेशन लगाया हुआ, उन पे आरोप लगाया है। किस तरह की कार्रवाई हम गोवा में गोवा सरकार द्वारा उन पे देखेंगे?
मैं एट प्रेजेंट तो बस आपको इतना ही कहता हूँ, क्योंकि जिस तरह के उनको ब्लू कॉर्नर की नोटिस निकाली है उनको एक बार आके बिहाइंड द बार हम डालेंगे। रेस्ट ऑल द इन्वेस्टिगेशंस और हमारी पुलिस बाकी सभी एक्शन उसके ऊपर लेंगे। हांव परत एकदा सांगता, म्हाका दिसता बरेचशे डॉक्युमेंट हांव पब्लिकांनी पळयता की ज्या पद्दतीत कोणी कितें जे खंयच्या पेपरांचेर कोणी सायन मारल्या पळय न्ही तांचेर ती कारवाई जातली। हांव इतकेंच सांगता, कारण एखाद्या ट्रेड लायसनाचेर बाकीचें सगळें जें जालां ताज्या उपरांत बाकी सगळें जें एक्शन जालां त्या खातीर ज्याचेर ज्यांनी कोणी असल्या पद्दतीच्यो परमिशन्स दिल्या तांचेर कारवाई जातली। थँक्यू।
All right, that was the new statement that was coming in from Goa Chief Minister, beg your pardon, viewers, Pramod Sawant on the detention of the Luthra brothers earlier this morning in Thailand. He mentions that the Goa government is closely in touch, in contact with the Ministry of Home Affairs and the Ministry of External Affairs in ensuring the smooth deportation of the Luthra brothers back to Goa, where they will be tried. In the case, they will be brought to the club. They will be extensively interrogated about the ownership of the club and their whereabouts on the night of the 7th of December. Swarali is live with us from Panji in Goa. She's been tracking the story very, very closely. Swarali, that was the fresh statement that was coming in from the Goa Chief Minister. He seems very optimistic about the measures that the Goa government has taken in the aftermath of the incident. I want to understand from you, as far as the detention of these brothers is concerned, they were detained earlier this morning. Throughout the course of the day, how far has the initiation process of a deportation reached? How soon can we expect them to be dragged back to India?
Yes, that's true. That might take some time, as the Goa CM Pramod Sawant has informed, but a team from Goa will fly to Phuket in Thailand to fly to Phuket in Thailand to get them back deported back to India. Now all the information has been given by Goa CM Pramod Sawant on the current process and procedure that is going on right now regarding the deportation. And he has thanked the Ministry of External Affairs On the other hand, he has also thanked Government of India. He has appreciated Goa Police to take quick actions as soon as, if we see the sequence of actions, it was quick, so he has appreciated. And now he has said that as soon as Luthra brothers were the major alleged perpetrators in this Goa fire tragedy, whenever they are brought back, the arrest will be done soon.
Right. Swarali, one of the central focal points of the investigation that came to the fore yesterday was how certain officers were also allegedly involved in, sort of shielding the Luthra brothers, in the sense that they had essentially stopped the authorities, the police, from taking legitimate action on all these nightclubs that were operating without a fire NOC, that were operating without, valid documents. What are the measures that the government is currently looking at to take against these officers?
The magistrate inquiry is going on. जिसने लाइसेंस दिया था और बाकी इसके ऊपर जैसे ही मैजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी का रिपोर्ट आएगा तो फिर जिन्होंने लाइसेंस दिया है इनके ऊपर सख्त कार्रवाई की जाएगी. He will also booked under the same sections.
फायरवर्क्स चल रहे थे बिना लाइसेंस के, बिना
मैंने वही बताया है कि ईच एंड एवरीथिंग जिसको यानी वही सेक्शन के अंदर हम सबको बुक करेंगे.
सर, कहा जा रहा था कि और ऑफिस
कार्रवाई होगी सर.
मैं बस इतना अभी कहूंगा कि उनको जितना जल्दी ला सके उस क्लब ओनर को गोवा में लेके आएंगे.
All right, that was my colleague Swarali asking questions to the Goa Chief Minister on the action that the government is likely to take on the officers who are allegedly involved in this case, essentially trying to stop the authorities from taking legitimate action on the Birch brothers and the nightclubs that were illegally operating across Goa. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll keep a very, very close watch on that. Also, the debate with Arnab Goswami at 8 p.m. this evening. And it's time to slip into a very short break, but on the other side, we'll get you the details of that critical statement that has been made by the RSS chief, Mohan Bhagwat, amid the Deepam Rao that has now taken Tamil Nadu by storm. And amid the winter session of Parliament, an e-cigarette scandal has broken out inside the lower house, that is the Lok Sabha, after BJP has accused a TMC MP of smoking inside the house. We'll get you the details on that after a quick break.
It's an issue which I would call a divergence. I would say there are discussions and negotiations going on.
Yeah. I am Francesco Russo from AGI Newswire. I would like to ask to both ministers, what are the most difficult issues to solve now in order to finalize the trade agreement between the European Union and India?
As I just said, every issue is important. And no issue is such that it cannot be resolved to mutual satisfaction. So there are issues under discussion. Negotiations are done behind a closed door and not in a press conference. As we resolve those issues, we'll certainly come back to you with a good announcement of a fair, equitable and balanced trade agreement.
Sir, Anurag Joshi from ET Now. Realistically, by when are you looking to close the trade deal with the European Union?
The European Union is a very valued partner. 27 nations, collectively with a large, over $20 trillion economy. India is the world's fastest growing large economy as a nation. We are $4 trillion slated to become a $30 or $35 trillion economy by 2047. And therefore the delta of opportunity on both sides is quite large. When you are looking at a free trade agreement, you are normally looking at the future. And you are planning for a long sustained future of 20, 30, 40 years. And you will appreciate that such an important agreement between two large economies, between two economies of a size and scale which will be a defining agreement of the of the 21st century. Obviously, it takes time. Obviously, we have a lot of things to consider. You need to crystal gaze into the future. You need to ensure that sensitivities on both sides are protected. And you need to grab the low-hanging fruits so that businesses and people of both sides can benefit. So give it some time. Let's not rush into things and never negotiate with a deadline. Negotiation should always be with a sense of urgency, but never in haste. Thank you.
Ashish, we'll come to you. Ji.
Sir, in your earlier remarks, this is Saurabh from NDTV. Sir, you've been negotiating multiple agreements, and of course, this is to both of you. And in your earlier remarks, you mentioned, you made a Godfather reference, and and you said, "Give me a deal I cannot refuse." If you could share a little bit about what is that, what makes it a deal you cannot refuse?
The best part, Excellency, is that press goes around in circles to come back to the same question again and again. I think that's a very good attempt to try and get information about what is happening in the deal. But at the cost of repetition, my friend, negotiations happen behind the closed door in the negotiating room, not before the press and television cameras. But if Excellency would like to share what makes a good deal between European Union and India.
But for us, this agreement is very important. Also for Italy, of course, we need to talk. There are problems, but I think it's possible to achieve the goal. I want to be optimistic. Beginning next year.
Okay, that was the briefing by Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal on the progress of the talks on the India-European Union trade deal. The Commerce Minister essentially going on to mention that with India being the fastest growing economy in the world, viewers, a free trade agreement between India and its most critical partner, the European Union, will be a win-win situation for both sides. Delhi court grants interim bail to Umar Khalid in Delhi riots' larger conspiracy case. Luthra brothers, owners of Goa Club, seen handcuffed after detention in Thailand.
In Tamil Nadu, I think it is enough to bring about the desired result.
RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat speaks on Madurai. Deepam Rao says can be resolved via Hindu strength.
सर, देश भर में ई सिगरेट बैन हो चुकी है, क्या सदन में आपने अलाउ कर दी है?
नहीं, कोई माननीय सदस्य को कोई भी
सर, टीएमसी के सांसद पी रहे हैं सर टीएमसी के सांसद सर कई दिनों से लगातार बैठ के पी रहे हैं सर.
Amid winter session of Parliament, e-cigarette scandal breaks out inside the Lok Sabha. BJP MP Anurag Thakur accuses TMC MP of smoking e-cigarettes. Right, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. This one from the Rohini court in the national capital, where the anticipatory bail plea of the Luthra brothers, Gaurav and Saurabh Luthra, have now been dismissed by the Rohini court. That is the big breaking news at the moment. Remember, earlier today, the Rohini court had resumed the hearing in which the counsel for the Luthra brothers had essentially made a case that bail and protection is necessary for them so that they can come back to India and join the investigation. But the counsel on behalf of the Goa government in court made a strong case for the fact that it was very easy for this duo, the Luthra brothers duo, to flee the country barely hours after the fire broke out at the Birch nightclub. They tried to evade arrest, they tried to evade responsibility and accountability in the matter, and that is extremely important that the court essentially deny them any anticipatory bail so that they can be deported back to the country and tried in the case. That is the big breaking news that we are getting in at the moment. Luthra brothers essentially now facing arrest in India upon landing in the country. Big setback. Viewers, in fact, early this morning, both of them, they were detained in Thailand by the Royal Thai Police, post which they were, as we speak, they are being kept in a detention center at the immigration premises in Phuket in Thailand. The authorities have essentially suspended the passports of the Luthra brothers, and they also face the risk of a complete revocation of their passport. This is something that the Goa government has appealed to the Ministry of External Affairs. And now we learn that with the deportation process already having been initiated, this is yet another setback for the Luthra duo. The Delhi court now dismissing the anticipatory bail plea of Gaurav and Saurav Luthra. So no legal recourse for the duo, ladies and gentlemen. They have to be dragged back to the country, and they are set to face trial in Delhi in the Goa nightclub tragedy. All right, on this note, I am also being joined by Deputy Executive Editor Shravan Sen in the studio, who will take us through more details in the case. All right, we'll connect to Shravan in just a bit, but I'm also being joined by Shambhavi, who's joining us with more details about what happened inside court from outside the Rohini court. Shambhavi, over to you. All right, we'll connect to Shambhavi in just a moment, viewers, but that is the big breaking news that is now coming in. The Luthra brothers essentially facing arrest upon their landing in the national capital. Earlier in court today, the council had repeated their claims that they had gone to Phuket on business, but the Goa government essentially making a very strong case in court, saying that they were attempting to evade arrest and evading responsibility.
Luthra brothers are now going to be dragged back to India. A confirmation coming in from Goa Chief Minister, who spoke a short while back, stating that Goa Police, along with the Central Bureau of Investigation, will be bringing back Luthra brothers. In fact, Delhi court has rejected the anticipatory bail plea of Luthras, where they essentially were arguing that they were in Thailand for a business trip and they would be cooperating with the agencies. Let me go across to Shambhavi, who is joining us from outside Rohini court. Shambhavi, what transpired in the court? On what grounds have the bail been rejected?
See, around 4 major arguments were made, including yesterday and today. One was Luthra brothers escaping for business engagement in North because they wanted to abscond, and that was clearly not entertained by the court, because we know that the bail plea has been, the anticipatory bail plea has been rejected. The other were the medical grounds that both the Luthra brothers, be it Saurav Luthra suffering from seizures, and Gaurav Luthra has some neuro issue. Again, that was not entertained by the court, because the council for the state of Goa argued that the medicines for both were prescribed without the presence of the patient, which means that it's not that serious of a health issue. The third one was that both the brothers, they just are license holders and they don't participate in the day-to-day operations of all the properties. So they will of course aid in the investigation with the authorities, but they're not to be blamed in this entire matter. And the fourth and the most important one was raised by the Luthra brothers' end, that they want to come back to India, they want to participate, they want to help the authorities in investigating the matters and also the families of the deceased, but they are scared that once they come back, they'll be lynched and that their properties will be set ablaze. But again, as we clearly see from the rejection of the anticipatory bail, the transit anticipatory bail of both the Luthra brothers, the court clearly did not entertain any of these reasons or arguments that were made by Luthra brothers. And finally, a lot was dependent on this order by the Rohini court, and now we have the final order, which is rejection of the anticipatory bail. Back to you.
Let's try and go across to a reporter in Goa, Swarali, because I'm given to understand that this is moving quite fast with Goa Police now perhaps taking the call of sending the team as soon as possible. In fact, as we speak, Luthra brothers are still being questioned at the immigration office in Phuket. We've got the latest images coming in a short while back from Phuket, where they're still being questioned. Goa Chief Minister a short while back spoke to media persons where he's essentially indicated that following the high-level meeting that they've essentially had, they believe that custodial interrogation of the Luthra brothers becomes extremely crucial at this point in time. There are allegations that have been leveled against Luthra brothers, particularly about the nightclub that was being run by them. There are violations, there are CRZ violations that have come to the fore. These are allegations that have been leveled against the Luthra brothers, and that is the reason why custodial interrogation becomes extremely crucial. You've also had the legal counsel of Goa government arguing in the court, saying that there is no business intention that they had. This was not a business trip that they had in Thailand, but they essentially wanted to evade the investigation. Let me also bring in my colleague Swarali, who's joining us on this broadcast. Swarali, any confirmation by when are we to expect the Goa Police team to leave for Phuket?
The time is yet to be uncertain, but the CM Pramod Sawant has said that in short while team of Goa Police will leave for Thailand. On the other hand, we are checking in that in the court bail application has been rejected by the court, and we all know that right now they're present in the immigration office of Thailand, wherein they are still interrogated and documents are being checked. But the CM and all the other authorities in the Goa administration have informed us that strict action will be taken as soon as Luthra brothers land in India. On the other hand, the deportation process, which is all the norms are supposed to be followed, is in ongoing, and CM also appreciated the work of Goa Police as in to take quick steps and action. As we all know that FIR was registered post that a lookout notice was released, and when they got to know that Luthra brothers are on a plea at that time, immediately after the intervention of Interpol, a blue corner notice was also released in a major breakthrough update and success for administration and Goa Police and the central agencies. Currently, Luthra brothers are in the custody of Royal Thai Police.
Swarali, I'll request you to stay on with us as I'm going to just quickly take our viewers through all the latest details that we have in this particular case. Let's also pull out the latest images that have come in from Phuket, from the immigration center, where Luthra brothers are still present. Indian embassy officials are also present there. Questioning is still going on of Luthra brothers. In fact, there were certain reports emerging that there is a possibility that after the provisional arrest request that went in from India, that they would have been deported immediately, but it seems that that has now been delayed. Reports also coming in from the ground that there's a possibility that they could be taken to Bangkok and thereafter from there to India is what we are picking up, and that possibly could actually take place by tomorrow. I'll go back to my colleague Shambhavi, who is joining us on this broadcast. Shambhavi, as far as the investigation goes, Delhi Police as well as Goa Police maintains that on the day when the searches were carried out, his wife and mother were present at the house, and they've told the police that they did not know about the whereabouts.
Right. Just the other day, when the Goa Police reached the Luthra brothers' residence in Delhi, they were met with the mother and the wife of the Luthra brothers. And when asked about the whereabouts, they said that they are not aware of it, contrary to what the Luthra brothers have maintained in the court till now, that there were some prior engagements that led them to Phuket. And when questioned regarding the timing, the convenient timing of them booking the ticket, which is just a couple of hours later when the incident happened, which is around 1:17 a.m. in the morning, they said that they are very frequent travelers and they're trying to establish a restaurant in Phuket. And they even raised this point that they're trying to establish this restaurant in Phuket and they will be employing Indians for that. So is that something that they should be punished for? Now, this was the argument that was raised. Again, when asked about the contact details of the Luthra brothers by their mothers and wives, they maintained that they don't have any information regarding the number, their contact information or where they're staying and other details. So clearly the family was of no help, and which is contrary to the argument which is maintained by the Luthra brothers end in the court today as well as yesterday.
Shambhavi, I'll request you to stay on with us. If you can just pull out the visuals, that's the latest now coming in also, rather than just staying with what we are doing right now. We'll just quickly take you through a recap of what we know so far in terms of the investigation that has been carried out. Some damning allegations that have been leveled against the Luthra brothers, and this entire argument that was made by the legal counsel of Luthra brothers in the court that this was because of a business trip that they had to go to Thailand seems to have been completely punctured by the defense counsel here. In fact, what we are given to understand is that they have essentially been able to prove the fact that just 2 hours after the fire broke out, it seems that they had already decided to leave the country. Shifting focus now to the other big story that we are getting it from the Parliament, as the winter session of the Parliament is ongoing right now. A major controversy has broken out. Exchanges between the Treasury and the opposition benches, where the BJP has now accused a Trinamool parliamentarian of smoking an e-cigarette inside the Lok Sabha premises. BJP parliamentarian Anurag Thakur raised the issue without naming the Trinamool leader and urged the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla to take note of the violation.
एक सर मैं व्यवस्था को लेकर आपसे सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं। देश भर में
एक मिनट, माननीय सदस्य मुझसे सवाल नहीं पूछ सकते।
नहीं सर, आपसे आग्रह करने वाला
आग्रह कर सकते हो,
आपसे आग्रह कर
सर भी ढंग से
बिल्कुल सर, हाथ जोड़ के आपसे पूछ सर सदन की जानकारी के लिए है सर। देश भर में ई सिगरेट बैन हो चुकी है, क्या सदन में आपने अलाउ कर दी है?
नहीं, कोई माननीय सदस्य को कोई भी
सर टीएमसी के सांसद पी रहे हैं सर टीएमसी के सांसद सर कई दिनों से लगातार बैठ के पी रहे हैं सर।
कोई भी माननीय
टीएमसी के सांसद पी रहे हैं सर नहीं सर, आप चेक करवाइए सर।
एक मिनट व्यवस्था दे रहा हूं।
सर सदन में अगर सिगरेट पीना अलाउ कर दिया है,
एक मिनट प्लीज। मैं सभी माननीय सदस्यों से पुनः आग्रह करता हूं, हमें संसदीय परंपराओं और संसदीय नियमों का अनुपालन करना चाहिए। कोई भी माननीय सदस्य कभी भी ऐसा कोई विषय मेरे पास आएगा तो निश्चित रूप से इस पर मैं निश्चित रूप से कार्रवाई करेंगे।
पार्लियामेंट जिसको हम लोकतंत्र का मंदिर मानते हैं, वहां पर ई सिगरेट लाना ये तो कानून के खिलाफ है। आप कानून के रक्षक है तो कानून के भक्षक पार्लियामेंट में कैसे बन सकते हैं? उसको कंज्यूम करना तो पार्लियामेंट के रूल्स के खिलाफ है कि आप पार्लियामेंट की इस प्रकार से तौहीन नहीं कर सकते। पब्लिकली स्मोक करना ये तो कानून है देश का, नहीं कर सकते। पार्लियामेंट में तो कतई नहीं कर सकते, हाउस के अंदर तो कतई नहीं कर सकते। पर इन तीनों चीजों का उल्लंघन टीएमसी के एक सांसद करते हैं, और इसी के बारे में बड़े दुख के साथ, बड़े दर्द के साथ अनुराग ठाकुर जी ने स्पीकर को अवगत कराया, जिस पर संज्ञान लेते हुए स्पीकर ने भी कहा कि यह पूर्ण तरीके से गलत है, इसके ऊपर पूर्ण जांच होगी, इन्वेस्टिगेट होगा। तो आज सवाल टीएमसी से बनता है कि जब प्रथम दृष्टया इतनी बड़ी घटना हुई है तो क्या वो इस प्रकार की नेगेटिव कीर्ति स्थापित करने वाले अपने सांसद पर समय रहते ही स्वतः कार्रवाई करेंगे या स्पीकर के कार्रवाई का इंतजार करेंगे? क्योंकि आप तो कहते हैं आप तो संविधान के बड़े रक्षक हैं, आंबेडकर जी के बड़े प्रशंसक हैं। तो आंबेडकर जी द्वारा संविधान के तहत लोकतंत्र का जो मंदिर है उसकी मर्यादा की बार बार अवहेलना करने का जो इतना बड़ा अपराध कर रहे हैं, ऐसे अपराधियों पर क्या कार्रवाई टीएमसी करेगी?
Trinamool Congress parliamentarian Dola Sen on allegations regarding puffing e-cigarettes in the Lok Sabha said that those who are in charge of monitoring discipline in the House will be looking into it. So there is no denial really coming in from the Trinamool Congress on this entire issue.
हम क्यों कहेंगे? ये देखना जिसका काम है वो देखेंगे।
लेकिन आपकी पार्टी के सांसदों पर आरोप लग रहा है।
हम फिर बोल रहे हैं, देखिए तृणमूल, वो आपको पता होगा 2021 पे अब की बार 200 पार बोल के मोदी बाबू हार गए, तो वो गुस्सा अभी तक नहीं गए। क्या किया जाएगा? पैसा बंद, खाना बंद, नौकरी बंद, सब कुछ बंद, और उसके साथ साथ मंत्री लोगों ने सदन में आके असत्य भाषण भी बोलने लगा। बहुत अनफॉर्चुनेट है, बोलने दीजिए। फिर हम बोलते हैं कि कोई भी इनडिसिप्लिन होगा तो उसका संभालने के लिए संसद का एक तरीका है, डिसिप्लिन है। अनुराग ठाकुर कोई गुरु ठाकुर नहीं है, वो बोलेंगे हम मान जाएंगे।
सदन के अंदर आरोप लगाए कि टीएमसी के सांसद जो है
सिगरेट वो मैं नहीं जानता हूँ, आई डोंट नो अबाउट इट।
India's humanitarian mission in Sri Lanka after the cyclone Ditwa has entered a decisive phase. The Indian Army's medical team operating under Operation Sagar Bandhu has treated more than 5,000 patients in just the first 48 hours. Lieutenant Colonel Jagneet Gill, contingent commander of the Indian Army team deployed in Sri Lanka, underscores the collaborative nature of the mission and the shared commitment of both the nations. Take a look at this detailed report.
The first 48 hours after Cyclone Ditwa caused destruction in Sri Lanka, Indian Army treated more than 5,000 patients. India's relief effort in Sri Lanka following Cyclone Ditwa has moved into a critical stage now. Under Operation Sagar Bandhu, the Indian Army's medical contingent has already provided care to multiple people who were left injured. The Indian Army contingent, led by Lieutenant Colonel Jagneet Gill, set up a fully equipped mobile hospital in the flood-ravaged district of Trincomalee.
Well, the key facilities that were established by this hospital really depended on the fact that what were the facilities that were already available in this hospital. So the other hospital which has been non-functional, we were basically looking at facilities like the operation theatre, the dental section, the X-ray and the lab facilities. So we have been able to create these facilities. Other than that, we have also been able to create OPDs, which was the hour of the need. So we have been able to create the surgical OPD, the ortho OPD, the dental OPD, as well as family OPD. So we've been able to provide assistance to almost around 5,000, more than 5,000 patients.
The team's priority was to bring immediate, life-saving care to those cut off by the floods, as per Lieutenant Colonel Gill.
Well, the new age technology that we had employed this time was that we had surveillance drones which were very, very important to find the layouts of the hospital and really helped us to establish it much faster. The other was the HVAC tents which were deployed to create OT in a minimum time. And also, since the layout of the hospital required us that the labs and the facilities for blood collection were far apart, so we could actually use the logistic drones to carry out lab samples and blood samples to the labs, and we could actually enhance our speed and we could get results much faster.
Within 24 hours, the team upgraded a previously non-functional healthcare center. The Indian Army installed an operational theatre, digital X-ray and a fully stocked laboratory in the health center. In addition, they opened OPDs for surgery, dentistry and family health, ensuring a comprehensive package of care. This came as major boost and upgrade to the existing medical infrastructure in Sri Lanka. Cyclone Lutra made landfall on the eastern coast on 28 November, dumping more than 500 mm of rain in 48 hours. The resulting floods submerged 1.1 million hectares, which is roughly 20% of the island's landmass. 2.3 million people were directly exposed to waterborne hazards. The destruction was immense. $720,000 buildings were inundated, including 243 health facilities and hundreds of schools. In addition to the medical push, India dispatched 4 more naval vessels to deliver essential relief supplies. Food, water, medicines and shelter kits were provided. The vessels have also provided logistical support for the evacuation of vulnerable civilians.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा है, नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा है, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी।
That we have experienced severe operational disruptions for the past few days. Since then, the crisis continued to aggravate, with today, December 5th, being the most severely impacted day, with the number of cancellations well over 1,000, or more than half of our number of daily flights.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। Pure.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार प्योर मसाला। भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता, क्यों नहीं कर सकता, क्यों नहीं कर सकता, मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी।
That we have experienced severe operational disruptions for the past few days. Since then, the crisis continued to aggravate, with today, December 5th, being the most severely impacted day, with the number of cancellations well over 1,000, or more than half of our number of daily flights.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Tanisha Avasthi. Let's quickly get you started with the top 6 stories that have set the agenda for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, the Luthra brothers, Saurav Luthra and Gaurav Luthra, both have them now been tracked and detained and have got no relief from the court. And while we are talking about Luthras, let's also talk about how they were detained. We'll tell you the inside details on when they are likely to be deported. Their passports, ladies and gentlemen, have now been seized. Meanwhile, in Madurai, lighting a deepam or a lamp on a hilltop has become a point of contention and a major political debate. And we'll tell you why is that so. Also, what's making headlines in Parliament today is the big claim by the BJP MP, also Union Minister Anurag Thakur, who has claimed that e-cigarettes are being smoked not outside but inside the floor of the House, inside Lok Sabha, and that too by a TMC MP. Meanwhile, India has been the first responder, as always, when it comes to helping Sri Lanka in disaster response. Fresh pictures shortly on Operation Sagar Bandhu. What's also making headlines in the international forum is how Mexico has now gone the Trump way and imposed 50% tariff on Indian goods. 6 stories that have set the agenda. Let's start first up with the top story. After a dramatic 72-hour international chase, the detained Luthra brothers have been caught in Thailand. Their passports have been seized and they remain in high security holding block. Meanwhile, back here in India, the brothers are seeking anticipatory bail, which had now been dismissed by the Rohini court here in Delhi. They are facing a major setback as the bail plea has now been dismissed by the court. The Goa government has presented licenses, GST records and FSSAI documents arguing the Luthras were actively running the club. More details in this report.
After a dramatic 72 hours transnational chase, the manhunt finally ends. The absconding Luthra brothers, once on the run across the border, now stand cornered and cuffed, their wrists zip-tied. Detained by Thailand's royal police, the killers of those 25 innocent people are escorted with tight security. Behind this steel blue collar door lies a high security detention block. This is where the Luthra brothers are now being held. No exits, no passports. Meanwhile, back home in India, The Luthra brothers have sought an anticipatory bail, claiming they were businessmen and not operators. But the Goa government walked in armed with documents, license papers, GST records, pollution control filings, FSSAI applications, all pointing back to one truth. Luthras didn't just own the club, they ran it. In Luthra's defense, the council claimed that they have visited Phuket for quote-unquote work purposes. They argued that the brothers barely visited Goa, didn't handle daily operations and were portrayed as absconders. But the state questioned Luthra's intent. Goa's council countered sharply that their conduct shows they wanted to evade the probe. Meanwhile, Delhi's council pointed out that since the business was in Goa, why wasn't the anticipatory bail plea filed in Goa but here in Delhi instead? Corruption killed 25 innocent lives in Birch by Romeo Lane Club. The system allowed the Luthra brothers to escape, and now it's the end game for the Luthras starting in Thailand.
And ladies and gentlemen, the chase is finally over. The 72-hour free run has got over for the Luthra brothers after they were detained in Thailand post the international alert. The owners of the Goa Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub are now staring at a swift deportation and a possible arrest the moment they land here in India. What happens next and how soon will they be brought back? Here's the full story.
A massive breakthrough in the Goa Club Blaze case. Hours after their 72-hour run abroad ended, the Luthra brothers, Gaurav and Saurabh, were detained in Phuket by Thai authorities. The detention came after Indian agencies triggered a blue corner notice and activated the India-Thailand extradition framework that has been operational since 2015. The duo is currently in immigration custody in Thailand, where documentation and identity verification are underway, the first step before deportation. So, what is next? Once Thai immigration completes paperwork, they will issue what is effectively a deportation order. Unlike a full extradition trial, deportation is usually faster and based on immigration violations or overstaying alerts. Indian officials from Goa Police and CBI's Interpol wing are already coordinating with the Indian Embassy in Bangkok to secure an early travel warrant. If all clearances move without delay, officials say the brothers could be put on a flight to India within the next 48 to 72 hours. The moment they land, they will be arrested. Goa Police have already prepared transit remand paperwork and a detailed case file, including fire department findings and digital evidence of ticket bookings minutes after the blaze. Diplomatic channels expect no resistance from Thailand, given the seriousness of the case and the prior Interpol alert. Once in India, the Luthra brothers will face custodial interrogation, reconstruction of the crime scene, and confrontation with technical evidence already gathered. Investigators allege the brothers fled within 90 minutes of the fire, booking tickets to Phuket at 1:17 a.m. while rescue operations were still underway. Luthra's brothers' defense say they did not flee but traveled to Thailand for business purposes, an argument they also placed before a Delhi court while seeking transit anticipatory bail. Meanwhile, back in Goa, the probe is widening. Police have arrested 6 people so far, including partner Ajay Gupta, who has been brought back for questioning. A lookout circular is also out for British national Surinder Kumar Khosla, the property owner of the club, who is still untraceable. For now, all eyes are on Thailand, where the final deportation order comes through and when the escorted flight back to India is confirmed. A process that began with a blue corner notice is now in its last leg, the handover. And once Luthra brothers return, the investigation enters its most crucial phase yet.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the state of Tamil Nadu, lighting of a lamp over a hilltop has become a huge issue. Deepam Rao erupted early in December around the sacred hill near Baduraya. It is a site for the revered as one of Lord Muruga's adobes and home to both the Subramanyam Swami temple and a nearby dargah. Now, the controversy stemmed from a Madras High Court order by Justice G.R. Swaminathan on the 1st of December, where he granted a petition by Hindu founder the permission to light the traditional Deepam lamp at the ancient stone pillar atop the hill, reviewing a ritual that is allegedly suppressed for over a century due to the proximity to the dargah there. The dispute spiraled into a national political debate, with the DMK members along with the opposition members pushing an impeachment motion against the same judge who passed the order. This was signed by over 100 opposition MPs, while the RSS chief, Mohan Bhagwat, today has given a big statement where he urged the resolution through Hindu community's strength, highlighting how deep divisions over religious traditions and state intervention are always on cards. The big statement and the political war over the Deepam Rao on your screens right now.
Amid the Tiruparan Kundam Deepam Rao, Madras High Court Judge G.R. Swaminathan received a threat from a Pakistan-based account after his ruling allowing the hilltop Deepam lighting. The threat comes at a time when the judge faces an impeachment motion, with 107 opposition MPs pushing an impeachment motion against him.
DMK continues to state that to not hurt the sentiments of the people who go to Dargah, whereas the BJP continues to state that there is a law that's already passed in 1994 where 15 meters away from the Dargah, people are allowed to light the lamp, and now the DMK's HRNC, the temple administration that comes under the Minister Shekhar Babu, who is a close aide of M.K. Stalin, continues to say that the order passed in 2014 by the Supreme Court should be followed, whereas they are not ready to follow what Judge G.R. Swaminathan said. As we know, Judge G.R. Swaminathan also got a latest threat from on Facebook, on social media, multiple people threatening him, telling that if he allows them to light the lamp on Tiruparan Kundam hill.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah has slammed the opposition, accusing them of appeasement politics.
कोई जज आजादी के इतने साल में नहीं हुआ है मान्यवर कि कोई जज एक जजमेंट दे तो जज के खिलाफ इंपीचमेंट लेकर आते हैं। अपनी वोट बैंक को एड्रेस करने के लिए इंपीचमेंट लेकर आते हैं मान्यवर, और ये सारे ने तो साइन कर दिया, साथ ही साथ उद्धव जी ने भी साइन कर दिया। उद्धव जी, जजमेंट क्या है? एक पहाड़ी पर मान्यता है कि हाँ सबसे ऊपर दिया जलाया जाए। मान्यवर, एक वोट बैंक को संभालने के लिए एक हाईकोर्ट के जज के सामने इंपीचमेंट लेकर आए हैं। देश की जनता उनको मदद नहीं करे।
For years, the Tiruparan Kundam hill has been known as a site where faiths coexisted peacefully. But the calm broke when Hindu groups demanded the right to light the Kartikai Deepam lamp at the hilltop. The flashpoint intensified after Justice Swaminathan's order on December 1st to lit the lamp at the Deepathun pillar. When the order wasn't implemented by December 3rd, protests broke out. The bench later passed another order this time, permitting the devotees themselves to light the lamp. But this judicial intervention triggered political pushback, with opposition MPs moving an impeachment motion in the Lok Sabha against Justice Swaminathan. And now, with a Pakistan-based threat targeting the judge, the controversy has taken an alarming turn.
From one controversy to the other, let's now tell you what's happening in the parliament. A fresh political row has broken out in Lok Sabha today after BJP MP Anurag Thakur, also a union minister, accused the Trinamool Congress members of smoking an e-cigarette inside the house. The allegation was triggered by a huge uproar, with both the sides exchanging sharp retorts. Speaker Om Birla, meanwhile, intervened, saying that the matter would be examined if a written complaint is submitted. The issue comes even as electronic cigarettes, remember, ladies and gentlemen, have been banned nationwide since the year 2019. BJP MP Anurag Thakur also raised concerns related to Himachal Pradesh, including disaster management that was overlooked. But what took the center stage, what was his claim on e-cigarettes? Right now on air, ladies and gentlemen, are the same visuals of the TMC MP. His name is Swagata Roy. He, in this video, has been seen smoking a cigarette inside the parliament. The BJP MP, Anurag Thakur, like I said, raised the same issue in front of the speaker, to which the speaker said, if this has been happening and if there is evidence on it, strict action will be taken. Here is how TMC has responded to the whole row.
A fresh controversy erupted in the Lok Sabha today when BJP MP Anurag Thakur levelled a serious allegation against members of the Trinamool Congress. Thakur claimed that certain TMC MPs were smoking e-cigarettes inside the house over the past few days.
सर, सदन की जानकारी के लिए है सर, देश भर में ई सिगरेट बैन हो चुकी है। क्या सदन में आपने अलाउ कर दी है?
नहीं, कोई माननीय सदस्य को कोई भी
सर, टीएमसी के सांसद पी रहे हैं सर टीएमसी के सांसद सर कई दिनों से लगातार बैठ के पी रहे हैं सर।
कोई भी माननीय
टीएमसी के सांसद पी रहे हैं सर चेक कर नहीं सर, आप चेक करवाइए सर।
एक मिनट व्यवस्था दे रहा हूं।
सर, सदन में अगर सिगरेट पीना अलाउ कर दिया है।
एक मिनट।
The take immediately triggered protests from the opposition benches. He raised the issue during question hour, reminding the speaker that electronic cigarettes are banned across India under the 2019 legislation passed by the parliament itself. Responding to the remark, Speaker Om Birla asserted that no such permission had been granted for the use of e-cigarettes inside the house.
मैं सभी माननीय सदस्यों से पुनः आग्रह करता हूं, हमें संसदीय परंपराओं और संसदीय नियमों का अनुपालन करना चाहिए। कोई भी माननीय सदस्य कभी भी ऐसा कोई विषय मेरे पास आएगा तो निश्चित रूप से इस पर मैं निश्चित रूप से कार्रवाई करेंगे। माननीय सदस्यगण,
Speaker advised Thakur to submit a written complaint, saying that any documented allegation would be duly examined and acted upon as per the rules of the House.
पब्लिकली स्मोक करना ये तो कानून है देश का, नहीं कर सकते। पार्लियामेंट में तो कतई नहीं कर सकते, हाउस के अंदर तो कतई नहीं कर सकते। पर इन तीनों चीजों का उल्लंघन टीएमसी के एक सांसद करते हैं। तो आज सवाल टीएमसी से बनता है कि जब प्रथम दृष्टया इतनी बड़ी घटना हुई है तो क्या वो इस प्रकार की नेगेटिव कीर्ति स्थापित करने वाले अपने सांसद पर समय रहते ही स्वतः कार्रवाई करेंगे या स्पीकर के कार्रवाई का इंतजार करेंगे?
The statement led to an uproar, with the BJP members backing Thakur and accusing TMC MPs of openly violating parliamentary discipline.
माननीय सदस्य, माननीय सदस्य, माननीय मंत्री जी,
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी।
TMC members countered strongly, rejecting the accusation and accusing the BJP of trying to create unnecessary drama inside the House. TMC leader Dola Sen responded sharply, saying that the responsibility for monitoring misconduct lies with the parliamentary authorities, not with Anurag Thakur. She added that her party does not consider Thakur a guru whose instructions they are obliged to follow.
हम क्यों कहेंगे? ये देखना जिसका काम है वो देखेंगे। कोई भी इंडिसिप्लिन होगा तो उसका संभालने के लिए सांसद का एक तरीका है, डिसिप्लिन है। अनुराग ठाकुर कोई गुरु ठाकुर नहीं है, वो बोलेंगे हम मान जाएंगे।
सदन के अंदर आरोप लगाया कि टीएमसी के सांसद जो है ई सिगरेट,
वो मैं नहीं जानता हूँ, आई डोंट नो अबाउट इट।
The heated back and forth briefly disrupted the proceedings, with both sides shouting slogans and pressing their arguments.
All eyes are now on whether a formal complaint will be filed and what action might follow. Ladies and gentlemen, India's humanitarian mission in Sri Lanka after Cyclone Ditwa has entered a decisive phase. The Indian Army's medical team operating under Operation Sagar Bandhu has treated more than 5,000 patients in just first 48 hours. Lieutenant Colonel Jagneet Gill, contingent commander of the Indian Army team deployed in Sri Lanka, underscores the collaborative nature of the mission and shared commitment of both the nations. Take a look. The first 48 hours after Cyclone Ditwa caused destruction in Sri Lanka, Indian Army treated more than 5,000 patients. India's relief effort in Sri Lanka following Cyclone Ditwa has moved into a critical stage now. Under Operation Sagar Bandhu, the Indian Army's medical contingent has already provided care to multiple people who were left injured. The Indian Army contingent, led by Lieutenant Colonel Jagneet Gill, set up a fully equipped mobile hospital in the flood-ravaged district of Trincomalee.
Well, the key facilities that were established by this hospital really depended on the fact that what were the facilities that were already available in this hospital. So the other hospital which has been non-functional, we were basically looking at facilities like the operation theatre, the dental section, the X-ray and the lab facilities. So we have been able to create these facilities. Other than that, we have also been able to create OPDs, which was the hour of the need. So we have been able to create the surgical OPD, the ortho OPD, the dental OPD, as well as family OPD. So we've been able to provide assistance to almost around 5,000, more than 5,000 patients.
The team's priority was to bring immediate, life-saving care to those cut off by the floods, as per Lieutenant Colonel Gill.
Well, the new age technology that we had deployed this time was that we had surveillance drones which were very, very important to find the layout of the hospital and really helped us to establish it much faster. The other was the HVAC tents which were deployed to create OT in a minimum time. And also, since the layout of the hospital required us that the labs and the facilities for blood collection were far apart, so we could actually use the logistic drones to carry out lab samples and blood samples to the labs, and we could actually enhance our speed and we could get results much faster.
Within 24 hours, the team upgraded a previously non-functional healthcare center. The Indian Army installed an operational theatre, digital X-ray and a fully stocked laboratory in the health center. In addition, they opened OPDs for surgery, dentistry and family health, ensuring a comprehensive package of care. This came as major boost and upgrade to the existing medical infrastructure in Sri Lanka. Cyclone Ditwa made landfall on the eastern coast on 28 November, dumping more than 500 mm of rain in 48 hours. The resulting floods submerged 1.1 million hectares, which is roughly 20% of the island's landmass. 2.3 million people were directly exposed to waterborne hazards. The destruction was immense. $720,000 buildings were inundated, including 243 health facilities and hundreds of schools. In addition to the medical push, India dispatched 4 more naval vessels to deliver essential relief supplies. Food, water, medicines and shelter kits were provided. The vessels have also provided logistical support for the evacuation of vulnerable civilians.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mexico is following Trump's way. And why are we saying this is because they have launched a protectionist shocker by slapping steep new tariffs on Asian imports. India is also on the hit list. Duties up to 50% will now apply to over 1,400 products, marking Mexico's sharp drift from the principal free trade. Here's what it means for India. Mexico's Senate has cleared a new tariff regime, hiking tariff duties on everything from auto and parts to textiles, plastics and metals. India is among the most affected. Key exports like textiles, auto components and engineering goods will now become costlier in the Mexican market. The move majorly hits India's strategy of using Mexico as a gateway into Northern American supply chains. Analysts link Mexico's shift to US pressure ahead of next year's USMCA, US-Mexico-Canada agreement, mirroring Washington's tough stand on Chinese goods.
India as a temporary or transactional partner. Still, we must view this moment with clear eyes. President Putin's warm visit to India last week and India's participation in China's Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit this September raised some understandable concerns. At the same time, India has agreed to purchase more American energy, thereby reducing significantly its reliance on Russia. In fact, on my way in earlier, I ran into a delegation of parliamentarians from Latvia who through connections with Michigan and the Michigan National Guard and the Latvian military. We're all very acquainted with them.
Inside Mexico, critics warn that tariffs will raise consumer prices. But the ruling party says it will protect local jobs and industries, a protectionist stand. With Chinese cars now facing a massive 50% duty, Mexico signals a wider North American turn towards protectionism, posing fresh challenges for Indian exporters. Mexico's steep new tariffs signal a clear shift towards protectionism, a move that hits Asian exporters hard, especially China and India. As both nations now face higher costs, tighter access, and a tougher road to one of Latin America's biggest markets. And well, that brings us to the edition of 6 Stories at 6. We will be back same time tomorrow, getting you the more agenda-setting stories. Don't go anywhere. Coming up next after the break is Live and Breaking.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा आग और मसाला।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
सर बचा के विक्रम राठौड़, कहीं फिर से ना भूल जाओ आप कौन हो।
रुक, तेरे अग्नि अस्त्र की अभी मोमबत्ती बनाता हूँ।
प्लीज स्टॉप। झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका। No. मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
अरे क्या हो तुम?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT का एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Delhi court dismisses Luthra's anticipatory bail petition. Duo now faces arrest upon landing. Luthra brothers, owners of the Goa Club, seen handcuffed after detention in Thailand. Deportation is next. Delhi court grants interim bail to Umar Khalid in the Delhi riots larger conspiracy case.
King of Hindus in Tamil Nadu, I think it is enough to bring about the desired result.
RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat speaks on Madurai. Deepam Rao says can be resolved by Hindu strength. Amid winter session, e-cigarette scandal breaks out inside Parliament. BJP MP Anurag Thakur accuses TMC MPs of smoking e-cigarette in Lok Sabha. US delegation arrives at the Ministry of Commerce and Industry for the trade talks. All right, we start this edition with some breaking news that's coming in. We learned that the Indigo CEO Peter Elbis has now been summoned yet again by the DGCA for tomorrow. A fresh notification has now been issued which reads, and I quote, "We wish to inform you that Mr. Peter Elbis, CEO of the company of the Indigo, has been asked to appear on December 12, 2025, that is tomorrow, before the Committee of Officers at the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, that is the DGCA, which is examining the matter relating to flight disruption." Second round of summons now issued to the Indigo CEO after Indigo had to go through the worst aviation crisis after multiple flights were disrupted after compensation was not issued. The DGCA today as well held a meeting. The DGCA officer had held a meeting with the Indigo CEO in the national capital today. Now a second round of summons have been issued to the Indigo CEO, asking them answers on what actually happened. In fact, sources also told Republic that in the meeting that was held today between Indigo officials and the DGCA officials, it was noted that Indigo officials had has shared their reasoning on why there were actually flight disruptions that were taking place. Sources told us that it was a 2-hour crucial meeting that took place between the DGCA Inquiry Committee and the Indigo CEO. Now, during the high-level meeting that was held today, it was convened to address the Indigo crisis. The Inquiry Committee had posed several direct and pointed questions to the airline CEO regarding, number one, the operations, number two, the refunds, the crew management, and even the compensation that has been given or not given to the passengers. During the meeting, the airline had provided information on its new roster plan, refund process, baggage tracing, and flight resumption. Chandrakala is joining us live on the broadcast. Chandrakala, having issued the second summons to the Indigo CEO, it is somewhere to be noted that the DGC officials are certainly not happy with the reasoning that the Indigo CEO had given today in the meeting that was held. Today was the first summon that was issued.
Of course, the fact that the Indigo CEO has been asked to give a detailed report and data as far as the flight cancellation and flight restoration and all the factors related to this crisis are concerned. But it seems that, of course, this 2-hour meeting that took place today afternoon between the DGCA Inquiry Committee and the Indigo CEO was not sufficient enough. Now, of course, after this high-level meeting that happened today, wherein the DGC official has directly posed several direct and pointed out questions to the airline CEO regarding operation refunds and crew management and compensation. It seems that the Indigo CEO was not able to provide the detailed information that the DGCA has sought. Now, another round of summon has been issued. He has been again summoned tomorrow. That's December 12th. At the DGC Inquiry Committee, and there will be another high-level meeting. Now, we know that the fact that the DGCA is now reviewing this crisis and that has unfolded after widespread cancellation and has sought detailed data on Indigo's recent disruptions, the restoration plans and crew management. Also, the fact that now the flights continue to be disrupted, as we know that in the morning several flights remained cancelled in Bengaluru Airport here and also Ahmedabad Airport. Yet, after the chief executive officer of the airlines, Peter Elbers, claimed that its operation were back on track. Now, the DGCA has also ordered an immediate, that's yesterday, of course, we know that important, notification has been put out by the DGCA instructing its official for immediate on-site inspection at 11 airports all across the country after the widespread passenger inconvenience caused by large-scale disruption in Indigo's operation. This is the biggest ever aviation crisis, and it seems that, Indigo is now being questioned, held accountable for this. And of course, the government is also responsible for this to sort out, to mitigate this crisis. And the fact that the DGCA has asked for a comprehensive data on the recent widespread flight disruptions and the measures put in place to mitigate the crisis. And the fact that, as far as this inspection in different airports are concerned, detailed data was also, a report has been sought within 24 hours. Now, it remains to be seen after the second summon that will take place tomorrow, what could be the outcome, because it seems that the crisis still remain intact, although there has been some kind of stability. But yes, the crisis still remain intact, and we'll have to wait and watch.
All right, Chandrakala, yes, thank you very much for getting us those details. All eyes are now on the second summoning of the Indigo CEO that is going to be taking place today. He is asked to report tomorrow at the same place. Meanwhile, moving on to some other stories that we are tracking, Republic has got fresh details of the court order on the anticipatory bail application of the Luthra brothers. In a strong observation, the court said that the nature of offence prima facie is grievous and serious in nature. In fact, the court had also said that Luthra stated that there is an immediate threat to their life. However, the applicant, in this case Luthras, have failed to show the basis of any such apprehension. The action can then be taken by the investigating authority or by the court itself and cannot be said to an apprehension of threat to life. In fact, one more very important observation by the court in this case, ladies and gentlemen, is that when the court had said that the nature of offence prima facie is grave and extremely serious in nature. Remember, it was the lawyer of the Luthra brothers who had said and made it clear that it was for a work trip that they had gone to Thailand, and that they're being targeted and deliberately being dragged back into the case when they are not even responsible. But how is it that, ladies and gentlemen, when they are the owners of the club, how can they flee the country when it is their responsibility and they are to be held accountable for the negligence and the lapses that took place inside the Birch nightclub that had claimed the negligence had claimed the life of 25 people. Corruption had claimed the life of 25 people. Ishan is joining us live on the broadcast from the national capital. Ishan, take us to the key arguments that took place inside the court today.
The Luthra brothers' lawyers argued that they face a serious and grave threat to their lives, wherein they will be lynched if they come back to India. They cited the example of bulldozer action being taken against their properties, wherein multiple properties have been bulldozed in Goa. But the Goa Council clearly stated that the notice for the demolition of these properties were given way back in August, and this is part of a procedure, and this has no bearing on the current case. The Luthra brothers thereafter claimed that they have a serious health issue, wherein Gaurav Luthra suffers from epileptic fits, and this was also, medical documents were also presented in the court, but the court observed and the Goa Council stated that these documents are old documents and the condition of the brothers are not such that they prevent them from appearing in court. Now, the final argument that they presented, that they wanted to join the investigation but fear persecution and intimidation by the authorities, wherein the authorities might force them to confess to crime. This has also been dismissed, wherein this Goa Council clearly stated that the people who have already been arrested have been treated with due process and law, and the due process of law will be followed with the Luthra brothers as well. The action of the Luthra brothers, wherein they moved immediately after the incident to run away from the country, wherein they moved to another country within 1.5 hours of the incident. That they had purchased the tickets, and at around the same time 5 a.m. they departed from India. All this done only to evade the authorities and evade the way they did it was a very elusive manner, and this is an absconder that is facing. The court also agreed that the facts presented by the Goa Council and the information provided and arguments provided by the Luthra brothers cannot be sustained, and rejected their transit bail application. Now it is being clearly seen that they will be brought back to India and arrested. No interim protection have been granted to them.
All right, Ishan, I was just coming to you on that. Once they are brought back to India, what is the procedure that will be followed by the Goa Police, by the CBI and the Interpol in this case?
Right now, a non-bailable warrant has been issued by the Goa Police for the Luthra brothers. It will be, once they are arrested by the Interpol, they will be handed over to the Indian authorities. Once the Indian authorities take custody of them, they will be bringing back the brothers to India by an extradition process. Once the extradition process brings them back to India, custody will be sought by Goa Police from the airport only, and then they will be taken from here and presented before a court of competent jurisdiction in Goa, wherein they might apply for bail one more time.
All right, Ishan, thank you very much for getting us those details. Moving on quickly, ladies and gentlemen, it is the end of the road for the Luthra brothers. Their 72-hour free run got over after they were detained in Thailand after an international alert. The owners of the Goa's Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub are now staring at a swift deportation and a possible arrest the moment they land here in India. What happens next? How soon could they be brought back? Here's the full detail.
A massive breakthrough in the Goa Club Blaze case. Hours after their 72-hour run abroad ended, the Luthra brothers, Gaurav and Saurabh, were detained in Phuket by Thai authorities. The detention came after Indian agencies triggered a blue corner notice and activated the India-Thailand extradition framework that has been operational since 2015. The duo is currently in immigration custody in Thailand, where documentation and identity verification are underway, the first step before deportation. So, what is next? Once Thai immigration completes paperwork, they will issue what is effectively a deportation order. Unlike a full extradition trial, deportation is usually faster and based on immigration violations or overstaying alerts. Indian officials from Goa Police and CBI's Interpol wing are already coordinating with the Indian Embassy in Bangkok to secure an early travel warrant. If all clearances move without delay, officials say the brothers could be put on a flight to India within the next 48 to 72 hours. The moment they land, they will be arrested. Goa Police have already prepared transit remand paperwork and a detailed case file, including fire department findings and digital evidence of ticket bookings minutes after the blaze. Diplomatic channels expect no resistance from Thailand, given the seriousness of the case and the prior Interpol alert. Once in India, the Luthra brothers will face custodial interrogation, reconstruction of the crime scene, and confrontation with technical evidence already gathered. Investigators allege the brothers fled within 90 minutes of the fire, booking tickets to Phuket at 1:17 a.m. while rescue operations were still underway. Luthra's brothers' defense say they did not flee but traveled to Thailand for business purposes, an argument they also placed before a Delhi court while seeking transit anticipatory bail. Meanwhile, back in Goa, the probe is widening. Police have arrested 6 people so far, including partner Ajay Gupta, who has been brought back for questioning. A lookout circular is also out for British national Surinder Kumar Khosla, the property owner of the club, who is still untraceable. For now, all eyes are on Thailand, where the final deportation order comes through and when the escorted flight back to India is confirmed. A process that began with a blue corner notice is now in its last leg, the handover. And once Luthra brothers return, the investigation enters its most crucial phase yet.
Ladies and gentlemen, lighting of a lamp or a deepam in Madurai has become a point of contention. RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat has expressed confidence that the temple issue in Tamil Nadu can be resolved by Hindus citing the strength of Hindus in the state. He stated that the escalation is not necessary at this point in time, but if needed, Hindu organizations in Tamil Nadu will certainly inform them. Mohan Bhagwat also emphasized that the issue will be resolved favorably for the Hindus and that they will do whatever it takes. The issue revolves around a Madras High Court order allowing the devotees to light a lamp at the stone pillar near a dargah, which the Tamil Nadu government has appealed in the Supreme Court against the order. In fact, they have also moved an impeachment notice against the Madras High Court Judge J.R. Swaminathan, who had approved and given this order. We also have some reactions that we are tracking on it. Mohan Bhagwat has spoken on the case. Let's listen in.
If it needs escalation, it will be done. But I don't think it needs so. The matter is now sub judice. Let it resolve. The awakening of Hindus in Tamil Nadu, I think it is enough to bring about the desired result. But if at all it is needed, the Hindu organizations are working in Tamil Nadu also. They will let us know, then we will think about it. But at present, I think the issue can be resolved here only on basis of the Hindus' strength in Tamil Nadu only.
Sharda, my colleague, is joining me live from Madurai on that note. Sharda, just when we spoke earlier, you were at the foothill of the temple. Talk to us about where exactly are you right now and what was the controversy all about and how the opposition is reacting to it?
Well, right now we are again at the foot of the hill, but right beside me on the back is the main temple, the Murugan temple, the Tiruparan temple. As I'll request my cameraman to pan the camera to the right, where you can see the Om symbol, which is where the Ganesh temple is, where the lamp is generally lit in the past few years. It's been constantly being lit, but that is the place where a moksha lamp would be lit, and it is not a respect made to the god, but to the ones who have passed away, and it is basically a rest in peace sign to make sure that their souls are satisfied, is why the moksha lamp is lit there. As we see even more to the right, on the top of the hill is where the dargah is situated, and below it is where the Kashi Vishwanath temple, where the Shivan temple is. As you can see a small light there, that is where the camping of the police has now taken place. As 144 is imposed in Tiruparan Kundam, above the hills, nobody is allowed to go, and there's also a ban on climbing the hills from all four sides. As you say, in the evening, I showed you the temple in the daylight, how it looked, but right now all that we can see is a simple light, which is exactly where the Deepatun is. And the Archaeological Survey of India yesterday, with the team member of 7, had come to make sure whether the pillar actually belongs to the temple, or was it a landmark made by the survey that was done 20 years back to make sure that where the hill boundary starts and ends. And the main problem comes because the dargah is situated in the same hill as the temple. However, locals do not fight about it. Now a legal fight has turned into a political battle, and the lighting of the lamp has become a huge problem. As we spoke to some of the people here today, we understood that the fight is not just this year, but has been happening over the years. But this is the first time that a court had taken a decision in favor of the Hindus, but the DMK, making it a political battle, especially with the elections coming in, want to do a minority appeasement, especially to make sure that they do not miss the Muslim oaths from the part of Madurai, made sure that the Kartika Deepam